floating on the edge of storm. Whisper linger low in the hollow night. Stars will softly guide us through the endless night. In dark, dead of night, they move unseen, silent speaks. Where blade will fall tonight. Darkened echoes veil the past, fate twist masked, and doubt truth veil bust. The shadows are falling, no return, no grace. Night fades, hush drift away, no escape, doomed fate. One breath lost, shadows fall, the blaze is drawn. Fate twists back.
My friend, I recall you once asked, why does the sky shine with such boundless brilliance, while the human heart remains closed off, vile and deceitful? Back then, I failed to understand the moon's cost to hang so high, or what it means to fall into the abyss. Be it love or sacred vows, they are but dreams of a distant past. Everything I possess, all is ensnared by the merciless hands of fate, dragged into the void of death's oblivion. My friend, the starry sky will never again be my home. Only endless despair, suffering, and resentment flow through this crumbling shell. I shall weave a prison of death to bury the stars, and this world with them.
Such a beautiful night. Lonely little birds. Would you care for a story? Once upon a time, a family lived in harmony and joy. But as desire consumed reason, their world was changed forever. In the cruel grip of hopelessness, the moon heard their withering prayer. And so the moonlight touched their souls, heralding a glorious rebirth. Beware the moon.
Spotlights on and bitch, I barely breathe. They beg for truth, I sell what they need. Take a bow, going out with a bang. Pull the gun, I call the grave. Spin the tale and played it brave. Call my shot, I bend the rules. Killed the truth, just gave them what they all been let the stage rewrite the scene. Watch the truth fall in between. I built a reign and hard to tame. 'Cause I was born without the shame. Lights go down, claim my crown. He pulled the trigger when I played the game. I burned the script, the crown, the king. Feel the clouds, feed the flame. Stage itself's a twisted frame. Bury the past to walk this fame. You wanna show what you gotta do is call my name. Let the stage rewrite the scene. Watch the truth fall in between. I built a reign and hard to tame. Feel the crowds, feed the flame. Stage itself's a twisted frame. Dust is floating on the edge of storm. Whisper linger low in the hollow night. Stars will softly guide us through the endless night. In dark, dead of night, they move unseen, silent speaks. Their blade will fall tonight. Darkened echoes veil the past, fate twist masked, in doubt truth veil lost. The shadows are falling, no return, no grace. Night fades, hush drift away, no escape, doomed fate. One breath lost, shadows fall, the blaze is drawn. Fate twists back.
My friend, I recall you once asked, why does the sky shine with such boundless brilliance, while the human heart remains closed off, vile and deceitful? Back then, I failed to understand the moon's cost to hang so high, or what it means to fall into the abyss. Be it love or sacred vows, they are but dreams of a distant past. Everything I possess, all is ensnared by the merciless hands of fate, dragged into the void of death's oblivion. My friend, the starry sky will never again be my home. Only endless despair, suffering, and resentment flow through this crumbling shell. I shall weave a prison of death to bury the stars, and this world with them.
such a beautiful night. Lonely little birds. Would you care for a story? Once upon a time, a family lived in harmony and joy. But as desire consumed reason, their world was changed forever. In the cruel grip of hopelessness, the moon heard their withering prayer. And so the moonlight touched their souls, heralding a glorious rebirth. Beware the moon.
Spotlight's on, now here I am, dressed in scars with golden glam.
Dance, realize I own this game. Come on down, let me fill all your dreams. Feel the crowds, feed the flame. Stage itself's a twisted frame. Bury the past to walk this fame. You wanna show what you gotta do is call my name.
I kick off gold, it's cold beneath. My mask still fits, I barely breathe.
They beg for truth, I sell what they need. Take a bow, going out with a bang. Pull the gun, I call the grave. Spin the tale and played it brave. Call my shot, I bend the rules. Killed the truth, just gave them what they all been
Let the stage rewrite the scene. Watch the truth fall in between. I built a rain and hard to tame, 'cause I was born without the shame. Lights go down, claim my crown.
He pulled the trigger, but I played the game. I burned the script and crowned the king. Feel the crowds, feed the flame. Stage itself's a twisted frame. Bury the past to walk this fame. You wanna show what you gotta do is call my name.
Let the stage rewrite the scene. Watch the truth fall in between. I built a rain and hard to tame.
Feel the crowds, feed the flame. Stage itself's a twisted frame.
Dust is floating
the hollow night. Stars will softly guide us through the endless night. In dark, dead of night, they move unseen, silent speaks. Where blade will fall tonight. Darkened echoes veil the past, fate twist masked, and doubt truth veil bust. The shadows are falling, no return, no grace. Night fades, hush drift away, no escape, doomed fate. One breath lost, shadows fall, the blaze is drawn. Fate twists back.
My friend, I recall you once asked, why does the sky shine with such boundless brilliance, while the human heart remains closed off, vile and deceitful? Back then, I failed to understand the moon's cost to hang so high, or what it means to fall into the abyss. Be it love or sacred vows, they are but dreams of a distant past. Everything I possess, all is ensnared by the merciless hands of fate, dragged into the void of death's oblivion. My friend, the starry sky will never again be my home. Only endless despair, suffering, and resentment flow through this crumbling shell. I shall weave a prison of death to bury the stars, and this world with them.
Such a beautiful night. Lonely little birds. Would you care for a story? Once upon a time, a family lived in harmony and joy. But as desire consumed reason, their world was changed forever. In the cruel grip of hopelessness, the moon heard their withering prayer. And so the moonlight touched their souls, heralding a glorious rebirth. Beware the moon.
Spotlights on, now off gold, it's cold beneath. My mask still fits, I barely breathe. They beg for truth, I sell what they need. Take a bow, going out with a bang. Pull the gun, I call the grave. Spin the tale and played it brave. Call my shot, I bend the rules. Killed the truth, just gave them what they all been Let the stage rewrite the scene. Watch the truth fall in between. I built a reign and hard to tame. 'Cause I was born without the shame. Lights go down, claim my crown. He pulled the trigger, but I played the game. I burned the script, the crown, the king. Feel the clouds, feed the flame. Stage itself's a twisted frame. Bury the past to walk this fame. You wanna show what you gotta do is call my name. Let the stage rewrite the scene. Watch the truth fall in between. I built a reign and hard to tame. Feel the crowds, feed the flame. Stage itself's a twisted frame.
Dust is floating on the edge of storm. Whisper linger low in the hollow night. Stars will softly guide us through the endless night. In dark, dead of night, they move unseen, silent speaks. Where blade will fall tonight. Darkened echoes veil the past, fate twist masked, and doubt truth veil lost. The shadows are falling, no return, no grace. Night fades, hush drift away, no escape, doomed fate. One breath lost, shadows fall, the blaze is drawn. Fate twists back.
My friend, I recall you once asked, why does the sky shine with such boundless brilliance, while the human heart remains closed off, vile and deceitful? Back then, I failed to understand the moon's cost to hang so high, or what it means to fall into the abyss. Be it love or sacred vows, they are but dreams of a distant past. Everything I possess, all is ensnared by the merciless hands of fate, dragged into the void of death's oblivion. My friend, the starry sky will never again be my home. Only endless despair, suffering, and resentment flow through this crumbling shell. I shall weave a prison of death to bury the stars, and this world with them.
such a beautiful night. Lonely little birds, would you care for a story?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day number 2 of the IdentityV NAEU tournament. For what's that? Day number 2. This is the top 4. Pot Spice and Nello Mello giving you the commentary action. And Nell, quite early where we are, but I'm super excited to share the mic with you. It's top 4. How we feeling?
Well, like what you said, it's still pretty early, a little bit groggy, but of course excited because this is the final day for IVT NAEU, and we're looking to crown that champion today. And if you look at the calendar itself, you can see that it started last week from 28 to 29 of June. That's where 32 goes to 16, 16 to 8. And today, we're at 5 and 6. We're at the grand finals. So who's going to be the champion? Who's going to get that lion's share of the prize pool?
Ooh, and speaking of which, here is the prize pool in front of our screens. A lot of zeros here, but the first place will be headed home with 80,000 CNY. Second place, 40,000. And we did say goodbye to a couple teams yesterday. They did go home with 10,000 Chinese yuan. But we are in the top 4 for today. So guys, do give us your energy because we will be pulling an all-nighter, an all-dayer, or just me and Nell will be keeping you guys company up until the grand finals. It is going to be a best of 3 up until the grand finals, which is going to be a best of 5 to settle things. And who will be crowned IVT 2025 for NAEU.
Yeah, you can look at the bracket itself. They've been through grueling matches, right, just to get to where they are, facing tough oppositions, and there you have it. We have our final 4 B4U, DM, Omni, and FNE. And I'm not gonna sugarcoat, I'm not gonna hide anything. It's definitely one of the fan favorites, right? If not the fan favorite, it's probably B4U, probably because they went to KOA, and the second one would probably be Omni, also a KOA representative from the prior years. DM and FNE, they're looking to upset.
Yes.
Probably look to topple the kings of the hill.
Hey, that's how good stories are made, right? With an underdog and a favored champion. And that's how we're going to start things off with B4U versus DM. Both of them having pretty impressive matches yesterday. Omni and FNE, having Omni going all the way until BO3 yesterday, FNE having a really big, real nail biter of a finale there towards the ending. And then finally, match number 3, that's going to be settled at a best of 5 will be the grand finals. Winner of match 1 and 2 will be squaring off, meaning we're still at that single elimination format. So stakes are still pretty high, I know.
Exactly. Stakes are still very, very high, especially since, you know, the prize pool. And of course, how do you put this? The title of champion, right? Champion of IVT, like what you've mentioned. But I see a few people in the chat. Carol saying hello to our boys. Hello to our girl as well. Woo. Our A student, so to speak, right? So we're looking for your number 1 fan sign. Hopefully you get that. Nemo as well. Nello Poch, I'm your biggest fan. That's such a sweet message early in the morning. But we're going to be moving on to the team roster right here. Through time, we've stood before you. Hunter, none other than Sprinter. Anton's also the Hunter for B4U. For the Survivor, Yudo, Roland, Schmidty, Green, and Umi. We've seen Yudo in action yesterday.
We did.
Right, yeah. And the coach, Aaron himself, the man, coaching this entire team.
Clutch psychologist, he did pull out yesterday. Clutch kiting yesterday. And we did interview Anton yesterday, one of the sub-hunters, and they did say that this new team roster is definitely coming alive, and they do want to hold their legacy here at IVT NAEU as one of the strongest and formidable foes that NAEU has to offer when it comes to IdentityV. But we have their oppositions, we have their opponents, Dream for You, keeping the dreams alive, starting off with Kira and Ling Ame. Ling Ame having a crazy Wu Chang to start things off, and you have Honor, I Love You, Sui, Heian, Cici, Polis, Dawn as the coach.
Yeah. A little bit of fun fact, Police in my country actually means police. So, so
Yeah.
maybe looking to police the entire
Oh, yeah.
matchup. Yeah.
Definitely. So, as you said, Nell, as we build this matchup, it is B4U to kind of, I'd say, be the big dogs in the yard. They're the favored ones to come in here. But yesterday, we did see a lot of interesting shakeups when it comes to the picks and bans. A lot of interesting, I would say, hunters and survivors. Is there anything you're looking forward to for today when it comes to picks and bans, since we're playing with that new meta now?
Well, I think we're definitely going to see a little bit more of a lucky guy.
Yes.
Yeah, let's just talk a little bit more about that later, because right now, the map ban picks B4U does not want Chinatown, and DM chooses to go to the ever sleeping town. So I guess you know what that means.
Tram time.
Exactly. Tram time, the tram predictions, and
I believe, unfortunately, there was a tram hit yesterday, but it was by the Gravekeeper. But it seemed like the survivor teams already got their win conditions fulfilled. So shout out to FME for still being able to rally. I mean, after that tram hit, still being able to rally back into that matchup and get their win conditions done. So you mentioned, no, lucky guy. Quite the impressive pickups from yesterday. Seems like NAEU love their lucky guys. Professor as well from yesterday was really crazy. If you guys watched that last match, the name escapes me, but yeah, the Professor was quite strong. So without further ado, Sprinter gonna set the pace for B4U.
ooh, I'm looking forward to that. And I'm also looking forward to all of you guys in the chat making some noise for not only B4U, but for DM as well. I see Carol from the very beginning, Will, Mew, Nemo, Francis, 再见, and Yudo. Actually, I see Yudo and Ling Ray in the chat. So,
let's go.
and a small boy, infamous Chameleon Ahmad, and Mia Guadarrama. Thank you so much for tagging us. Mia, shout out to you, Mia. And yeah, looking to this game itself, well, I'm pretty sure Ling Ray, and of course Yudo's, they're cheering for their teams respectively in the chat right here.
Yes. Also, shout outs to Infamous. I looked it up. It was Infamous's Professor that kited 100 plus seconds up against Killer Boss's Goatman at Red Church. So really excited to see how the NAEU community is going to try to develop their own meta. It seems like Antiquarian is the last pick here. A lot of stunners. Magician receiving his fair share of buffs as well. NAEU loves those magicians. And Psychologist to boot as well is actually a really good pickup on the side of DM survivors. Now, Sprinter, no stranger to the meta now. So I don't think we're gonna get shocked with if he's gonna pick up a meta character like Goatman or Hullabaloo to start things out for us.
Yeah, I mean, we seen Sprinter yesterday not going straight for the big fours, right? Actually, not the big fours, the Hullabaloo or the Goatman, right? But he actually went with the Ivy yesterday. So that's his BO1 game plan. But here you can see the harassers are present. The Antiquarian and Forward can definitely make life pretty difficult if Sprinter decides to go with the Goatman. And Sprinter might actually go with the Goatman. I don't know, because he's banning out Meteorologist, he's banning out Mechanic, all these things that are sort of giving him problem, right? The Cypher Rushes and stuff. Probably does not want to bring up normal. Probably needs to if he wants to be super aggressive. But ultimately, this lineup, an excitement would be great if he wants to go with the Goatman. So yeah,
could be.
Yeah.
I think also when it comes to Goatman, and he is bringing that out, Ling Ame yesterday on DM's Hunter side does have the same Goatman, brought it out yesterday, performed very well in Lakeside Village, and got the victory because of that abnormal as well. So I think when it comes down to it, aggressive hunters are rewarded, and especially since the changes to the Goatman's cooldown, you really have to be very purposeful. We also saw yesterday with how the double cages, you're spending so much resentment that you're kind of going all out, and you have to really make sure that you will get that down if you do go for those double cages. But knowing Sprinter, he's quite, how would I say this? He knows the economics of the game, and he knows the cooldowns. He knows how to play so well to his win conditions that him on this Goatman is definitely just another day at the office.
Yeah, Goatman, definitely a character that's super scary to deal with, right? Even with the recent adjustments to his the cooldown and the requirement to activate the skills, right? The resentment, especially. Well, he's still a very scary character to go up against, and here I think DM has set themselves up really good here. Like the characters here, none of them are really easy targets for Sprinter.
Yep.
Heian on the Antiquarian, well, you're gonna get disarmed a lot right here. And as for CC on the Magician, well, let's just say the wands can buy a little bit of time, especially if you know how to juke up with the mind games, right?
Ooh. So not going for the abnormal, but the excitement because the respect onto the Antiquarian and the forward in the mix here. So interesting. We do see 3 Tide Turners, so they respect the camping game, or they respect the chair time of Sprinter. So, folks, it is day number 2, match 1, round 1, first half between DM Survivors versus B4U Hunter. That's Nello Mello. I'm Pod Spice. We will be bringing you the commentary action for IVT 2025.
All right, Sprinter, the goat, sir, so to speak. Going after that first target, Magician, no doubt, probably. Or he's still trying to pick up his target. But honestly, Magician would be a pretty good pick here. Just make him waste his one early on. And he's also pushing towards where Usui is. So he has to be really careful. That invisibility aspect coming in, but he knows where he is.
Ooh.
He knows. He's like,
He knows.
Yeah, I don't hit by sight. I hit by your footsteps.
Yeah, he doesn't spray and pray. He aims and fires. Sprinter, that was really close here. He does see the footsteps. He does see someone trying to break the cage, and now under 60 seconds down onto this Magician. We do see I Love Sui gonna go for a stun, but the excitement is gonna scare him away and go for the hit as well.
Yeah, probably needed to dash a little bit more. I like the idea. He knows that he probably has excitement. The moment the skill was activated, he instantly went away, but it was a little bit further away. Usui needs to be really careful though. The flywheel just to buy a little more time, just gain a little bit more time. Doesn't want to rescue instantly. Mind you, he can still rescue perfectly fine.
He can, and now that hit does connect, and the forward did get that rescue. However, Tide Turn is still in effect. We do have some resentment for some cages. He's going to be watching the floors to see where this Magician is at. And now nice usage of the... we'll break into that cage on that forward side. It's hard to have 2 survivors on the resentment cage. We do see another one that Sprinter was able to lock down
Forward.
in the last effort. Able to pop in. Forward.
Force trying to do something here. That's a good idea, I guess, because 2 ciphers have been done. So maybe they just want to give... oh, nice! The block by both the cage and the tram. It's like, yeah, the timing itself is so good as well. So Sprinter just making sure that even without excitement, he's still able to negate those harass.
Yeah. So I think, yeah, the forward just being there is a constant pressure presence. However, they do have another stunner in the name of Antiquarian, and the Antiquarian's already making her way towards this backdoor rescue, feeding that to Nidus. It's quite unfortunate that the forward does have that wanted order. Now a cage is going to be placed here, and the Antiquarian's going to tank that first hit.
He's going to tank that first hit indeed, and that disarm did not work as well. So the thrust, he's just going to keep doing this. And it seems like there's going to be 2 people trying to provide that support.
Oh my God.
They're trying to make it a turret game.
Yeah. So Sprinter, knowing this, he knows he can invest time in just stacking injuries, because he knows that everyone is here and the Magician has fallen and injuries are stacking up. Now Psychologist has already used her whistle to save the forward, but now we have the wanted order on that forward, and excitement is back online for Sprinter.
Yeah, the goats are right. And because of that over support, I would say it's an over support simply because Sprinter has an excitement ready, right? So once he has it, doesn't really matter even if you have an Antiquarian or forward there. He's definitely going to pick up the Magician no matter what. And all that time that's supposed to be used to decode, well, not so good so far.
Yeah, and not so good for Polis here. Is going to get caught out in the open. Just going to try and bait some activity. And now the psychologist has eaten a hit. And also, I would say the support coming in from them was excellently timed by Sprinter because the ciphers aren't threatening just yet, and Polis has fallen. At least the forward was healed up. But like you pointed out, excitement is ready. So the next stun might be kind of risky for the survivors to go for.
Yeah, probably needs to bait out that excitement, right? And then go for the rescue. Make him use up the skill, at least at the late game. If they manage to pop the cipher, they won't be able. He won't be able to change the trades. But nice job by Usui so far. Just trying to buy a little bit more time. But has to be really careful though. He's in the middle of nowhere.
Whoa!
That hit, that's gonna land, blocked by his own pallet and the cage itself. Usui is gonna go down.
Sprints are looking like it's going to be a checkmate scenario here for the Hunter, as the Antiquarian is the only one that is healthy enough to try and attempt this rescue, but 3 ciphers still remain. They're quite spread out. They've touched all the ciphers already. And even if it's combined, it doesn't amount to like an end game scenario for our survivors here. So Sprints are really playing so well, and I'd say weathering out the early storm of this stunner lineup that DM brought to the table.
Yeah. I mean, the Goat Man, you know that the Goat Man is just super good, right? Especially in Ever Sleeping Town. You've seen a few players use it yesterday, like Pit Stoppers as well, just like getting that 4K as well. And that struggle is gonna happen. The cage probably gonna use to solidify. It doesn't really matter though, because it's just a times game at this point, right?
Yeah.
It's just a matter of dwindling down their resources, and Sprinter is gonna teleport to that last cipher. Not the last cipher with a lot of progress, but Heian's doing a pretty good job hiding from sight.
Yeah, he was. I think Sprinter was assuming that he was touching the cipher that was moving, but yeah, never say die attitude on DM's side. They just want to go till the very end to see if they can find any openings. And even yesterday, we did see Sprinter's patience tested with them trying to go for that dungeon. But looking at the resources of the survivors, they still have not used their exit paths. So Sprinter's definitely not letting go of this lead that he has. Heian's still roaming around. Hopefully the 3 best friends won't show themselves, because he definitely needs to touch or interact with something for those 3 crows not to appear.
Yeah. The chest could happen though. Oh my god.
Oh.
The goat does not fear. Yeah, does not fear. Does not fear the tramp, right? But the tinnitus should be triggered here. It doesn't show on screen, but I'm pretty sure it's triggered. So Sprinter knows all the hiding spots. He's like, you want to play hide and seek? I'm gonna play seek. And I'm very good at seeking.
Okay, and look at that. There were so many flywheels that were used to transition, but unable to, I mean, he's just catching them in really good spots. But now Sprinter getting injured here, or at least silenced, does not have any excitement to work with anymore since he used that teleport. We're gonna see another flute, but ooh, another pushback. But Heian, so close to falling, doesn't even need a cage.
Yeah, well, that's because he's only had 25% health left. That's gonna down Heian. Forward, just trying to touch the cipher a little bit, then trying to run away. Unfortunately, tinnitus has been procced. And Sprinter, like a shark drawn to blood, knows exactly where Usui is.
Yep, and look at that, caging him from within, but oh my god, the trap!
Strikes again!
It does. I love Sui. Has to, well, be in this good area again. I think that's the moral victory on DM side, knowing that the tram was in their favor. And he got stuck there. But yeah, Sprinter's man, bro.
Yeah, he doesn't care. He's like, yeah, the tram does not defeat me. You know?
That's true.
But at the same time, Heian found a football at the background. I Love You has a football as well. That flywheel just to buy a little bit more time. But honestly, just one normal hit would solidify it for Usui. Sprinter doesn't even need that cage for it to work. Wow, look at that! Look at that! Knowing when to swing as well. Like, he's like, yeah, I know it's not going to connect here. Let's go a little bit further. And there you have it. He just outreaches every survivor he finds.
Full 180 hit, right? And Yeah, like you said, the tram does not choose, it just goes. The pure reincarnate of chaotic neutral, folks. And Sprinter not letting that phase him. He's already played to his win condition. He's going to try to cage out this antiquarian that does have a football. He's going to use the football for him to teleport right behind him. And there you have it. B4U Sprinter setting the bar for Ling Ame to try and achieve a 5-point game for his team.
Yeah, that was insane. The trajectories, like the angles, Sprinter just knows exactly what's going on. The moment the Antiquarian used the football just to run to the other side, he knows exactly where he's coming from. And
yeah,
it seems like distance doesn't really matter to him as long as the cage is up. So I think this is just a classic case of Sprinter just utilizing the Goatman to its full potential and just being very well versed with the trajectories, the angles, and it seems like DM couldn't catch a break at all.
Yeah, I think it started with the first kite. Unfortunately for the Magician, was caught out real early on, that they were kind of forced to go on the defense and go for a defense play style and go for more stuns, OB support, that the ciphers kind of halted at 3 ciphers remaining. So I think that also shows that Sprinter knows what DM is going to play. That's why he brought that excitement. And then he just kind of weathered out that storm of early offense with a really good down at the start for the Magician.
Yeah, I think Sprinter pretty much knows what the game plan for DM is, right? Because the first few picks, like just having the Antiquarian and the Ford already means that, yeah, they probably want to support a little bit more than they want to decode, which is why Sprinter just bans out the certain characters like Meteorologist, the mechanic that actually helps with decoding, and just goes with the excitement. He doesn't even need abnormal because he knows that as long as I thwart the harassments by DM, I'm fine. And you can see for yourself, look, 50% on the forward. That's not enough. Usually you want to at least have one cipher done before you go in for the harass or you go in for the cover. And in this case, it just didn't pay it off.
Yeah. I'm also thinking the first route, right? I think the Magician was going towards the corner house, and I think he was out in the open, and he fell in the 11 area where the forward was actually close to on the cipher. So also I think maybe it was just the case of him catching the survivors in a good spot, that he was also pressuring the ciphers. So it was just a matter of how Sprinter was able to route his chairs and also harass the ciphers, that he was able to really take control of this match. 3 ciphers remaining. Usually he's on to just 1 cipher, but what a dominant start by Sprinter. Not to say that DM's out of this yet. You know, Ling Ame can definitely strike back. And and yesterday he was able to get a 5-point game with a Goatman in Lakeside Village. So he is capable of doing so.
Yeah, and he can definitely mirror that Goatman pick, right? Especially in the second half in this match 1, Ever Sleeping Town. So I guess it's up to B4U survivors to make sure that 4K doesn't happen, and they're gonna take round number 1. But honestly, with how prevalent the Goatman has been running rampant, right? Especially in a map like this, Ling Ame definitely has a lot. How do you put this? Definitely has a lot of grounds to cover. I mean, B4U survivors has definitely prepared well for all these meta characters.
And not to mention that Sprinter kind of set that precedent, or set that passing grade. Your passing score is to get a perfect in this scenario. And B4U, knowing this, they could just play super defensively and just get one person out, and they immediately win round 1. So I think it's a great strategy, putting out Sprinter first, setting the bar, setting the precedent, setting the standard for this matchup. And like you said, there's already a lot of grounds to cover because you're going up against one of the best survivor teams in NAEU, but now you got to 4K them. So it's a tall task, a tall order. Ling Ame is capable. His Goatman was very impressive yesterday, but given the standards, right, it's really tough going up against B4U. Hopefully he's able to do it, so we see that best of 3, but I think B4U have other plans here.
Yeah, I mean they want to keep themselves at 100%, right? Because they still, whoever wins, they still have to prepare and rest up for the
Yes.
BO5 that they'll be
Oh, yeah.
having in the grand finals. So, if they could end it earlier, that would be a great thing to just to get more rest. But you know, like what you said, Ling Ame has that goat man available, and I think he's gonna give hell
Yeah.
to the survivors of B4U right here.
And he did bring the abnormal goat man, so that was quite aggressive. Coming into this though, B4U, they're very fluid with their lineup, so they don't necessarily go stun heavy. So I'm not sure if he's gonna prioritize going for the abnormal. Seems like the first two pickups here, no threat of a stun so far, but you can kind of tell that they want longevity. They want tankability with the psychologist and puppeteer, along with Roland's Gravekeeper, which again yesterday had some very clutch saves and really highlight worthy rescues. So it seems like they are gonna play for that tankiness. Wonder if they're gonna go for the Embalmer just to solidify that they are going for that tie. There's still a lot of good pickups. I mean, Meteorologist is still on the table and it's still the last pick. We also have Acrobat on Schmitty's side, but it seems like they want to go for that tried and tested Magician.
Yeah, I mean they know what they're doing, right? They go with characters that are tankable, tank. These two characters in itself, we've seen this happen yesterday as well. Psychologist, Puppeteer, first two picks, super good. And in this case, even if Ling Ame brings in the Goat Man, a lot of them can negate that early down simply by having an extra hit point that they have to before going down. And not to mention, even the Gravekeeper itself, the shovel itself can ensure that Ame doesn't force the rescue to happen prematurely. So that's in itself is already a very good lineup. And what's next? What's the next thing? They just got to kite good.
Yes. Which we've seen in the past that B4U individually are very good when it comes to mechanically kiting. Shoutouts to Ahmad Kanjo saying that, well, expecting that B4U is gonna expect that Goat Man and try to counterpick it. And as you broke it down, yes, this is looking like they are gearing up for that Goat Man. And a small boy, shoutouts to you if saying that, countering the Goat Man, you gotta play Thief.
Thief.
Sure. We
Shine
have to
some
wait
light.
for that. Exactly. We'll shine some light onto that. Hopefully we'll see a Thief. I'm not sure if we're going to see it now because they already locked it in. But as we expect, Ling Ame on this Goat Man is going to be coming out. Before you have to expect that this will be coming out. I'm pretty sure. I just want to see what trait he's going to bring to the table. Because if he's confident, he's going to go with that abnormal. But if he wants like more safe or easier downs, I mean, you can go, since this is a kind of a big map, I mean, you do have your resentment, but you go Warp, you can go Blink, but going with the abnormal is really good. Oh, Peepers. Patroller.
They're good too. Patroller, yeah.
Patroller Wu Chang, let's go.
Let's go.
Oh no, Patroller Feaster, my bad. That was
Patroller Feaster. Yeah.
the meta that
Patroller
we saw.
would be,
What?
would be like, hey, is he a friendly hunter? I don't know. But one thing's for sure, Ame here, I think he has no choice but to go abnormal, right? There's no harassments coming in from them. So abnormal would be the wisest choice. He needs to get 4K. Abnormal can put a stop onto the Cypher Rush. But one thing's for sure, if you don't get that down within 1 minute, less than 60 seconds, the ciphers are gonna go out of control. Like you can expect the ciphers to be done two and a half ciphers to be done in 1 minute and 15 seconds. So gotta be careful for that.
Yeah, and as you called out, he is gonna go with that abnormal. Ling Ame really pulling out all the stops to keep his team alive and push for that best of 3. But Schmitty, Green, Roland, and Yudo have other plans. So folks, this is day 2, match 1, round 1, second half though of B4U survivors versus DM's Hunter Ling Ame. Nello Mello and Pot Spice at your service for some commentary action.
All right, Ame. Wow, pretty scary skin. And making a beeline to the middle area of the map, Yudo, as the psychologist, is just above him. So Ame probably looking to find the psychologist first. The drop down is gonna happen. Ame just trying to trace where that blood trail is heading towards. Yudo just, wow, this is the second time he's looping this area. But now the instant cage. Whoa, that's pretty good.
Okay. Yeah.
Quick hit.
And as we call the psychologist, kind of like the punching bag, or the ones that can tank a lot of hits, and just like that, Yudao eating that hit, but it's still all good. One more, and this psychologist is gonna fall down. The objective here is for him not to kite on top of anyone, and it seems like he's just gonna stick around in this area. But the cage dropped down, nice flywheel, and we have a pallet. No, able to actually eat that hit, but this is the psychologist, and that second hit was outside the cage. So one more, 1/4 damage. Oh no, a gift from the gods, able to actually get him.
Yudo. I think Yudo just did what I always do. That didn't look behind. So Ame was like, okay.
Ivy matchup, you know.
Ivy
I thought we were
matchup,
going
yeah.
up against an Ivy. That's
Right. But nonetheless, playing as a psychologist, you can see, right? It was a very quick hit. But while that happened, at least he was able to kite 2.5 ciphers. Well, not anymore. It's a 2 ciphers now.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, technically, B4U only needs 1 survivor out, and Yudo, as a psychologist, quick hits, but still bought the time that they need.
Yeah, and the fact that they brought 2 tide turners could definitely buy enough time for them to prop the last cipher to pop. And now Gravekeeper getting that hit is all good. At least Yudo can actually make his way towards this area, but he's gonna get the last effort for his troubles.
Yeah.
At least if he stays in the graveyard area, he's not gonna disrupt any ciphers. He knows that there's abnormal, and there's another threat of him using it again. Now, sorry, go.
Oh, no. Yeah, go ahead. Finish your
3
thoughts.
ciphers left.
3 ciphers left, exactly. But you can see Yudo, right, just making a beeline to where the graveyard is. You can obviously tell that he doesn't care even if he gets hit, as long as he's far away from his teammate's cipher, because abnormal is gonna mess up B4U if he gets too close to it. So the idea is like, yeah, just get them away, get Ame away as far as possible. That way he won't be able to abnormal any other ciphers.
Ooh, green. Careful. Able to
Break
actually
it.
break the cage. Able to also eat that hit. Nice awareness here. Green not going for the puppet. Able to actually eat that next hit, but forcing to go for that rescue. So now we got another tide turner on the clock here. Yudao can create some distance here, but 2 people on. Psychologist unfortunately unable to get that flywheel though.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate. Yudo is just gonna try and die away. Green, you can see just 1 sliver of health. That's all that it takes to down. But honestly, just look at how well they are managing the ciphers, Poch.
Yep.
The other 2 ciphers are almost done. And Ame, let's just hope before you can keep that 79% cipher covered.
Yeah, because that's gonna be quite devastating if he's able to abnormal that cipher. So it's kind of on a standstill right now. I'm a little scared that they're not gonna pop it in time before he's able to abnormal it. I not really sure where this 79% cipher is at.
In the middle? No,
Oh.
no, it's not.
I don't think
It's
so.
at
I think it's
the
21%.
S palette. Yeah.
Okay, they're good for them, but I think Ling Ame is looking for that cipher, but they open up another one just in case. He's forced to go for no abnormal. He's waiting for the right time to pop it out. I think he's still kind of thinking if he's going to invest in using 1 last abnormal or changing trait.
Yeah. Green already making that rotation away, knows that Ami is probably going to try and come forward, tiptoeing just to lose that trail a little bit, but doesn't really matter. Ami with that cage of resentment. Wow, that 0.5 second delay swing hit into that flywheel greed. I would say definitely did not make the most out of the puppeteer's trades.
Yeah.
But well, at least the other survivors are free to decode right now.
True, but as you say that, the teleport does happen, and Schmitty on the Magician here is gonna have to take this next kite while they try to go for that rescue. Schmitty eating that cage hit, and Ling Ame really putting the pressure on to B4U survivors. It's looking kind of tough for them to try and pop this last one, but Schmitty needs to have a godlike kite. 2 cages here. Oh, nice wand, able to to move past here, and now kind of mind tricking the Ling Ame.
He's like, you're trying to mind game the mind gamer, but ultimately getting Schmitty down. So I'm in a really good position to at least to try and get a 4K. And if Ame puts him in the basement, well, I think that's gonna solidify it. But the good news is at least Ame does not have abnormal anymore, so they can definitely go for the pop and go for the dungeon play if they want to, because Puppeteer, I mean, he still has that one puppet form to use, and Gravekeeper also has that shovel ready to use, so that can be a factor coming in here. And Gravekeeper is good at
What? Able to actually hit Roland out of it, and now the pop is not going to happen in time. So Green might be the sole survivor here to pop, but that's okay. He has to go for that pop, but this is so dangerous now because we have detention and we have Ling Ame looking for just one more target, and that is the Puppeteer.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate. Puppeteer. Yeah, you're gonna pop, and then there's the detention on Ame as well, right? So this is gonna be super hard. The Tinnitus has been been popped. Ame knows that is somewhere here, but to wait for both of them to expire, that's gonna take a little bit of time. Ame, oh my god, Ame is still trying to look for where Green is.
This is kind of scary, Nell. He's still crouching. Chat, keep quiet. Oh, Green's gonna get found out. He goes for the flywheel early on, but the puppet form able to actually eat, I mean, a little bit of it, but Ling Ame looking to tie things up. Finds Green, downs Green, and there you have it, a 5-5 game in round 1.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate, but that's going to bring us to BO3. So Ame definitely, we were talking about it earlier, right? Ame definitely has that potential to get that reverse 4K, and at that point, right, you gotta wonder what went wrong for the survivors. A couple of things right there that might have been a factor. First of all, Psychologist, yes. Psychologist is not exactly the best target against Goatman, but the tankiness did buy a lot of time for B4U survivors. Yeah. And secondly, there's also the factor of the Puppeteer not fully utilizing the puppet form, because that would have made a lot more impact in the later rounds. Not in the later rounds, later in the game. Like, at least he wouldn't go down as fast, right? Because once the Psychologist is down for the count, the second kite needs to make up for that first kite as well. No one here has passed 60 seconds. That's only Yudo. That's the first person kiting.
Yeah, and it was quite forgiving because Yudo on the Psychologist can tank those 3 hits. And I think you pointed out very well. I think it was just like those overextensions of not utilizing the Puppeteer very well. Ling Ame was able to capitalize on that. Yudo falling on the second story right in front of Ling Ame after an amazing kite really helped out. Also, him kind of having that awareness to know where Roland was at, because I think that was the final nail in the coffin here for Ling Ame to solidify the 5 points. He was able to actually catch Roland, who was feeding that tinnitus before that pop happened. So really good start, and mid-game it was kind of even, but Ling Ame definitely came online in the final seconds of this matchup for him to tie things up. Again, DM with Ling Ame, a very dangerous Goatman. We saw 2 types of Goatmen. One very defensive in terms of bringing the excitement, while this Goatman, we were expecting it, brought that abnormal. It paid off in spades, and with that teleport switch up towards the end, really solidifying that 5-point game.
Yeah, that 5-point game is exactly what they need to come back into this game. So right now it's tied 5-5. DM definitely has a chance to make that comeback. Maybe they have to make changes to the way they're playing, like maybe not so much on support anymore. Yeah, because the pressure on the cipher needs to be applied.
Yes.
And there's this great wall of B4U. Sprinzer is always going to be there to cover, to get that 4K, to get that W for the team. So
Yeah.
if the survivors of DM, if DM wants to move on and defeat B4U, they got to get past Sprinzer first, right? Because Sprinzer is like, yeah, I'm going to get that 4K, so my survivors are going to have a much more comfortable time, or vice versa, right? If Sprinzer somehow does not get that 4K or 3K, somehow ends up with a draw, then the survivors of B4U will pick up from there. I mean, that's what we always see in the past, right? They cover each other so well. So, I mean, we're going to head into highlights, so don't go anywhere as we take a break.
And we're back, folks, with round number 2 of DM versus B4U. And what a start to the day, because we have 2 GOAT men that got 5 points for both their teams, but now it's off the table. Round number 2 is inbound. Now, we're kind of talking about it, right? Like, I think when it comes to DM survivors, maybe go more on a cipher priority instead of going for the support, because we know that Sprinter can capitalize on that. But if we kind of switch things up for B4U survivors, what's something you want to see in round number 2 on their side?
B4U survivors, lucky guy for sure.
Hey, let's go.
Lucky guy. If meteorologist isn't banned, I would say meteorologist as well. It's a really strong character right now. Fire investigator would be good as well, but again, it depends on the map that they're going for. And I think there's no problem with, there's not really much of a problem with the drafts of B4U survivors. It's meant to be tanky. It's meant to buy time for them, right? With the tankiness, it's meant to buy time for them. Even though the psychologist is not the ideal kite against Goatman, but it's still meant to buy a lot of time. But when a little bit of mistakes happen, that's where the hunter can capitalize. So I think they just need to tie a little bit of loose end. Maybe they got a little bit comfortable. I don't know. I can't say for sure. Maybe they thought, okay, Sprinter's got this 4K. We just need a one escape. And they probably, they're probably still warming up. I think that might be the case. But for DM though, Ling Ame seems like he's more than warmed up. He's already ready with that. Turning that tie into a 4K, that's insane.
Yeah, it was a big feat that we were talking about that he had to accomplish, a lot of grounds to cover, but he was able to do so. And I think, he's really good. And I think also maybe it could have been the mentality of B4U that they were a bit they were kind of playing to the win conditions a little too much, that they're like, okay, we just need 1 out. That should be fine. And I think you kind of saw with how Green just trudged forward and just got the rescue without
puppet form, right?
Yeah, we didn't really see the puppet form get brought out, right? So that kind of bit them at the end, because the puppet form, I mean, he didn't even have borrowed time at the end. So borrowed time would have kind of helped him heal up, and if he had puppet form, that would still help out. So it seems like B4U is going to use Lakeside Village. So yesterday also, the opposition did ban out Arms Factory from B4U. Usually they go with the Red Church, but now we're seeing Lakeside Village. Lakeside Village, a popular pick here in NAEU.
Yeah, Lakeside Village is definitely one of the more prioritized map, right? And for very good reason too. Like, because nowadays, like with the recent patch as well, there's a few adjustments to the terrain, if you notice, right? Like, and shout out to Kuro as well. Thank you for that quick introduction. Check out his YouTube. He has very detailed updates as well. So a few changes to the pallets, especially at the beach area. It just makes it more kiteable with the high walls and the windows and the pallets. It makes it more like a kiting area, more of a kiting area now. And not to mention a few changes to the shack, the terrain behind the shack. There used to be one pallet there, and you're wondering like, what exactly is this gonna do in the kiting? But now it's more kiteable nowadays.
Yeah.
So yeah, let's hope that they can put these new changes to good use, because Sprinter is going again.
Yeah, we saw a little bit of that yesterday, especially in the beach area, that a lot of survivors did have longer kites and use the pallets to its full effect. But it seems like we do see DM kind of actually prioritizing the Embalmer and Coordinator to start things out. So seeming like they want to go for a defensive strategy, but having the Coordinator, I remember a match that you and Chocho did call yesterday. We had a Coordinator shot that didn't work out quite well. Tried to use the flare gun early on, but I think it was Pit Stoppers that was able to counter it. So hopefully that doesn't happen in this scenario on DM side. But we have a Fire Investigator for the third pick on DM side. This is actually quite interesting. Aeroplanist, really good on this map, does get taken out. And last but not least, First Officer gets that ban hammer, leaving one Rescuer, possibly Mercenary, that can make his way to the mix. Wildling also is a popular pick, unless they actually go with a Coordinator Rescuer, or if they're going to flex any of these other characters to go Rescuer.
Yeah. Poch, it's just right now the Embalmer is sort of like what they decide after that first game, right? They decide that harassment is probably not going to do it. We just have to prolong that containment time, and what better way to do that with an Embalmer that's going to buy a lot of time. So I like this lineup a little bit more. It's more balanced compared to the first one, where it's more support heavy. Here, I think we kind of have to expect. We kind of have to know what to expect here. Sprinter, it just matters. There's just a few options left as for the Hunter picks for Sprinter here.
Yeah, it seems like Ivy might be the choice, or the Hullabaloo, because Opera Singer was taken out. Opera Singer kind of has a little more priority compared to the Ivy, because Ivy has been nerfed, or at least changed up in terms of her Ostracan areas being easier to take down and her cooldowns being changed. But in this map, I believe it was B4U that chose this map. Sprinter has some sort of idea what to bring to the table here. Whether it be a Hullabaloo or that Ivy is still up for grabs, or he might kind of go with another type of Hunter. We just have to wait and see. But as Nell pointed out, this is a pretty well-rounded Survivor comp that doesn't like scream, okay, you got to bring a excitement just for you to survive this. You only have one stunner, and everyone kind of has their own time to shine here with self-rescue. We have the tankiness of the Mercenary and the Florian for those airbags, and it seems like Sprinter will be rocking that Ivy.
Yeah, one of the big fours. Ivy, not in BO1 but in BO2 this time. Obviously, Opera Singer would have been a more ideal pick for Sprinter, but DM knows that, right? So Ivy, second best lady, all right there. So still very good though. Like the Ostracon does help her to rotate a little bit more, pressure the map a little bit more, and not to mention the no looking back when you have to kite. When you have to kite against an Ivy, so
we definitely benefit from that. That's
we do. We
one
do
of the best things that we have prepared for. We knew that IdentityV would come up with this. That's why we don't look back when we kite ever since the beginning.
Our whole life led up to this, led up to the release of Ivy. Like yes, a Hunter finally made for us who don't look back.
Exactly. Ivy mains got to be shaking in their boots when they're chasing me and Nell, because we never look back.
But now Sprinter's gonna position himself in the middle, right next to I Love Usui and CC. Paulus is going to be far away, so probably not going to be able to catch any glimpse of his teammates. So that support coffin might not come into play. It's probably going to just be for his own self-preservation.
True. true, and it seems like that might be so because he's not only one borrowed time here, but we do have two tide turners, a full kiting build on both Polis and Heian, while we have Insolence, Blink, and Detention on Sprinter's side. So folks, round 1 ended in a tie. Will the same happen in round 2? We'll find out as DM survivors go up against B4U's Hunter Sprinter. That's Nello. I'm Pod Spice, where your commentators bring you the action at Lakeside Village.
All right, Ivy making the rotations, trying to spot out where the embalmer is. And good idea, just take out the embalmer as soon as possible, just so that the coffin will not be a factor anymore.
Wow.
Look at how fast Sprinter just sprints towards where police is. But police, of course, like this is the new change that we're talking about, right? That's that terrain change. But now the 11 area, Sprinter's gonna be there to cut police off. Police is so close to getting that free hit right there, but Sprinter gonna try and give a little bit of trying to buy a little bit of time right there, but he's just trying to make his rotations away from the coffin, and that way police will be able to self-revive here. But that haunt onto Heian right nearby, the coordinator could probably give a support, could probably support with the gun right there.
I like how Polis is actually moving away from the coordinator because at least that's going to give her time to break the Ostracan area and kind of finish off the Cypher before they go for that support. Polis, unfortunately, dropping the pallet will fall down here, but at least he did get some mileage away from that coffin. So considering his build of a full kiting build, he doesn't have any plans of going towards that end game. So I'd say great start. This is kind of what they were kind of going for, but could be a little bit better because we do see that Heian now is going to get haunted, and it's going to be in this area where the coffin is at.
Yeah, but that's the thing. You can get haunted, right? And Sprinter just coming in. Even if you have the coffin to bring from far away, Sprinter still has that teleport thanks to the Ostracon. Heian probably just coming in, trying to provide the support that they need. Oh.
Wow! The
Canceling
scare!
off.
Oh my god!
What a scare! Although that hit onto coordinator would have been really nice, but let's see what's gonna happen here. Yeah, probably not gonna risk a gun here, right? We've seen the guns being shot at a really bad angle here. So hey, it's gonna go back to that cipher and be like, yeah, let me just finish this cipher real quick. Yeah. But Heian, nice, my god! Hey, but 100%, is that gonna be enough though?
Oh, the stun's quite long, and now the rescue did happen. He's gonna have to teleport back, and he did break that Ostracan area at the small boat area. Man, I just gotta watch that again. He was able to scare before he pulled the trigger, but at the end of the day, Heian was able to get that stun. Now, Polis on his last chair, 79% last effort did pop, and now full presence Ivy inbound as the embalmer will be heading back towards the manor.
Yeah, using his flywheel to negate death, but unfortunately, it doesn't work that way. Imagine if you could actually flywheel the damage from the last effort.
Wild,
wild, right? But right now, Sprinter heading to his next target. He's like, "Yep, let's just disrupt the middle cipher. Let's make the life of the coordinator a little bit harder because." Coordinator has yet to finish his cipher in the 11 area.
I'm just trying to work, man. Stop bothering me. I gotta pop this cipher, and fortunately, you have the Florian able to pop 2 ciphers, Mercenaries able to pop 1. We're already at accelerated decoding. Well, we do see Sprinter kind of setting up towards the middle area of this map, or the small boat area. So CC is gonna have to kite away. He's going to try and force out an elbow pad. So 1 more elbow pad to work with for this mercenary. So he's slowly dwindling the items. While we do see the ciphers are kind of on a standstill here.
Oh!
Uh-oh.
Wow, actually that was a perfect opportunity to slam the pallet earlier, right? But Sprinter avoiding that pallet slam on of his own as well. But he has to be really careful though. That's already 2 ciphers, pretty healthy amount of progress, right? Across the map. They're starting a 6 and a 7 cipher, a little bit of progress everywhere. They realize it's an IV after all, and IV, yeah, it's really a difficult. Okay.
Ooh.
All right, 2 in 1. Like, I missed the person, but I will not miss that ball.
Yeah, it's a 2-in-1, a 2-for-1. But the scare does happen. He tries to go for another one. Unfortunate flywheel there. Sprinter was able to catch it, and Heian now forced to move on away from this cipher. Luckily, Coordinator does have a magic wand, so maybe that could come into use. But like you mentioned, Nell, like the ciphers are looking kind of healthy in terms of one being left if you combine the other two. However, they are going to prioritize healing for now. This does mean if he's able to catch them, which he does, he's going to be able to latch on to one of these survivors, and he needs to register a hit. Goes for the blink hit.
Super aggressive there, realizing that, yeah, you know what, I'm playing a 6-9 blink after all. I might as well just use it just to get that early damage, just to keep on pressuring the survivors. But Sprinter, look at this. Heian is like, help me. I'm just trying to finish that cipher.
Tried to go for the magic wand, but he did get that haunt, and it did get that attract. Yeah, he was unfortunately on the board here. The Coordinator was not able to finish one cipher because of the constant harassment from Sprinter. So Mercenary did get healed up. That's good, so he can go for at least a safe rescue. But I love Yusui. He's gonna get caught out here. It's gonna be very dangerous because the Fire Investigator, unfortunately, is in a really tough spot while we see CC trying to pressure for a rescue.
Yeah, the back and forth coming in, right? That hit onto Masonry, and now just coming back, getting that rescue. Heian's gonna go over. Sprinter's probably gonna shift towards Usui. That's exactly what he's gonna do. Very smart, just dwindling the resources of the survivors, just keeping them constantly using up their time to go back and forth, just to rescue. So all that time is gonna be, in order to decode, that's not gonna happen anymore.
Yeah, I think this is a great example of the pressure that Ivy can put, especially on certain parts of this huge map. And considering that these survivors don't necessarily have portals or any mobility buffs that they can use to go from one side of the map to the other, this is definitely how you want to be playing Ivy. Divide and conquer, split the survivors up for them to either heal, go for objectives, go for rescues. And now CC, unfortunately, is going to get kind of caught out here, going to eat that hit. It might be a double down situation once he focuses in on I Love Yusui.
Yeah, could be, but he's gonna go and stop Heian. What?
Wow.
What a play! Oh my god, blocking Heian. He actually had the magician stick, right? The magician wand, but he was just blocked. Oh my goodness. And that's gonna be a double down nonetheless. But Fire Investigator still trying to finish that cipher in the middle mode. Oh my god. Don't force it. Don't force it.
That middle cipher has been like the fly trap that Sprinter was able to set up, that people like just moth to a flame, right? Just, okay, try to push the cipher. I dare you. I double dare you. But then Sprinter, the setup of the Ostracons, just constantly pressuring everyone, forcing the Mercenary to go for that exit path. Oh, wow. Vault's forcing the vault to happen and catching I Love Yusui. And now another checkmate situation here on Sprinter's side, forcing the Mercenary to go for that self-heal. He's already going to teleport because he knows where the Mercenary's at. Does not have any items left on his inventory to work with. And it seems like Sprinter is going to have that 5-point game once again. Blink is already online for Sprinter to work with as well.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, that blink!
Whoa.
Okay, wait. A little bit of back and forth. Okay, now teleport back to the ethereal form. That's gonna bring him back to Usui. And when that happens, CC's already on the form. Okay, just coming in straight away, but does not have a blink to work with. So Sprinter needs to chase on foot. Just put the form right back to where Mercenary is. No more exit path on him. And it's just a matter of time. Sprinter will be able to get the 4 elimination.
Yeah. It's kind of insane how it's stalled at 2 ciphers remaining and how well he was able to lock down that part of the map. People were trying to push that middle cipher and sorry, the one at a small boat. And now we see a block off on I Love Yusui, but wow, he was able to hit through the balloon.
Oh my
Okay,
god, clip
Sprinter, I
that.
see you. That's crazy. I didn't know you could do that.
I didn't know you could hit past that. The positioning of the ball, maybe. But Sprinter knew exactly where to catch that opening from.
Yeah.
Right? The normal response would be like, oh, a ball. Charge attack first. But
Yes.
he was like, okay, left, go to the left and just left
Strike. And that's the thing. The hitbox still was able to connect towards the first officer, and then the first officer kind of still stuck around that, or maybe he timed it well enough that once he popped the balloon, he already went for the hit. So
Yeah.
just you could see the mastery of Sprinter,
Sprinter,
how well he
yeah.
was able to not just manage Ivy in using the hitbox, but you also saw how well he was able to get those clutch teleports and those downs, and still able to manage each Ostracon area and the ethereal form. There's a lot to manage, a lot of multitasking going on Sprinter's side, and you saw it masterfully played here.
Yeah, another 4K, 4 elimination, which adds 5 points to the first half of game number 2. Game number 1, round number 2. Yeah,
Yep,
round number 2. So this is definitely something to be expected of Sprinter. And sometimes almost there is almost never enough, right?
Ooh,
The 88%
Great song.
cipher.
Yeah. Shout out to Ariana Grande.
88%. Right. It's so close to completion, but oh my god, they could not finish that middle cipher. That was
Yes.
so annoying.
Spencer did not allow it. He just constantly kept pressuring that part of that map and continued to show why he's one of the most feared hunters. But Ling Ame, though, he does have an opera singer, and that might be banned out. So yesterday brought out the Goatman and the opera singer. So coming into this next match, it's going to still be a kind of a toss-up. I will say that he does still have that tall task ahead of him, but he was able to shine in round number 1. So who knows what can happen in round number 2 here. But again, shout outs to the survivors of DM. They did try going an alternative route. They didn't go for the full support. They did go for Heian on the coordinator, which again, he had a good gun. He had a good flare gun moment. There were some good kiting decisions here, but man, Sprinter was just catching them off guard and constantly pressuring them away from their ciphers and forcing them to go for heals or go for rescues.
And you know what's the amazing thing about this?
Tell me.
Ivy has been further nerfed, right? So Sprinter being able to make this happen against a composition that quite literally counters him, and that's impressive, right? That's impressive in itself. And just that amazing cipher control. And yes, the Ostracon is now vulnerable. There's no invulnerability time, cooldown timer before you can break it. But Sprinter says, yeah, I don't really care. I don't really care. He knows how to push the extent of Ivy, right? The extent of Ivy's potential right there, and paid off. That was a 4K, and he did it in spectacular fashion too. Like, it's just a classic game of like not being tunnel vision, just constantly maintaining pressure across the map onto the last 2 ciphers, just pinpointing where the survivors are targeting. And you saw multiple survivors from DM try to finish that 11 area cipher. Did not happen, and ultimately they went down trying to finish it.
Yeah, they definitely tried their best to manage their ciphers, and you really saw a lot of Heian trying to push that cipher, but Sprinter just did not allow it. It did halt after 3 ciphers did pop, but I mean, just highlighting how Sprinter was able to map control that entire section of Lakeside Village was really one to behold, knowing that there are changes to Ivy, and considering this is a big map, kind of like Dream Witch, you're limited to a certain radius, but he just knows how to max or min-max his way to just make sure that he's able to control and set up his territory of his Ostracons really well.
Yeah. At some point, you also see the overlapping as well, right? The overlapping of Ostracons as well. But yeah, I mean, DM has definitely stepped up. They definitely played way better in terms of how they pressured Cypher, pressured Sprinter compared to game number 1. But here, I think it's just a case of forcing the Cypher where Sprinter was clearly aiming to guard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry,
the 6 and 7. Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, I just saw the coordinator's decoding progress. It was quite unfortunate that the coordinator did not pop any ciphers, but she was at 161% decoding. That's
Just
just
going
how much she
between-
just.
Yeah, it's just going between the 11 area and the shack cipher.
Yeah, so
It's going
but
back and
still
forth. Oh my god.
unable to pop any of the ciphers, right?
Yes,
Just
yeah.
constant like lockdown on
Yeah.
both those spots. So
Yeah.
that's Sprinter, but Ling Ame coming into the next half here. How he's gonna change things up? We're gonna ban out the mechanic and Seer to start things out. And it seems like B4U doing a bit of their homework here, banning out the clown of Ling Ame.
Yeah, the clown can be a really scary factor here, right? So B4U, they just don't want to play with anomalies, right? They don't want to play against anomalies. So, good job. Just ban out the clown, and deal with whatever that comes next. Can be an opera singer, can be an IV, can be a hullabaloo,
Right.
right? But here, honestly, B4U again, task with the impossible task. Oh my god, sorry, John Wick reference, but they just need one man escape. Yeah, the impossible task. Yeah. Which is not really impossible. One escape is all they need.
Yes. And man, I just remember the matchup yesterday in Ever Sleeping Town with Ling Ame. He did bring out his opera singer, and it was quite terrifying. So maybe, as you mentioned before, you just needed to warm up in round number 1, because now they cannot afford that same type of scenario. They need to get at least one out of the gate. And considering that they did pick up a lot of meta characters here, that being the meteorologist to start things out, Florian as well. They did bring out the first officer, Antiquarian. This lineup is very capable of getting that one-man escape, and heck, even more if possible. So Ling Ame, once again, tall task ahead of him. He needs to keep up with whatever Sprinter puts on the table and kind of double down on it as well.
Yeah. Well, Ame is tasked with getting a 4K again. I mean, it takes sheer will, commitment. What's the order again? Sheer will, commitment, dedication. Yeah, technically anything.
Trying to
that
remember the
helps him
name
get-
right now.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. Let me just Google it.
It's
Oh my
10% luck, 20% skill, 15% power and concentrated will.
All right, Mike Shinoda, shout outs right there. But yeah, I mean, he definitely needs all of that, because right now he needs to get a 4K again to offset the score
Yes.
by Sprinter.
I
And
will
what
give a
better way
shout out
do
to some folks here. We do see Camille Son saying hello, Nello, my goat, dude. You
okay.
guys are the goat.
that? Oh wait, that's not.
It's not a
That's
goat,
not
dude.
a goat. Sorry.
Give me your best goat impression.
Okay.
Don't goats ba like what? Oh, those
So
are sheep.
fun.
Sorry. What?
How does a goat even sound like? I can only think about wolf.
That's not a goat. I'm pretty sure. How does Sprinter sound? Because he's a goat. Shout out to Polaris that's here. I see Meowing. Mew is here as well. Caro, Maneke SP, Will, Hannah. Shout out to each and every one of you that's joining us and tuning in here. Please let us know your thoughts on this matchup. Again, it's B4U versus DM. Please do, keep things positive in the chat. If you guys have any constructive criticism, they're more than welcome, because we do like talking about the game. But these players are putting everything on the line for them to entertain us. So let's put some respect on their names, as Ling Ame is going to take the fight to Green and Schmitty here at the small boat area. Nell, talk to me about the persona builds.
Well, everyone has borrowed time except for Yudo, so Yudo's probably gonna be that one sacrificial lamb. But he does have Tide Turner alongside with Roland, and Ame is gonna rock that standard 3-6 blink. No one has a flywheel, so probably anticipating an opera singer nonetheless. But again, guys, this is where things get interesting. They just need one escape, whereas Ling needs a 4K. Bringing the commentaries is Mino and Poch Spice. We're commentators for this round 2, second half.
Ling Ame, not wasting any time, already dancing with the shadows here, making his way towards Yudo. And we did call it Yudo not having borrowed time, not even accounting for that end game. But Nell, please, let's see Yudo kind of hide. No, he's not going to hide. He's actually going to go turn this corner, drops the pallet, and Ling Ame having his first target ahead of him.
Yeah,
Yudo
first
already
target.
making sure we're going to see a little bit of change of elevation here. Make sure to pop your ears as we check out this meteorologist already changing towards that second floor.
Yeah, zooming up, I was like, yeah, reach for the stars. Reach for the stars, Yudo. But so far, so good, though. That first kite is
Another one.
amazing. Look at that. He looks like he's on the cloud. Oh, Yudo, watch it. You're okay. I think this is okay. I think this is okay. He can still buy a little bit of time. Even if he gets hit once, he can still go up. Oh, the blind instantly? What? That's pretty... Okay, so Ame should be pretty confident catching him off guard here.
Yeah, and I think he knows he's already used up 3 of his shakes on that bottle, that he can try to go for an instant down here. But note that we don't have a flywheel on Yudo, so he's gonna try to go back to the S pallet area here outside. Can he make it through?
Oh,
Wow,
nice!
able to get through the pallet. So he's buying so much time for his team. He's gonna try to shadow dance his way, and now the down does happen.
Wow, Yudo kiting that 3 ciphers, almost 3 ciphers, but that was a very, very respectable kite, right? Although Yudo did use up all of the inventory, right? So rebound kite could be a little hard. Has no borrowed time, so that makes sense, but he does have the tight turner. Roland's already in position to come for the rescue. And with that, that's going to prolong the kite a little bit longer.
Yeah.
Ame is just gonna be like, yeah, just go ahead, just use your watch. I'm just gonna break some pallets before hitting.
Ooh.
And the tank from Roland as well. That's beautiful.
Really great stuff there, Roland. Getting that rescue, forcing that attack recovery. So
Yeah.
like you said, Yudo, he's just going to go through this window, get that window speed boost to change course here to go away from the boat area, or sorry, the shore area, just so that this can open up the map just a little bit. Green is actually near for a rescue, but unfortunately does not have Tide Turner, since Yudo is the one with that Tide Turner. But no, it's looking kind of different because they already have their last cipher being worked on.
Yeah, I mean, B4U survivors have probably woken up, right? They're like, yeah, let's lock in right now. Let's lock in. Let's not fool around anymore. Let's show them what B4U is all about. And that's exactly what they do. Oh, Schmitty. Let's see. He's going to come in. No tight turner, though. Wait a minute. The change of trade has already happened. Probably wants to try and body block at least once. Oh, the balloon. Okay, like, you know what? Wait. Probably using it to help. Oh, what a beautiful block.
Wow. Okay, he's going to try to get the balloon back, and we see that Schmitty's really forcing the case here just for Yudo to move on here. Last cipher still stuck at 52, and nice prediction. We already see that Roland has already moved on from that last cipher, and now this actually prolongs Yudo to stay alive while Roland has to take this next kite. Unfortunately for the survivors, though, they haven't worked on a backup cipher.
No, it's okay. They can take this time to try and heal each other up, start a new cipher, and Antiquarian can come in for the rescue. You know what I mean? So this is so good right now. B4U finally showing why they are the COA representatives, the NAEU representatives for COA. And right now, Roland about to go down, but it's totally fine. First officer said, yeah, I've been meaning to take a break anyway with my 10% extra time on the... Oh, wait, not 10%. But with my time decoding and rescuing, I deserve a break.
Yeah, my shift is done. All right, I'm clocking out, guys. 9 to 5 is done. Now we do see that the Antiquarian is actually forcing the cipher, while we do see Schmitty and Yudo trying to go for the, the shore area. Yudo, unfortunately, is not actually healed up. I thought it was Yudo that could go for the rescue because he does have Tide Turner, but right now seems like attention is going to be put onto Yudo. And note that Yudo does not have borrowed time, so we're going to possibly see a rescue attempt. But now we see the first officer is out of the rocket chair. Cypher is about to be primed. They just have to pop right now to give Yudo some time of life here for him to be able to survive for as long as he can.
Yeah. Oh, that is gonna come back in. It's okay, even with the Terra Shock, it's totally fine because after he chairs, well, there will still be the balloon by Schmidi even if he wants to. Oh no, he doesn't have a balloon anymore. The gate's already open, and that's gonna be a totally different story from the first game because they have their 3-man escape.
They do.
Just waiting
seems like-
for Schmidi to open up the back gate, I think.
Oh, possibly. But yeah, we're
yeah.
see an exit and possibly a dungeon escape. There you go.
Dungeon,
Lower left
yeah.
side says the dungeon escape does happen. But yeah, difference between night and day with how that was played out. And Yudo, you know what? The kiting route was definitely a lot more comfortable on his side. You did see how the routing was on the meteorologist, and that's why it needs to get banned out in this map. And we were talking
Yes.
about it during our study session, right? Usually the meteorologist is used for the push. But here you could see how the change in elevation on the big boat could really help them with that kite. And Yudo really helped set that up for them to be able to get that 3-person escape.
Yeah, Yudo definitely kited, pulled his weight there, right? Like Yudo, that 3-cipher kite, using up all the inventory was very well worth it. And not to mention that very end as well, you can see the kiting abilities of Yudo even without items and even with one hitbox away from going down. Yeah, he didn't go down. I mean, it's an opera singer, man. That's a very fast hunter, a fast Numing hunter, and he still managed to buy a lot of time. So MVP for that game, I would say definitely Yudo right there.
Especially like you mentioned, I think they're definitely all warmed up before you, looking like they know what they were doing. They knew how to manage their positioning, and they knew, like you saw that the trait swap happened while while Schmidi was trying to go for the rescue. And you immediately saw Roland, okay, I can't touch the cipher because the teleport is definitely going to happen. So you saw him kind of back away. And what a clutch rescue on Schmidi's side, putting the balloon down, eating that hit, and affording Yudo to transition away from that area. And Schmidi even getting a body block in the process for him to get that down. So really splitting the attention of Ling Ame.
Yeah, that was really, really well executed body block, right? Because every single time I see someone trying to do it, somehow the hunter always magically hits the correct survivor.
Because you're going up against Sprinter, that's why.
Right. But right now, Schmidi pulling it off definitely bought a lot of time for the team. Because otherwise, if Yudo went down there straight away, I think things are going to be looking a little bit grim for B4U. Schmidi would probably be that next target getting chased off with half health, and then it'll be up to Green and Roland to try and finish up the last cipher. But nonetheless, it's always going to be at least a 1-man escape, seeing how the cipher was already primed with 3 survivors up and running.
Yeah. So, just to actually reiterate that they just needed a 1-person escape just for them to win, but they went above and beyond that in 3-1. So, congratulations, B4U, taking advantage in round number 2. So, folks, let's check out the highlights and take a quick break. When we come back, it's going to be round number 3. And we're back, folks, with more of this intense action and back and forth between DM versus B4U, where B4U able to win both halves of round number 2. And Nell, we were kind of talking about it during that short break. I think if Sprinter does get that 4K, it's not... DM might not be able to come back from this. So
Yeah.
not sure if we're gonna play out that second half. We're just gonna get confirmation if that is gonna happen, but seems like they are in a really good position coming to round number 3, winning those 2 halves, because they won in rounds and they're definitely ahead in points, because it is now a 7-point differential.
It is. It's a 7-point differential, and if it's if Sprinter gets a 4K, if any of the factions get 4K on the side of B4U, 5 points, it doesn't really matter anymore in second half, because even if you get a tie, they'll still win.
Yeah.
Yeah, B4U will still win. What about if it's a 3-man elimination, a 3-1 point?
On B4U side,
On B4U side, yeah.
they could still get a 5-point game, and then
No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Oh, they can't allow B4U to win.
They can't. Yeah, they just cannot allow B4U to win, because even if it's a 3-1, even if the Sprinter doesn't get a 4K, he gets a 3K.
Actually,
No,
even if it's a tie,
even if it's a tie, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. So, the baseline for DM is for them to at least
Three
get a
escape
three
or
escape or
4K.
3. Yeah, the minimum is a 3 escape or a 3 elimination.
Yeah,
Oof.
to keep going for second half.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
tough.
they gotta get 3-1. It's not B4U. DM needs to get a 3-1. Doesn't matter 3 escape or 3 elimination. They gotta get it in the first half, and then in the second half they need to get a 5 points.
Yeah,
game.
just to tie it, right? To push for overtime. If
Yeah.
you think about it, if they want to win this completely, they got a 5-point game both halves, which is, that's
This is the impossible task.
that's the impossible. That's the John Wick task right there.
right,
'Cause,
exactly.
More bans are on the table. Yes, we won't have access to the meta hunters, but you could play super passively and just play for that tie. And you're up against one of the best survivor teams to ever do it and best hunter to ever do it. So yeah, that's a tall task. I think the more winnable, or the more that saying, how do you you just take it like one step at a time, right? With this one, like, how do you eat an elephant, like, or one foot at a time or something, and something like that. Don't look at the big task ahead of you. Just take it one step at a time. Just turns out, Nell, that this task is the first step is quite the big one, because you cannot afford to tie this game. You have to be able to get a 3-point game from either faction. So yeah, we're just getting confirmation on that with production. Again, shout outs to production for keeping everything going. Amazing graphics, amazing flow, and also shout outs to you guys. But yeah, we're just letting you guys know what the win conditions are for Team DM and also for B4U, because that was an intense match in Lakeside Village. It definitely went in B4U's way, and now they're kind of set up to a really good round number 3.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, if they get 3 points, right? Just to reiterate, simply because I have this brain fog early in the morning. If B4U even wins, gets a draw in the first half, DM might not even need to play the second half anymore, simply because it doesn't really matter anymore, right? But yeah, of course, if DM manages to get a 3-1 on any of the faction side, or a 5-0, that would mean that it's still very comebackable for DM. But I don't know. In game number 3, Sprinters has had a flawless back-to-back 4K.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't imagine him getting less than that, but
Caster curse, who knows? He might get a tie, but like we said, a tie is still not optimal for DM. They need to tie in terms of points, which is getting a 3 at the very least.
True.
And a 5.
True,
For that. So imagine that. Sprinter, okay, not getting, if you don't see Sprinter getting a 4K, he's obviously, like, the next best thing is the tie. And that's kind of like or if you think about it, with how sharp Sprinter is and how talented he is, that's kind of like the worst case, or like the fail-safe scenario. So seems like we are gonna go with DM's map choice here in Moonlit River Park. Sacred Heart Hospital does get banned out, and I believe it's gonna be Hunter first on B4U side. So Sprinter is gonna lead the charge once again.
Wow. And it's Moonlit River Park. This is the map that B4U would want to play if they were the ones choosing. All right,
yeah, that's true.
Help me. I don't know.
People in the chat are asking what DM stands for. It's Dream for You. That's the name of the team. Dream. So they're keeping their dreams alive, folks. Hopefully y'all are keeping your dreams alive, as DM is trying to fight for their tournament lives as they go up against B4U.
Yeah. I gotta give my shout outs as well to Carol. Where's your badge, Carol? What happened? You used to be purple.
Whoa, why are you calling out here?
You used to be purple. But yeah, I mean, we are going to be heading into the next map right here. That's Moonlit River Park. I mean, I don't know. Will we see a hullabaloo? That's the question. But whatever it is SOS time for DM.
Yeah, so it seems like we are actually not going to see that hullabaloo because the hullabaloo does get targeted banned. So no hullabaloo, no opera singer, Goatman and Ivy. So the top 4 are off the table for Sprinter to work with. So now we're going to see a bit of variety, a little bit of a flex onto Sprinter's side, but he is known for his other hunters as well. His Spider is really good. We have also his Dream Witch. And now, just looking at the Survivor lineup, I like that they picked the Priestess. Priestess has been sort of out of the mix in the first 2 games, but in this map, and the fact that DM chose this map is something that I believe they're kind of coming up with a strategy for. I mean, shout out to the little boy over in Southeast Asia, really making sure that the Priestess does stay in that meta. Now we see the last ban onto that Gravekeeper does allow the Acrobat to come out, so they might kind of flex this Acrobat or someone else to kind of go for that rescuer role. But here you have it, folks. Priestess, Novelist, you have that Prisoner for that Cypher Rush, and the Acrobat as the last pick for DM, while Sprinter still has a lot to choose from in terms of hunters, but the top 4 are off the table. No Goatman, no Ivy, no Hullabaloo, or no Opera Singer.
Well, that's a good thing, right? Because all these characters are super good at catching up to survivors, especially in a big map like this. Obviously, Opera Singer for the new Ming, Hullabaloo, especially after unlocking Trapeze. That's going to be a super scary hunter to face up, especially in late game. But one thing that I really like from the survivor side, guess which character I really like?
The Prisoner. Of course.
Yes,
Yeah,
of course.
because Postman's not here.
Postman's not here. So that's the Prisoner we're looking at. And I should show this keycap later on. But
Later on, yeah.
But for now, this lineup doesn't exactly scream team fight. It's just more like mobility in terms of the portal placements, the Acrobat, and then of course that's the Cypher Rush factor coming in. But Sprinter here, oh my god, I know someone
In the chat.
called
Asking
for Wax
for-
Artist.
Yes. Are you from the future? Who was that person that called for Wax Artist? What information do you have that we do not know about? Give me a winning lotto number right now.
Oh my god.
Predicting the Wax Artist. And this is actually quite deadly. We were talking about how Wax Artist, yes, I admit the person in chat did say that you don't really see Wax Artist in competitive as he was before, but he's still quite viable.
He is. But in this
and-
map, we've seen God J before. I don't know why I keep bringing us back to God J's Wax Artist. The second floor snipes blocking ciphers from halfway across the map.
His aim is so good.
I know.
But this really plays into that win condition that Sprinter is going for. And Wax Art is kind of known for just being that viable hunter you bring out when you just want to tie things up and you want to be able to just add that pressure. And considering that the survivors need to get a 3-person escape to still stay alive, you're kind of in that moth to a flame scenario where you have to force the rescues. You have to keep at close quarters. And that's what Sprinter wants. He wants to, draw everyone in. And it seems like he wants to also control the Cypher Rush as he spawns close to the Prisoner.
Yeah, but whatever it is, DM needs to have at least 3 survivors out in order to have a chance to even tie out the next half or even win the game, right? So that's going to be a tall order. It's a John Wick task difficulty level, but whatever it is, DM wants to fight back in this game with 3 borrowed times. Everyone except the Prisoner has borrowed time. Flywheel only on the Prisoner, and of course Tide Turner on Novelist and Acrobat Sprinter. Warp Gate 3-6. So I'm Nello, that's Pot Spice. We'll be bringing you round 3, first half, DM versus B4U.
We're starting things off already with a wax artist hunkering down here as I Love Yusui is going to try to move on away, but that's already 84% wax onto this prisoner. The kiting route is still really good, but you gotta take out line of sight. We do see already a freeze onto this prisoner, and early presence a little bit gained here. Sprints are doing very well managing that wax. He's gonna block off that window and continue chase here.
Yeah, and just blocking off the pallets as well. So look at what's going on here. He's already blocking that area. But mind you though, if you run a marathon, you can still outrun the wax duration, right? So unless if you break the pallets, which I think Sprinzer should definitely do.
Okay. Nice. I like how the shock was able to actually counter that warp gate. So warp has actually been kited out, but he's actually out of this really good kiting area now. Line of sight is established here. Flywheel to try to go away from the 100% wax, and now we see that Sprinter is gonna get his first down in the first minute of the game.
Yeah, and I like how Sprinter was so adamant of not breaking the pallets, right?
Yeah.
Because that was definitely a very, very strong kiting area, especially especially even if you saw that the pallet and the window was getting walled off with the wax. He was still kiting for a very long time, but right now, the Mikey coming in.
Oh my god.
What?
And now he's gonna try and go for a double down, but he's already spent a bit of wax here. He's gonna just try to get as much presence as possible just so he can unlock full presence.
Oh my god. Not even 2 minutes, already at max presence. This is gonna pose a huge trouble. No one here will be able to rescue, especially if he applies the cold wax, hot wax, Mr. Miyagi sort of thing.
Definitely wax on for this wax artist. He will continue to wax off these players, and that's the thing also. The prisoner, you didn't really see him come online with his fast decoding or connecting into ciphers because he's always been on the rocket chair. But we're going to see the novelist get the switch going. Going to get a wax bomb just to add a little more pressure onto this prisoner. They're trying to body block here. Now the hot wax is actually online here, able to actually gain a bit of book. Prisoner, unfortunately, falls to the last effort.
Everyone's committing everything they have into this because they know if they get one person out, the next person down is gonna spell doom for the team. So I like what DM's trying to do here, trying to body block. Unfortunately, no portal placement that's actually helping Usui to get to that global portal. Otherwise, that would have been amazing, man. If only there was a portal connection all the way to the global.
True. I think they just did connect the bridge. That's where the priestess did come from, but like you said, it didn't really play into helping out the prisoner here. CC giving a bit of tinnitus. They have to prioritize healing up, and Sprints are still looking for the best possible target. He will clean up a little bit of the holy key here, and it seems like he's back on the hunt. Oh my god, turned the corner a little too soon. Heian is already here. And now he's just gonna make sure that he's actually gonna go for Polis this time. Whoa.
Yo! So decisive with the blink coming in, but that does mean that Sprinter will not be able to account for the late game. Like, for example, no more teleport, no more warp to work with. And honestly, Sprinter needs to add it here and then.
Yeah, and it seems like the survivors, if they play it safe, they still unfortunately will fall because it is his win condition is that tie, and once Novelist does expire, it will be GG's. And it seems like Heian is just gonna try and buy enough time, maybe build up a little bit of a holy key just for him to be able to get this rescue going. But if Sprinter turns that corner and starts adding wax, definitely add that pressure. Last cipher is being worked on though, so that they got that going. But just the rescue onto Wax Artist. We talk about Bonbon being a really good camping hunter, but Wax Artist is definitely up there in terms of the harassment he can get. And now Heian's gonna try to make it towards this rocket chair.
Yeah, trying to make that rescue, but unfortunately it has to be revealed right here. The wax is gonna happen.
Whoa.
Police trying to hide behind the lady, but you can see the cipher is almost done. 85%. No, it's not almost done. It's far from done. And with that, that's gonna be it. B4U getting the tie that they need. Sprinzer knows if he just gets a tie, there's not even gonna be a need for second half because 7-2 is not gonna be enough to beat the 8-1.
Okay, nice drop down to force the pop to happen, but this is a wax artist, and Heian unfortunately getting hit with a wax bomb, and we have a detention hit for it to down this priestess. Sprinter looking at a 3-man elimination.
Very decisive as well, right? He's finally gonna allow CC to escape through the back doors. No more trades for him to help, but honestly, 2K was the minimum requirement. But look, wait, Sprinter, wait.
Oh,
you think he can pull it off? No,
it's a little too far.
way.
I was looking at the lower left side of the screen. It was quite close, but yeah, it's a little too far. But CC able to tell the tale of how he was able to escape the clutches of Sprinter, but really playing up to the win conditions here. And there you have it, folks. B4U, the winners of this match, denying the second half. But do give your hearts, do give your love and support for DM for putting up a really good fight, especially Ling Ame, able to get that 5-point game in round number 1.
Exactly. But I gotta give my shout outs, definitely. Sprinter just very consistent with his eliminations, 4K, 3K. I would be surprised if he's not MVP. But on the side of survivors as well, you gotta compliment Yudo as well, especially in his amazing goat kiting in the second game. And shout outs as well. Congratulations, Carol, you're finally number 1. Okay.
Wow.
So yeah, Carol trying to celebrate with B4U right there.
We gotta look up goat sounds because I feel like we're not doing the goat sound. That's a dog, dude.
Oh my god, really?
Two Bros Kissers, they had a couple of months to look up goat sounds, but we weren't able to find it. But
yeah, not if the seer says so.
Oh, look at that, the keycap seer. There you go.
Yeah,
look at that.
yeah.
That's why the seer's not in, because Nell's holding him hostage in that box, folks.
Exactly. Looks exactly like it. And you know what's the funny thing?
Tell me.
A friend that doesn't even play IdentityV got me this.
That's how iconic the seer is. People that don't know IdentityV are like, yo, I know this character. He's the seer, and I'll give him a keycap. So there you go, folks.
Exactly.
Unfortunately, we haven't. I mean, that's the most we've seen the seer. Could you put it up again? This is the most we're going to see the seer, guys.
All right,
because the seer's always banned. Oh, quite unfortunate.
Always banned. Oh, wait. Can you see it? Yeah.
There you go. Look at that. The beautiful, I forgot the collab. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, it fits to the keyboard cap. In case you guys wonder. It's the white seer skin.
White seer skin with the blind. Yeah, I'm guessing blind. Obviously, he's blindfolded, but the one with the pigtails.
The Truth and Inference series.
Yeah, that one. Beautiful skin. But also beautiful match stats on the side of Sprinter here. Wanting to go for that tie, went above and beyond, getting that 3-1 game, and DM was kind of forced to play aggressive here, right? We can't hold that against them because they needed to get more than just a tie in this matchup, and they did try to go for the over support, fighting till the very end. Shout out to CC, Heian, I Love You, Sui, and Polis, trying to give it their all. However, B4U really playing to their win cons very well. They did move on and deny that second half of round number 3.
Yeah, fortunately as well, because I think they were like, B4U's like, we definitely need to take a little bit of break before grand finals, because that's going to be BR5, right? So,
yes.
Yeah. So I guess it wasn't technically a 2-0. It was technically a
2.5.
2.5.
2.5. There you go.
Oh my god, new term.
You know what? What's funny is Chocho is saying that she's not the OT queen anymore. It's Nell that's the OT king. But who knows?
Please don't. Please. Today's way too important. So, but I've always been the OT king. Chocho just came in. She's the OT queen.
Yeah, she is. But yesterday, when I was commentating with her, it did end in 2-0 fashions. But when you guys are combined together, I don't know, maybe it's the reign of the king and queen, because that's when it went BO3, which is cool. I mean, it was a really intense back and forth. Here though, 2.5 king though, so it's fine. Not the 3.
Oh my god, Tubero saying, I sent Nello a video of goats because I'm crying.
Oh,
but why? Goats?
Because he wanted.
Goats
No, dude, stop. If you think that, then Crystal and Toto are goats. Then, if you think that's how goats sound,
They're goats.
they're goats.
They're,
You feed
they're
them grass?
sleeping. I don't. I feed them milk. You going, they'll go meh. Okay, meh.
But
Meh.
aren't those sheeps? I think they're
sheep,
sheeps.
right?
Mm-hmm.
And Baz also sheeps. I'm so confused.
And yeah, shout outs to Ki Jua. Shout outs to you giving us shout outs. So hopefully you're doing well. Infamous, is that you? Or sorry, because Infamous was yesterday's professor. If that's you, shout outs to you. If you guys haven't seen Infamous Kite with the professor, please do, because that was such a highlight in yesterday's performance. Yesterday's performance. Yesterday in day one. And here we have it, Yudo! MVP! Let's go. Hopefully we interview Yudo. But here we have it, the meteorologist. This is why meteorologist has to be on everyone's map radar, or at least the ban radar for the team, because of how well she performs in Lakeside Village.
Yeah, I'm surprised the average deduction points isn't as high on Sprinter, because that's a 4K. But considering how well Yudo did early game and late game, and cheating death in the mid game, that was just chef's kisses.
Yes.
And honestly, very well deserving. I mean, Yudo, congratulations. I hope we get to interview.
I actually got confirmation it will be Anton that will be interviewing for B4U. So maybe we could ask him how he felt in terms of how the survivors performed, and also how the hunter performed, and them going to the best of 3. But do let us know in the chat your questions to B4U's Anton as we set the stage up ready for Anton as they get ready. They still have to prepare for that best of 5, so I'm pretty sure we're gonna get kind of a locked in and zoned in Anton when we interview him, because they can't let go of the gas just yet. They gotta keep striving for that best of the best as they head towards that grand finals.
Exactly. But yeah, I mean, after all has been said and done, B4U has definitely proven themselves. And moving on forward to the grand finals, that's your first grand finalist. We're still looking for our next grand finalist.
Yep.
Right, and that's between Omni and FNE.
Yeah, actually, we could ask Anton that how he feels that matchup is going to be, who they look forward to seeing, because they have to prepare, and I'm pretty sure they'll be watching and studying the competition as how they'll perform, right? So that's the advantage of getting the first match out of the way. At least you have time to rest, recuperate, kind of readjust the game plan before that grand finals of best of 5.
Exactly. The goats need to rest as well, right?
Maybe let's ask Anton how do goats sound?
How do goats sound? He'll be like, what? What's going on?
What's happening? We're trying to get to grand finals. You guys are talking about goat sounds?
Yeah.
Stop.
God, I don't
Goats
know.
do not sound like that. I guarantee you goats do not sound like that. I just don't know how they like.
I know.
But it is what it is. We'll talk about that as we go towards. I'm losing my mind here, but
I know.
we will find out during that break how goats sound. But for now, we have to set the stage up for Anton. Again, shout outs to DM for performing very well. Ling Ame in particular also like really going blow for blow and point for point, going up against Sprinter and able to actually get the four-man elimination on one of the best survivor teams in NAEU. So that's definitely no feat to look past. So shout outs to Ling Ame and the rest of DM for them to be able to get this far in the tournament.
All right. And I think we are going to be heading pretty soon to the interview. But yeah, looking forward to hearing what Anton would be thinking about who his next opponents will be. But yeah, heading to the interview section right now.
So let's say hi to Anton of B4U. There he
Hi.
is. Hey, Anton.
What's up?
How's it going?
Yeah, so we spoke yesterday. You're one step closer to that grand finals title. How does it feel after going like almost best of 5 up against DM?
Oh man, it's a roller coaster. I have to give kudos to Ling. He did extremely well round 1, but I feel like the team spirit was there, and the survivors, especially Yudo, he did phenomenal. He was amazing, and thanks for his carry. One step closer to the finals and potentially to in the finals.
Yeah. Next question. Among the two, who would you expect to face off, Omni or FNE? Who are you looking forward more to facing? Who do you expect?
Let me tell you
to-
this. Let me tell you this. I think FNE has, both their hunters have the deepest character pool that I know, and Omni made the last 2 years COAs. I mean COA 6, COA 7, 3 years of COA. So honestly, I don't know who will make it, but whatever it may be, I think we're ready to put on the show and we will win eventually.
Okay, I like the confidence, and especially coming out of an intense match between DM. Let's go back to that DM match. What were your favorite moments? Because there was a lot of nail biters. Schmitty's rescue with the fire investigator, Sprinter's
Yudo.
performance. Was there any Yudo's kite as well? Did you have any standout performance that you want to shout out for your team?
Yes, absolutely. I want to say that Sprinter's Ivy match, round 2 on Lakeside, was exceptional. He slowly controlled Cypher's, pushed all 3 survivors on one side, and bit them up 1 and eventually snowballed to the victory. But I also want to give shout outs to my survivors as well. I think they did amazing. Schmitty, Roland, Green, and Yudo. They were, my family. So I have a lot of respect for
go.
each and every single one of
Nice.
them. As well as Aaron. Aaron. Aaron
Coach,
is one of the
yes.
best.
Oh yeah, 100%. And
All
MVP
right.
Yudo too. So there you go.
Yeah, exactly. So last question: how do goats? I mean, I'm just kidding. Any words you want to share to your fans as you are heading towards the grand finals?
I just want to say we are, literally on the last step, and just please come support after the next matchup. I'm sure it'll fun. I'm sure it's gonna be very fun. Just watch that and see how we'll play in the finals, and I'm sure we won't disappoint. That's for sure. I promise.
All right.
Anton, thank you so much. Nell, we gotta let Anton rest because he's gotta get ready for the grand finals. So
Yeah,
hopefully
exactly.
we'll talk to you right after that. But for now, please get your rest. We'll see you in the grand finals. So thank you so much before you, Anton.
Thank you
Okay.
for having me.
Bye-bye. I was about to ask him to bark along.
He was like, I'm ready to give my goat impression, but he's
But,
gonna say, it's how does
I was
Sprinter
like-
sound? That's how goats sound.
Because I'm so scared he will actually rough as well.
No, Chad, am I the one being ghastly here? Do goats bark? They don't bark,
That's not
dude.
bark. That's rough.
Woof. What's a bark?
A bark's like a.
Bark, bark. It's the same.
I don't know. Goats, dogs, almost the same. But we're heading to the replays, so don't go anywhere, guys. We're heading for a short break, so don't go anywhere. See ya.
Spotlight's on, now here I am, dressed in scars with gold and glam. Dance with eyes out on this game. Come on down, let me fill all your dreams. Feel the crowds, feed the flame. Stage itself's a twisted frame. Bury the past to walk this fame. You wanna show what you gotta do is call my name. I kick off gold, it's cold beneath. My mask still fits, I barely breathe. They beg for truth, I sell what they need. Take a bow, going out with a bang. Pull the gun, I call the grave. Spin the tail and played it brave. Call my shot, I bend the rules. Kill the truth, just gave them what they all been Let the stage, we'll rock the scene.
Such a beautiful night. Lonely little birds. Would you care for a story? Once upon a time, a family lived in harmony and joy. But as desire consumed reason, their world was changed forever. In the cruel grip of hopelessness, the moon heard their withering prayer. And so the moonlight touched their souls, heralding a glorious rebirth. Beware the moon.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back with more IdentityV action here at IVT 2025, and we saw an intense match between DM and B4U. Shoutouts once again to B4U. Moving on to grand finals, but now we got to move on to our next match between two teams that want to be able to move on to that grand final spot to go up against B4U. We got Omni versus FNE.
Yeah, exactly. Omni being the representative from prior COA, right? Like Anton has also pointed that out. Versus FNE, who has such deep character pools, especially the hunters, right? So both of them going neck and neck. I think this is the one chance that they have to make it to the grand finalists and then face off against B4U, hopefully trying to take that spot from the top dog, the Diamond Dogs. But
that's the dog we're talking
that's
about.
the dog, yeah.
The diamond,
and they also like
goats.
You know who else does this?
Who else? Who else does?
Braun Breaker.
Oh,
I just remember.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah. But
one thing I want to point out, and maybe chat, you guys can get excited for this, is that FNE deep character pools. They're the ones to pull out Wu Chang round 1. And there was Wu Chang Nightmare in Moonlit River Park in the matchup yesterday, which took everyone by surprise. But you also have to admit that FNE also Killer Boss coming in with the Goat Man. So they have two types. They have Yindi and Killer Boss as the survivor, as the hunters. And on the survivor side, we had an amazing performance by the survivors of Elian, which we did interview yesterday, X-Shin, PMNK, and Wolf. So I'd say quite the variety. But on Omni side, the match that you commentated yesterday with Chocho, was there any standouts or any performances that you want to highlight before we head to the match? No?
I think it's just Pit Stoppers. We realized
Right.
that Pit Stoppers was just playing really solidly with meta characters and whatnot. And speaking of Pit Stoppers, that's the hunter for Omni. We are one. We are Omni, right? The Survivor faction, Aqua, Lays, Sensei, Fluff, Juan, and the coach by Agramon and the manager Yuki. So yesterday, we did see Lays a little bit shaky in the beginning, but he was able to pull back and get back on track. And Pit Stopper as well, just that unstoppable force as a hunter, right? I think they really played well together, and I feel like it just translates in terms of how long they've been playing together. So keep the synergy going on, and hopefully this time they'll be able to go even further.
Yeah, I think also when you interviewed Fluff yesterday, he did acknowledge also there were some shaky moments on his part. I feel like it was the Breaking Wheel match where he did try to use the Antiquarian up against the Breaking Wheel and didn't end up well. But hopefully we'll see a little tightening of the performances as they head on up against FNE. We fear no enemy. Killer Boss, Yindi as the two hunters. We got Shiwu Action, Elian, who we did interview yesterday, Wolf, and PMNK to round out the Survivor lineup, and we have Billy as the coach.
Ooh, Billy.
Or Bully.
mean-
I'm not sure. It's B2 Lee.
Belly. B2
Belly.
Lee.
Mm-hmm.
Billy. Eilish. Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Eyelash.
Eyelash. But yeah, I mean,
Mhm.
I'm definitely looking forward to FNE's performance up against Omni because
Mhm.
Omni, obviously, yesterday they were taken all the way to best of 3, right? They ran the full best of 3. So
Mhm.
today, hopefully, they'll be able to continue to show people why they are the COA attendant, the NAEU representative for COA, and why they are to be feared.
Mhm.
Right. Yeah. And seems like they're gonna bring us to Ever Sleeping Town. No fear for the
No
tram.
fear of the tram. We're not gonna fear anyone. We did see a little bit of a casualty on Sprinter's side, but he was already well on his way to get that 4-man elimination. However, this could be a changing of the tide. So hopefully we'll see some more interesting matchups. I wonder if they're gonna go with Yindi to start things out, because that could change things up in terms of the meta. Wu Chang round 1. How did you feel about that, Nell? Is that something that you want to see? Ripper round 1? I want to see some changing of the guards here from the top 4.
I mean, we would love to see, right? We would love to see players from NAEU choose their comfort hunters and getting good results, right? So bring out that Wu Chang. That's a pleasant surprise. I love that pick. Of course, I also love it if we could see some other characters, Bon, Ripper, more likely. I would love to see as well. But ultimately, whatever that they feel comfortable playing and they could achieve good results with it, I think that would be the ideal case scenario. So right now, we're heading into the band pick session where the first 2 bands are very common, are very normal. That's the Seer and the Antiquarian, followed by a Gravekeeper. Whereas Omni, they're going to be heading in with the first 2 picks, Puppeteer, Magician, and the third, First Officer. So pretty good so far. 1 tankiness, 1 invisible character.
Yeah, so they're really playing towards the meta, or at least the strengths of how we see the meta sort of shifting, going for tankiness, going for survivability, going for durability. Allowing that Wi-Fi heal to come online for the survivors, so they just have that resources to work with. So do let us know your thoughts on this matchup. I do see I hope I pronounced your name correctly. I'm on my way to work while watching this, so please safe travels while you're heading to work. You guys are still tuning in wherever you are around the world. Hello, good evening, good morning, good night, good afternoon. Please enjoy these matches courtesy of FNE and Omni. And it seems like we do have some people in the chat saying FNE win, Omni win. Let us know who you guys are prioritizing to win this, as Yindi might surprise us with some meta picks for this lineup of very meta survivors.
Yeah. And in the words of Posh just now, just to bring it back a little bit, in case we don't see you later on, in case you're going to sleep, going out to work, good morning, good afternoon, and good night.
True, very true. With that true quote.
I love that show. It's way ahead of the time, right? Ahead of its time. But yeah, just kind of reminding us that this is the game we're playing, the game of life, right? And Omni right here playing against the Goatman, trying to destroy that life of the survivors. Yindi, we've seen Ling Ame. We've seen Sprinter brought out the Goatman in Ever Sleeping Town. So if Omni wants to stand a chance to win this, because remember, whoever wins this, they get less time before they go to the grand finals, right? So they probably want to settle this as quickly as they could. The shorter time would be better. But Omni here, if they can get a 1-man escape against Goatman, I think that would be really, really good, considering no one has really escaped the Goatman so far today.
The clutches of the Goatman, right? Not sure if they'll be able to escape those clutches, but like you said, if they want to end it, they want to end it now, because heading to that grand finals, you definitely don't want that much notes on you. You don't want that much information on you. Especially if it goes to that best of 3. Since best of 5 is the name of the game, and B4U, they're really good at studying their opponents. So you want to give as little information as possible. So ending it with a 2-0 is definitely in the ideal interest of FNE or Omni, as Yindi does spawn in the graveyard area, while we do see a T-shaped spawn on Lays, Juan, Fluff spawning on top of each other, while Aqua does get that middle 2-story house.
Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty good kiting spot, especially the middle 2-story house. But you can transition away from the area itself. That's really a good spot just to transition away. But looking at the persona trait itself, everyone has borrowed time except for the puppeteer, probably expecting the first kite. But he also has Tide Turner, Psychologist, and First Officer has Tide Turner. But Yindi is going to go with a 3-6, very aggressive, abnormal build. So we'll see how it pans out. Match 2, round 1, first half. It's me, Nolo, and that's Poch Spice. We're commentators for today, day 2.
Not wasting any time here, Yindi rotating outside the graveyard just so that he could head towards the center, but he sees that there are some scratch marks on the floor that Aqua is going to be here. But as you pointed out, Nell, he did bring the abnormal, so he wants to stay as close to ciphers as possible. So rain or shine, shoutouts to you. This is your first NAEU tournament. Hopefully you're enjoying so far as Yindi heads towards the corner house.
Yindi is still trying to find that first target. Obviously, Lace would be the perfect layup of a target right here. It's a Psychologist we're talking about. The GOAT is trying to just trying to buy a little bit of time here. Maybe just break a little bit. Lace, he's gonna get that first hit.
Yeah.
Doesn't really matter. He can still take 2 more hits, so that's pretty good in itself. Yindi just trying to keep Lace in this vicinity, being like, yeah, where do you want to go?
Wow. Able to trap
What?
the Psychologist right before she was able to escape the clutches of that cage. And we've seen this before, that Psychologist getting chased by Goatman. You know, investing a lot of time in the early chase, that's fine, well and good. But once he does get shared, you're feeding presence, and now it's going to be really hard for you to come back from trying to go for that other hit. Stress is about to expire, and just a smidge of stress left onto the Psychologist's side. Lays this fall.
Yeah, you gotta wonder if Yindi, it would have been better for Yindi to just wait a little bit more before hitting, because we've seen this happen before, right? It can come back to bite at the later rounds,
Right.
Especially if Magician comes in rescue. But right now, First Officer already in position. Juan coming in, has wanted order, has to come in earlier for the rescue. That second activation is gonna happen, and now just playing around the vicinity of the area. The 59% cipher by the rescue wasn't touched, but has to come a little bit closer right now because time's gonna expire.
Okay, able to get the rescue. The stress is still on the board here, and now trying to get Lays able to pop the last effort. So making sure that this this Psychologist will fall once again. But Cypher progress looking all right. Double cage just so the abnormal will find its value.
Yeah, we've seen this happen before. I think this is going to be a very, very strong game for the Hunter. And I don't know. I feel like if they could do a better rebound kite, which I find it really hard, I think that could happen. But this is obviously gearing up towards a 4K by Indy. But let's see what Omni can do in response to that.
True. Like we pointed out, maybe that hint of stress could help out. But Puppeteer also has that Tide Turner, but it seems like we're gonna get a chase onto the Magician, able to use the flywheel, but unfortunately has to eat that hit. We'll have to go for a regular rescue.
Even?
Oh my god, able to get the rescue, and the stress is able to actually carry Lace. So now this is gonna provide a little bit of time. Nice usage of the magic wand for the cage to expire.
Oh my god. And meanwhile, only one person is pushing that cipher. That's one we're talking about. And Puppeteer also trying to push. But now Lace, look, One more hit, that's gonna do it. Yindi has plenty of stress. Plenty of resentment to work with. That cage is gonna try and block lays in, but beautiful stuff coming in here. Oh, he's like, yeah, you thought I was gonna break the wall this time? No siree, I'm not planning to do that. What a double back! And now the puppeteer coming in for the body block. Let's see if that's gonna happen. Oh, still breaking ankles. Yindi! Yindi is getting blocked by Aqua. Look at this. Lays doing the layup. Oh my god. So close. So close.
Hey, but that was actually a good OB that Puppeteer was there, because you kind of want two people on that cage just distracting, right? And now they do have their last Cypher at 59%. They're opening up, well, they touched another Cypher. They want to be able to pop this next one real close, because the win conditions for the survivors at least get a tie. Forcing out the puppet form early on here could be a big W for Yindi, but he forces another cage. Forcing out attack recovery is definitely a real big, real good on Yindi's side. But now the Cypher progress is not moving, so I don't know if they're prioritizing healing, but no, everyone's injured.
Yeah, Yindi just coming to abnormal the Cypher, I think. Or maybe he realizes, nah, it's not worth doing it as of yet. But right now, Magician Fluff is still trying to kite. Oh, the mind game's coming in, but it's not gonna really matter. And the flywheel is still 5 seconds cooldown away. Everyone's injured, and probably Puppeteer's the only one that can rescue. But First Officer can, but he has to expand that watch for the last hit. But right now, this is so hard, and it's a smart play. Yindi did not use that abnormal, but right now he might, because if he breaks that abnormal right now, if he uses that abnormal right now, he would be able to buy to late game. All right.
Use it? No, he's actually gonna just stay here and camp it out. They have to force this Cypher to happen. We already see the rescue situation. Borrowed time is actually on the Magician and First Officer, so they need to provide the kite long enough for the borrowed time to come online. But it seems like we're gonna focus onto the Cypher here, and everyone's injured. Yindi knows that the Cypher is going to get pressured. We do see it trying a double back situation on Aqua's side. Now they're pressuring their backup Cypher here now.
Yeah, pressure the backup Cypher. Oh, he was trying to break the window, and he thought he could, but no. That's gonna put him on the chair. It's okay though, Puppeteer's first chair, right? So right now, here comes the difficult problem. He's the one with borrowed time, right? First Officer probably gonna come in, force that cage into a hit, because Cypher's prime now Potch. So Omni is certainly doing a pretty good job so far. Off the Cypher, will he be able to make that rescue is the question.
Able to actually get the First Officer, which is all good. Puppeteer is actually on his way out, so now he's forced to chair. Exit gate is opening. They could actually get a one-person escape, but it seems like Aqua still sticking around this area might be the next target. Trait swap is available, but it seems like Yindi can play for the 3-man elimination, while they kind of have to trade off Fluff to be able to get that exit.
Yeah, what? Wait a minute. Aqua's gonna go down. Okay, that's gonna be it. But hey, at least that's all they need, right? We talk about this, right? As long as you can break that 4K streak of a Goatman, you're in a good position, right? You're in a really good position. And now, Pitstopper is going to come in next, and FNE will have to look to replicate that same result of the survivors of Omni, or do even better, right? So, yeah.
I just think that when it came down to it, we were saying that when you're up against the Goatman, it's usually very Goatman sided, and the way that they played that was actually really good. The stress onto Lays, the psychologist, was really the difference maker there. Now
it came back to bite him, right? We were already like noticing, like, hey, what's another half a second for you, right? Just wait a little bit longer, get rid of the stress. That way you don't have to be so stressed in the later rounds, right? And imagine having a psychologist like, hey, that's clearly a down. Wait a minute. There's a little bit of stress. I'm not sure, because they're playing on mobile phones, right? And we're here watching on the big screen. He probably missed that stress. I don't think so, right? I don't think he missed that stress, right? It was just a little bit of line right there.
Yeah, just a little bit. And we were wondering, like, ooh, is he getting a little too aggressive, that he just didn't, he was kind of hungry for that down that it did happen, or it's just really the minute details. But look at that. Lace getting 103 seconds of containment time. Again, chasing the psychologist is well and good, but you want to be able to clear up that stress before he's able to kind of make it go online. And that's kind of like having a second tide turner, which is after that rescue, the stress did dissipate and he was able to tank more hits. So congratulations to Omni. Even though this is a 3-1, it's still really good for Yindi. The fact that they denied the 5-point game is a moral victory on Omni's side, because now the layup is on Pit Stoppers for him to be able to get the 5-point game. Or if they tie it out, that means FNE survivors are able to win this for the team.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely something they're looking for, Pachams. This is, how do you put this? It's always that's the game plan, right? Like you want to achieve this result coming into the game. You want to get that one-man escape. You want to get that two-man escape. But honestly, I felt like it's really easier said than done, because Yindi had a foothold. Like he was actually grabbing that, and that abnormal was like, oh my god, that was like every time the Cypher got kicked right there.
Yeah.
It was like, the hope just slowly dies.
Yeah.
But fortunately, because of that sliver of health that we talked about and the rebound kite and that blocking by Puppeteer as well, I think Omni is now ready. I feel like Omni is really ready. And if FNE wants to move past them and defeat them, I feel like they gotta play. They gotta lock in. They gotta play on par, if not better, than what happens here. Because if they can get a draw here, and FNE would be in a very good position next game. But then again, there's Pit Stoppers on the side of Omni.
Yep, and as you say his name, he will come out. Pit Stoppers on Omni's side has graced the Call of the Abyss stage. He demands excellence from himself and from the team. We did interview him a couple of times, and he has an insane work ethic, right? So we're going to see that put on display. But FNE survivors going for the Magician Antiquarian, so really bolstering up their offensive line with the Antiquarian. So might be a different matchup here if they kind of go for that same strategy that DM went for, go for a stunners just to force Pit Stoppers into an excitement build, so at least he won't bring that abnormal trait. It seems like the Knight coming out into the mix too, just making sure they have a safer rescuer and I would say a more mind gamey kiter into the mix, going up against Pit Stoppers, meta hunters. I kind of forgot yesterday, what did he bring out in round 1?
Pit Stopper?
Yes.
The goat.
The goat. Okay.
Was it the goat? Wait. The goat. And then game 2, he brought out the opera singer. Yeah, the goat, definitely.
Okay. Copy. It did go up until game number 3 though. So, hang on, wait. It was Ching H that brought Dream Witch. Okay, that was the difference one. And then he did bring Goatman and Abnormal Goatman on Pit Stoppers. So he wants to try to go for that, but the fact that you have Coordinator in the mix as well as the final pick, they're really forcing Pit Stoppers to not bring that Abnormal and kind of play to that excitement trait. Let's see if he'll bite, because Coordinator, you just have to spend that one gun and you just have to stay in stun for a little bit, but the Antiquarian, the disarm could take a while.
Yeah, that's definitely the game plan. Force Pit Stopper to make that choice. And quite honestly, I would rather have an excitement on the Goatman than Abnormal, because that's going to slow down the game a lot. And honestly, that's always the case when you're playing against a Goatman. You did an amazing early game kite, but then that one Abnormal just disrupts your third Cypher, and then all of a sudden the game just gets pulled back a little bit longer, and you're slowly losing all of your resources. And that's how the Goatman just chokes the survivors out of their comfort zone, right? So hopefully that's going to be the case for FNE. Make Pit Stoppers opt out of the Abnormal and going excitement.
Yeah, but we just have to wait and see what Pit Stoppers will be bringing to the table. Goatman is still quite viable. It's actually funny, in the chat, I see people asking for the Hullabaloo. It's kind of funny. Usually we see Hullabaloo as the priority in COA, but now ever since the changes, it kind of favors Goatman a little more, because Hullabaloo, the double surprise, it's not as fast anymore. The cooldowns have definitely changed. Goatman's strategy is still technically the same, but you really have to play with those cages quite well. and we've seen a lot of highlighted moments on Pitstopper's Goatman in tournaments, in Koa, and also in yesterday's performance. So bringing it out though, question is he going to play with that defensive strategy or bring out excitement, or will he be bringing out the abnormal and just go full aggro for him to be able to prolong the game and just kind of whittle away on the survivors' resources, because all these survivors technically can run out of their resource.
Yeah, they can. And unfortunately, there's no lucky guy to give them the extra items that they could have benefited from, right? But I think here it's a matter of being able to survive long enough just until late game pops. And that way they will be able to get that W. Here, I like it. At least here, the knight will be able to play a little bit of junk and pawn, right? The rock, paper, scissors with the hunter. So that's that junk and pawn factor coming into play here. I love that. And I mean, does this warrant an excitement though? You gotta wonder for Pitstopper.
That's the question. Elian did an amazing performance yesterday in Red Church with the coordinator. He spent the gun early on for him to transition, and he was able to slam 2 pallets in a row going up against the hunter. So that's something to bring to the table, and he was quite happy with the performance yesterday. So and I'm sure FNE making sure that they're going to be ready for this matchup, not just on the hunter side, but on the survivor side as well. Only time will tell with what kind of traits that we'll be seeing. It seems like they did bring out the excitement in Pitstoppers, so not going to be an abnormal build here. So survivors, they don't have that Cypher Rush in them, but they can at least not expect or not be worried about an abnormal. However, they do have all flywheels here, 2 borrowed times, and 2 tide turners on Extion and Wolf. Pitstoppers, on the other hand, trump card, detention, and excitement. This is day 2, match 2, round number 1, second half, with FNE Survivors versus Omni's Hunter Pitstoppers. That's Nello Mello. I'm Poch Spice. We are commentators for this match, so let's head to Ever Sleeping Town.
All right, the goat coming in, goat stopper, right? Trying to look for that first target. You can see that's the coordinator is trying to make that rotation around. Pitstopper's obviously knowing what's going up. He just wants a little bit of line of sight, a little bit of prediction as well. The hand is gonna be up. Oh my god! The hit into a pallet slam.
Definitely
very unfortunate.
Yeah, definitely a trade Pitstoppers would like. His resentment is already built up. Elian, is he gonna use the gun early on? Unfortunately, no, excitement was not ready for him to use, but we do note that the cage is ready, and unfortunately he's gonna have to double cage here, but Elian does have access towards this tram. So this does provide a little bit more time for the survivors to stay alive, but actually the tram doesn't allow you with the barrier here, so he's just gonna get a hit here. My apologies, folks.
Yeah, the cage. The cage can stop you out of the tram, so that's amazing. Oh my god! This is okay. All right. Wait, what's going on? Okay.
Oh my god, Flywheel just avoid the second hit, but yeah, just quite confusing. But if we roll back the tape there, he was able to actually get a pallet slam, a hit, and then the change, the flywheel. Ultimately, Pitstoppers ends up on top. However, Cypher Progress looking quite good, and now that they know that he brought excitement, this Antiquarian, the disarms are going to be really good. However, it is Wolf to make the first rescue.
Yeah, he's like, yeah, what are you gonna do? Are you gonna use the hit? But he's gonna be disarmed. And
oh my goodness!
What? Terror shot!
Oh my god, he went for, I don't know if that was a misclick, but he could have just went for a regular rescue. But now the last effort popped on tonight. So this might be a double down once he's able to find line of sight for Elian. So definitely going in Pitstop's favor.
This is the case of something bad going horribly wrong.
Okay.
Yeah.
She fell. Okay, I thought the last effort was going to carry, but it seems like this buys a little bit of time for the survivors, but the fact he got a double down situation in such a crucial mid game means the Cyphers have halted. PMNK now making his way for this rescue. Magician is the only one with Tide Turner, and now Pitstopper is definitely going to capitalize on this scenario.
Yeah, this is really hard. Now Antiquarian needs to come in for the rescue, and that's the problem as well, because now you have 3 Cyphers remaining, some progress left and right, but The thing is, you don't have all your survivors available. Oh, that was so close. But that's gonna buy a bit more time. The cage just to block a little bit. Just hit.
That double cage. Now PMNK, unfortunately, does have to eat that hit. We're gonna see the tide turner. There's no wall for him to slam into, but now that's just gonna provide a little bit of distance. Both of them in this cage, trying to go for a swing. The cage does get kited out, so they are gonna go for a double support here, just for him to get that hit. And Coordinator does fall. Excitement is ready for Pit Stoppers to use.
Yeah, he does. But meanwhile, the third cipher has been done by Magician. Magician's having a blast right there. Has Tide Turner to work with. So the timing for the survivors are pretty good. Okay. That's going to be a correct one because both are going to be attacks. But once the duration is over, that's where things are going to be really, really bad. Right now, Wolf just trying to make that rotation away. Doesn't really matter. Just catches him with that normal hit. It doesn't matter because right now, all he needs is just to get the survivors off the cipher and then just down them one by one, getting all their resources done with.
Nice hit onto the cage. Now everyone is actually, the damage has been distributed. However, cipher progress is looking quite good. Note that there is no abnormal to kind of prolong the game, so Pit Stoppers has to play this endgame very well, and he's able to actually hit the Magician out of the wand. And looking at the, oh wow, Magician does have the tide turner, so this is a little unfortunate. They have 3 ciphers that are close to being primed. One is at the center, one is being worked on, and the other one is being left because it was PMNK that might have to go for this rescue. But as I said, you know, the Antiquarian might try to go for some stuns here because there's a little bit of flute, but Excitement will be waiting for him.
Whoa.
Oh my god, not even, okay, wow, what a backstep hit.
Yeah, and like what I said, this is gearing up towards a 4-man elimination. And Pit Stopper's probably not going to chair. I don't know. He can play that risky. Oh, he's going to play risky. Okay, fine. It's the first chair after all. It doesn't mind. Because Wolf, he can go down with just one hit. But he has to be really careful because Wolf, he has a flywheel to work with, right? True. Not to mention, he can do the Junkin Pawn and just disarm you when the time is needed. So Pit Stoppers...
Yeah,
really careful here.
I think he knows where the dungeon is at, so, and he still has trait swap, so he can go for a blink down. And note that he does not need to even go for a cage anymore.
Does he know?
Uh-oh, wait, he's trying to check. Wait, we see him try to change things up. Chat, Wolf. Oh my god, is he gonna check the corner? Oh my god, is he gonna check? Oh, he's not gonna check the corner. Wolf still unscathed. But he knows to just stay in this area, right? Because he knows that is the win condition for Wolf. But Antiquarian's gonna, well, expire in just a bit. Wolf still needs to hold on, chat.
Oh my god. And he still has that skill available for him to use. Imagine the disarm. But Pitts is really good at just camping with the cage, right? So he needs to make this count.
Okay, he's coming out, but he's caged, so he knows where he's at. He does have the skill to work with, and now he's gonna silence him. Oh,
he has excitement! How can we forget the excitement? The disarm's not gonna matter. And that's a 4K by the Goat Stopper right there.
Pit Stopper is incredible, ice in his veins, and the way he was able to play that, most hunters, if not all, would buckle in that scenario. But this is Pit Stoppers we're talking about. He's playing chess while everyone else, like, they see things in checkers. So the way he was able to know, like, I don't need to sweat, guys. This is all good. I know that someone is here. Let me cage off where I think he's gonna be at. Spot him out in the open. It's a night. Get the silence. Don't worry, I'm holding on to this excitement, and it really paid off up until the end. Like, he didn't even need that trait swap. That excitement was the game changer for him to get that 4-man elimination, a 5-point game. It is still, it's still salvageable for the survivors, but this is a round win on the side of Omni.
Yeah, Omni definitely showing why they are worthy, right? And being the COA representative as well. That's also another thing you have to remember, right? But it was still very neck and neck, right? Up until the point where it's the excitement really paid its due diligence. Like, he definitely paid dividends, I would say.
Yeah. And he kind of set that up because, right, he actually hit the knight, for him to have 1/4 damage and left him. Like he kind of like sprinkled the how he'd kind of call his shot. Like, I know you're gonna be the last one standing. Let me hit you 1/4 because I know I won't have detention. And it's like he thought ahead, and he still saved up the excitement for that last scenario. So a lot of stars definitely aligning on Pit Stopper's side. So the Goat Stoppers able to get a 5-point game for Team Omni, and the fact that they were able to get a 1-person escape really really helps in their case for winning round number 1. But as you said, Nell, it's still a back and forth battle, and FNE could definitely salvage the situation and come back from this.
Yeah, they can definitely do that. And not to mention, this is, how do you put this? Round 2, once the Goatman has been banned out, then they have to rely on their other hunter pulls. And this is where Indy could probably shine a little bit more because he has more hunter pulls in his arsenal. But he does still have to make sure that he FNE wins game number 2. But whatever it is, we're going to check out the replays. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
What amazing highlights, courtesy of both hunters, but it is Pit Stoppers to make the difference for him to be able to get a 5-point game for Team Omni. What's up, Nell? How you doing?
I'm so sorry. Mio's just like, this is not even about ghosts. This is just Nello's noise. I'm so sorry. I'm trying to emulate a goat, but
I mean, maybe if we interview Pit Stoppers, we can ask him how do goats sound, because that was him with him getting that 5-point game.
He's gonna
find out. So nothing rough about here for Team FNE, because they need to bounce back in round number 2, because now it is a 6-3 advantage on Omni's side, winning round number 1. And I think I forgot who chose the map, but it definitely paid for Pit Stoppers with how well he did perform in Ever Sleeping Town. Now we're switching things up. What does FNE need to do in this matchup, Nell, for them to stay alive in round 2?
Well, they're gonna play the clown.
Hopefully.
Yeah, they gotta play the clown, or at least on that survivor side, right? Maybe Meteorologist would be really good if allowed to play. They could bring it to Lakeside Village, right? They could bring it to Lakeside Village. They could play with characters with elevation. Aeroplanist would be a really good job. I'm surprised that I don't really see much of an aeroplanist here.
Yesterday, me and Chocho did see a couple airplanist games, so maybe it was just in the most you saw it was probably in the bans. But yeah, airplanist is definitely a very prioritized. Oh, it wasn't banned. Here, it was not. I think in Lakeside, as you said, it's meteorologist that does get more priority, and we did see it in the previous match. So maybe it'll come out now if Lakeside Village will be chosen, or another map that requires those changing of elevations, like a Moonlit River Park.
Yeah. The roller coaster would be really cool to have as well, right? Especially just to take you from point 1 to point 2, point 2 to point 3. And we've seen that happen yesterday as well, where it bought so much time, where I can't remember which game it was, but the hunter was just standing at the exit gate right there, like looking like, okay, just go out. Bye. Right? Yeah. But yeah, this is... I think a lot of things can still turn. Like, it's not too much of a score difference to come back from. And if FNE can play this perfectly well, just get that 4K, 3K. But the most important thing is the survivors, though. They gotta not get 4K by Pit Stoppers, then they'll have a chance.
True. And we are heading to Moonlit River Park, so hopefully we'll see that airplanist or that meteorologist that we were talking about in terms of changing of elevations for them to get to those second stop and third stop. Yeah, that is true. FNE can kind of play it conservatively, right? they can have their hunter get the victory, and then for their survivor side, at least just tie up against pit stoppers and not allow the point differential to go too wild. Because again, pit stoppers on the meta hunters is quite the formidable hunter or quite the formidable player. So you really want to just play to your strengths and not really overexert yourself or overextend yourself to an impossible task. Moonlit River Park, though, we did see a little bit of the priestess making its way in Moonlit River Park in the previous matchup. I wonder what else FNE can bring to the table here, and if Killer Boss will be coming in, or will it be Yin Di and his Wu Chang?
Oh, I would love to see Indy and his Wu Chang, right? Wu Chang here would be really good in terms of catching up with the umbrellas and whatnot, right? Not to mention with the recent changes, right? The white guard's charge attack. As if the previous attack range wasn't long enough, they decided, yeah, let's just add a little bit more.
I think for the charge time to be so long, or the white guard to have a long wind up time, they just make it extended like crazy. It's very linear though, so yesterday we did see a lot of folks like sidestep it or turn the corner real quick for them not to be able to get it, but you need some real estate for that, because if it's out in the open, the hunter could just swing to the left, and then that's such an active hitbox. So hopefully we do see Wu Chang, Patroller Wu Chang, what do we say?
Patroller Wu Chang, no. Please, no.
It's gonna be wild.
Yeah, it would be. But it would make it so much more difficult to catch anyone after that, right? Who knows? Wu Chang. Okay, so as far as I'm concerned, right? A lot of people said it's always easy to kite Wu Chang in the early games, because when he doesn't have presence, it's hard for him to catch up to you, or it's just hard. Like if it's on the white guard, it's easy. You just rotate around tight kite, right? And when it's the black guard, you just basically try to make distance. And honestly, that's why a lot of Wu Chang players, they just bring insolence just to help them unlock that first skill, right? But here, because it's such a big map, I think it can definitely work into the favor of a Wu Chang. I mean, we've seen that happen in Koa before. Shouts to TZNY, KZNY. Oh, what's the name again?
I
can't remember.
I'm not, but I remember it did say Wu Chang.
Yeah, the 4 letters.
Yeah, I think also in Koa qualifiers, when we were doing those watch parties, we saw I forgot which region it was, but we saw a very aggressive Wu Chang, a teleport Wu Chang. And it seems like Yindi is not going to be coming out, but it's going to be Killer Boss. Killer Boss did bring out the Goatman in yesterday's performance, but Goatman is already globally banned, and we are going to see Omni ban out the Hullabaloo. So this kind of opens up tier 2 meta hunters, which are Ivy or Opera Singer, which I'm pretty sure Killer Boss does have in his back pocket. What the survivors won't have are the Fire Investigator and the Embalmer. So they choose to pick up the Coordinator and the Psychologist to start things out here.
Yeah, I'm glad Killer Boss went ahead and banned these 2 characters, right? Because they are just so annoying to play against Fire Investigator with the blue, and not to mention the Coffin by Embalmer. And that third ban onto Aeroplanist. So, I mean,
he was listening to us.
Yeah, he was listening to us. I mean, Omni is a representative headed towards Koa in the previous Koa seasons, right? So Aeroplanist should be in their arsenal. So just to play it safe, ban out the Aeroplanist. That's gonna be a super good utility character that's annoying to play against. So it does open up a few characters available to Omni. At least they're picking up the Gravekeeper now. So basically, the last slot they could play anything ranging from a Seer.
So I was gonna say Meteorologist getting banned out along with the Aeroplanist, really gonna I would say severely dampen the mobility of the survivors, but they do have a lot of survivability in terms of tanking hits here with the Gravekeeper, Psychologist, and the Seer. Well, they do have one Coordinator just for that one shot for them to be able to kite for as long as they can. In this big map though, you can go for that Ivy, you can go for that Opera Singer. Both have their own strengths in this map, but I would say Opera Singer might be the more stable hunter, considering that FNE is kind of on the back foot. On the side of Omni though, survivors, I'd say just have to play to that win condition once again. Just not allow just allow at least one survivor to escape.
Yeah, one survivor to escape is still okay, right? Because pit stoppers can come in and try and get that 4K. I mean, worst case scenario, it's gonna be a tie on both teams, right? A three points on each side. But Killer Boss is going to go with the Ivy.
Ooh, okay. We're gonna go see a
God.
territorial type hunter again. Also, shout outs to Salty Sugi, TZYM in HHDG
TZYM.
at the time. So yeah, TZYM. And also shout outs
you.
to Mew for giving us that. So thank you guys. We can rely on you, chat, for giving us a little bit of information. Again, me and Nell kind of have goldfish memory, so we have to figure that out. So interesting spawn locations here, Nell. Juan on the bridge while Fluff right next to him. We're not gonna see a fourth stop spawn on the
Yeah.
side of the survivors.
I mean, it's an Ivy, right? So it's definitely very hard. You want to get yourself away from certain locations just so that you can rotate towards it later on. But basically what that means is you just got to get away from each other as much as possible just to avoid the placements of the tombstone onto strategic locations by Killer Boss.
Right.
But I gotta be really frank. This lineup
Okay.
is really weak against Ivy.
Yeah.
Seer in itself is already super weak against Ivy.
You can't even look. Yeah, that's true. I mean, that's why we don't main Seer. We just get keycaps of the Seer. And we get plushies of the Seer. Because
Right.
the Seer, I think, again, I assume that the only time we're going to see that owl is early on. And then after that, we're not going to see it get regenerated. So Killer Boss playing very well, even though this is a huge map. He's going to have to manage his Ostracon areas quite well. Looking at it, we have Insolence, Blink, and Detention on Killer Boss's side. While they are accounting for the late game here, they all have borrowed time. They have 2 Tide Turners on Aqua and Juan, while everyone has their exit paths equipped. Once again, folks, this is Omni versus FNE, Day 2, Match 2, Round 2, First half. Nello Mellow and Potch Spice bring you the commentary action as we head towards Moonlit River Park.
All right, Ivy making that rotation towards where Fluff is. He is the one with the gun, and now the ethereal form is going to build up that almost instantly recalling it itself. It looks like he's just preparing, actually, just preparing the Ostracon in that area just so that he will be able to use it to teleport later on. But now his real target is actually Lace, the Seer, because, you know, the Seer cannot look back.
Yeah, so he's gonna have to kite for as long as he can. He does have the bird, but we do see a 40% scare to start things out. Already dropping an Ostracon on this area. Tried to get the Seer, tried to get the scare, but unable to do so. At least the Seer is able to move towards the second stop. He is possessed though by the ethereal form, but the ethereal form is gonna be able to go out while the second stop was pushed. We're going towards the third stop and moving on to Juan now.
Yeah, Juan can easily just get into shovel form. Oh,
Go.
just a little bit slow on that cancel, right?
Yeah.
Otherwise, that would have been a wasted shovel for sure.
Yeah, true,
But
true.
Killer Boss not able to find a killer target just yet, but it's okay. At least the ciphers are not moving as fast as hoped because they are still being very cautious of the Ivy right there.
Yeah, it seems like Lace, the first target, knows that the ethereal form might be in this area. He's already going to rotate away. Juan, excellent usage of that shovel. And just going for the regular hit. Juan, I'm not sure, he overextended, just turned the corner, not using any skill, and now the insolence really paying off here. Now we're going to see Seer going to have to move on away from this area. Luckily, we do have a flywheel and an owl to work with. So using the owl early on, so possibly waiting for that blink. But it's still going to be all right for Lace to take a hit because he's not injured just yet. He goes for the flywheel as well. Quite the expensive trade here. But Seer still remains alive.
Yeah,
Wow.
I mean, if he doesn't use that, right, I think that would have been 100% scare as well, I believe. But whichever comes first, right? But the blink, wow, that was so important because
It was.
if he actually blinked onto the Seer, I mean, Seer would have been down straight away. But Fluff, not sure why he did not just wait and shoot.
Possibly.
But I guess he's thinking Lace couldn't kite longer.
Yeah.
But it's the fourth stop after all. I think he should be able to kite a little bit longer here.
Possibly. So we do see a scare happen just for them to be able to stop healing, but they're still going to continue on. So you got to give it up to Omni survivors that they're still staying alive, but now the scare is going to happen and Lays is going to eventually fall. However, now in this scramble, they were able to pop 2 ciphers, which is quite important. So now comes the hard part. We're going to see a coordinator did get healed up, psychologist and gravekeeper as well at full health. So they can come for this rescue.
Yeah, I mean, definitely gotta see what's going up here. Seer, that first casualty into the game, 3 minutes in. I mean, this is, how do you put this? Wait, what's going on?
Okay.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Okay, hesitated a little bit. I mean, we've seen instances, right? Let's see if the Seer will be able to rebound kite again. And I don't know. I mean, he's. I don't think he'll be able to farm an owl back again.
Yeah.
And
But the fact that they were able to actually use the coordinator gun kind of seemed like a tide turner usage if you think about it, because of how well he was able to pull distance away from that spot. This does allow 2 ciphers to pop now. So right now, it might be a 3-man endgame if Killer Boss doesn't get an elimination going. The fact that Psychologist or Gravekeeper can come for this rescue is still really good for the survivors. And now Fluff working on the cipher here at the 10th, kind of spreading out the attention here, and Killer Boss putting some Ostracons as he camps out this chair.
yeah, I mean, that's his final chance right there.
No.
Oh, Juan's just gonna stand there and take it like a boss and just leaves along the way. Lays, again, no owl in support, has a flywheel to work with, so let's see if that's gonna help out a little bit. Oh, that flywheel is not even gonna cancel it. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know, but he's gonna go down right here, right now, and that's gonna be the end of Lays. But at least it's okay, right? They have a 6 and 7 cipher being decoded, so that's good. That's good.
Yeah, the way that they're playing this is actually quite good, because considering Ivy doesn't even allow you to get towards endgame. Aqua now going to move away from that first stop cipher, and considering they all have borrowed time, this is quite good for them to aim for that tie game. So will they go for that pop? It seems like Fluff might just wait for the last second. They just go for that pop. A 3-man endgame. Everyone is actually healed up. The tension is in the air. Only Gravekeeper has an item to work with. So Juan is going to try to touch this exit gate. Both exit gates are actually being opened here now.
Yeah, I mean, this is the chance for them to open up, right? But fortunately, there's no trades to swap here, so they'll be able to work their way towards endgame. One person needs to be a distraction while the other probably works towards breaking Ostracon and then slowly touching the gate on both sides.
Yep. So now Blink is going to be very detrimental here. Juan has already used up his shovel, and that is going to be the down onto this one exit gate. Fluff being at the center here kind of stalled out the exit gate. So this forces Killer Boss to go for a chair while they try to clean up a little bit of the Ostracon areas. So Omni still not out of the woods yet. We're going to see a teleport onto Aqua here, and Aqua unfortunately is going to be chased away from the palleted area. Blink is actually going to be ready for Aqua to use. Oh my goodness, and Aqua does fall here, allowing Fluff to actually go for the rescue, but the ethereal form is here.
Yeah, Juan's up and about though, and the Ostracon there, that's 5 seconds remaining before it can be destroyed. But yeah, that's the thing, right? Coming in, Aqua is on the chair, Juan's at half health, Fluff cannot even touch. I think the only game player here, right, is for them to wait out the tension.
Yeah,
It's for them to wait out the tension. Find an item, maybe, Juan?
Yes.
Try and find an item, please.
I think that might be the case here, but Juan's being hunted down by the ethereal form here, and Killer Boss just waiting for anyone to even attempt to get the psychologist rescued while Fluff is already here. So now they're going to try to split push the gate while they force the rescue to happen. Fluff making sure the rescue does happen. No scare, says Killer Boss. And now the exit gate. Oh my god, he gets hit!
Oh no!
And now Gravekeeper's the only one that's up. So it's looking like we're gonna see a 5-point game on the side of Killer Boss.
Yeah. My god, this is looking really grim for Omni. It seems like they're unable to touch the gate, and then one person remaining, and Juan's gonna be spotted out. So Tough.
Wow, that's just an incredible turnaround. I think maybe the overextension. I thought that the rescue was gonna happen on the side of Fluff, the coordinator, but he was able to tap it. But the scare, I'm not sure what. I mean, we could check out the replay on YouTube because it's quite advanced. But a 3-person end game, and they were able to kind of divide the attention, but. As you mentioned, I think when it comes to the resources of the survivors, they didn't have that much. Juan did spend up the shovel early on, and I mean, coordinator already used up the gun, didn't account for another item. So Killer Boss really capitalizing on that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just so. I mean, I'm not wrong, right? When I say that Seer's been countered, because the entire game, yes, you can argue that you can't get the rebound all, right? You can't get that second all. You cannot look back, so hence you cannot farm that second all. But we've seen so many instances in COA, in IGL, in IVL, where the scare, usually during when spectating, when the Seer's spectating, the scare just cancels off that spectating moment, and then the hit happens onto the teammates. We've seen that quite a number of times actually. So it's not the matter of initial ult or the secondary ult. It's just a matter of how experienced, seasoned professional IV players can disrupt the usage when needed.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. So I'm just putting that out there. I might have to retract my statement saying that yeah, it's super weak. Maybe not super weak. Maybe it is unfavorable. I think that's the right word to play. Sorry, I can't think of a better term.
No, that makes sense
early
because
today.
the way that Lace did play, I mean, usually the strength of that Seer is to provide that support and provide that the regeneration of that owl, but the fact that it kind of counters it's not a favorable matchup onto the Seer side. However, Lace with the 120-second containment time, you know, with the support of his survivors and also the excellent kiting route, did play really well. But however, towards the end game, though, that's when things start to fall into place for Killer Boss. Let's not forget, this was a 3-person end game. It just so happens this kind of plays like a Dream Witch, where yes, you could push end game Dream Witch, but if you don't de-leech, if you still have your curses on you, that's when the Dream Witch it's like quicksand. Once the more you struggle, the more you'll be able to fall under the clutches of this hunter. And that was the case here. They didn't have that much items to work with, and Killer Boss able to capitalize on that was really good. So shout outs to FNE to stay alive, because now it is going to be a response on the side of Pit Stoppers for him to actually tie things up, or this might be around FNE to win.
Yeah, I mean, FNE can definitely come back from here, right? As a matter of fact, even if they get that similar result coming in to the game, like they get one survivor out, that's going to tie things between them in BO1, BO2, and BO3 is where it's going to be really, really important, right?
Yeah.
That's going to reset everything for BO3. And who knows, we might be able to see some unorthodox picks. Wu Chang pick, who knows who's to come, right? But yeah, that does set up a few possibilities into the game. But yeah, let's see what they'll be able to pull off in second half. Regardless, I think Omni should at least try not to lose too much points. If they could get, I mean, if Pit Stoppers could get a 4-man elimination here, that would definitely help a lot, because going into round 3, they could just tie things up and Omni will still be able to win and move forward.
Yeah, because as of now, it is FNE leading in terms of points, because they tied up Pit Stoppers' 5-point game. Now is still a 2-point differential, so this is quite the closest match we are seeing between two teams here at the IVT 2025 for NAEU. But Pit Stoppers is kind of a 4K machine. He can do that. So I think when it comes to the survivors, we were talking about it before. They just need to kind of account for it. They did try to force the excitement gameplay out of the Goatman. So now they have to bring up a strategy for them to be able to counter any attempts of a 4K on Pit Stoppers' side here at Moonlit River Park. Again, this is a map that FNE chose, so they played this pretty well for them to be able to at least rally back into this and meet the expectations of getting a 5-point game on the side of their hunter.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen this happen before, especially against an IV player, right? We've seen this before where endgame, you have 3 men. Remember those days, Poch, when IV was so prevalent? Like back in the days, 3 men up and about doesn't really matter to IV because he's always gonna constantly block both exits and getting them down. So
Yeah.
yeah, it feels like it's just a recap of what what's happening, like with what IV used to be played, like how it feels like to face IV in the past. But right now, at least Pit Stoppers can look to replicate that same success if he goes with an IV here.
Yeah, he can. However, we do see that FNE kind of playing to their advantage of getting a tied game at the very least, because we do see that they did pick up the Priestess, the Embalmer, as well as the Mercenary to start things out. Ivy is definitely on the table, as well as Hullabaloo. Pit Stoppers has had a lot of mileage of Hullabaloo as well as Ivy. Or I guess it really depends on the comfort character he's going to pick in a huge map like this. But Killer Boss really set the standard of how it's going to be played. And I like the last pickup here. We talked about it now. We have an Aeroplanist in the mix of FNE.
Yeah, Aeroplane is finally coming into play. This might be the game that FNE can grab snatch over Omni because of the availability of these characters, right? Aeroplanist in itself is already a very good mobile character. The coffin factor is going to be played here thanks to Embalmer. We've seen it happen before in Lakeside Village in big maps. Just put the coffin at your starting point. Just try and run away as far as possible from that coffin point. Not to mention, action on the Priestess will be able to provide support with that portal and global portal. So a lot of mobility coming here. So they're saying like, bring it on. You can play IV, but we're fine. We're fine. We have players that can help us with mobility. So hopefully, Pit Stoppers, I don't know, will he insist on playing Ivy into this composition because it's not the fairest, but or will he decide to play something else? Like a
there is options for other hunters that he is known for. I mean, we talked about Clown being another option that hunters go to when the hunter pool gets a lot thinner. Ivy is still on the table, Hullabaloo as well. And as you pointed out, Pit Stoppers going for the Hullabaloo.
Yeah, Hullabaloo should be good because of the ability, the trapeze, right? Able to catch with the double surprise as well. That's going to be something that Pit Stopper can use. So yeah, I think he's not going to risk it. He's not going to risk it with an IV. It's just hard right here. But Pit Stopper has a really important task to do, and that's to get a 4-man elimination here up against FNE. And in this composition, honestly, you just need one person out just to tie things up back to 0-0.
Yeah, we have seen, well, actually, since yesterday, I have not seen a Hullabaloo. I know you were able to commentate one match, I believe, with Chocho. But we talked about the different changes on Hullabaloo. Pit Stoppers, though, I'm pretty sure he's well aware of those changes, and he also adjusted his playstyle. Now, it seems like an L-shaped spawn onto the survivor side, and Pit Stoppers spawning right outside the 2-storied area where Elian is. And Elian probably going to set up his coffin at the top and possibly go towards the first stop or just make distance away from his coffin just to stay alive, while everyone else will just rush the ciphers like crazy because they just want to be able to get one person out of the game for them to claim victory in round number 2.
Yeah, I like the creative names. Alien sounds like alien, so. But coming into the game, everyone does. Only 2 of them has borrowed time. That's the Aeroplanist and the Mercenary. Priestess and Embalmer does not have borrowed time, but they do have Flywheel, so that's the important thing to factor in. Pit Stoppers, though, that's going to be a 6-9 teleport. So let's see, will Omni be able to get that 4-man elimination against FNE? Or will FNE be able to get that one survivor out? I'm Nalo, that's Poch Spice. We're commentating your round 2 second half.
All right, Pit Stoppers already making his way to the second stop where Wolf is going to be at. Chasing the Mercenary early on might be a little tough, but we've seen a lot of hunters do this. The best want to be able to take out their stable rescuer. Already getting 2 bombs, 2 marks on him. Double surprise does take a little longer to set up, but Wolf is going to try and go for a dash just to stay away. So FNE survivors looking pretty strong here as the seconds wind in, and still avoiding the hits of this hullabaloo. So now we're back at the tent here. He's not hiding on top
Wait.
of anyone. Red mark is there, but he's still unable to get a mark onto the mercenary.
I thought there was a point where he could have just hit with a red mark there, but he didn't. Oh, okay, finally the double surprise that's gonna cut him off guard. It's gonna miss again. Wolf still has no more items to work with. That's a good thing. So now that white mark and then the black mark and the portal placement as well coming in. He's gonna double back. He's not gonna double back. Still has 1 black mark and a red one to play with. Oh, nice.
Yeah, so Wolf doing a great job. Omni really investing a lot of his resources here just to get the Mercenary, and unfortunately, Mercenary does get knocked down. He's going to try to move towards a favorable spot here. So having one of the tide turners out of the equation here is definitely a good sign for Omni, but Cypher progress looking quite strong here for the survivors. Note that it is a teleport, so we have not yet seen that, while Pit Stoppers is trying to rotate to find the next possible target, which could be PMNK or LN.
Yeah, I mean, either one would be a really good target, but obviously FNE has a pretty good understanding here. Oh, okay, the propel is gonna shoot PMNK forward, and that rescue is gonna probably happen. Okay, but he needs to at least get some damage onto the aeroplanist. Pit Stoppers is struggling a little bit around the coconut tree.
Yep, but finally able to land that hit on the aeroplanist, forcing him to go for that jetpack. And now we have a palleted area to work with. He's going to get a pallet slam, but traded off with a red mark just for him to be able to try and move forward here, setting up another double surprise. But PMNK still stays alive. Nice trapeze just for him to close the distance. We need that white mark on this aeroplanist, but he's doing a great job avoiding that white mark. But he does finally fall here, and now no.
Yeah, and the coffin has been placed onto the mercenary while he's getting healed at the meantime. So 3 ciphers almost being done here. Oh wait, he's gonna try and disrupt probably. No. Oh, he's gonna be, yeah, he's like, yeah, he's healed up. Let's just go back and camp a little bit. But right now things are looking pretty good for FNE.
Yeah, I think FNE, the way that they need to really put that pressure is really finish those ciphers. And now we see that the Priestess trying to get the attention, and now the rescue does happen. Tide Turner in play here. Mercenary trying to tank this next hit. He's going to be able to actually hit onto the Mercenary just for him to give that extra damage. But PMNK waiting for that Tide Turner to run out just so that he can be able to head towards this first stop area. Able to get it. No, we're actually going to get some hits onto him. He's able to get on the coaster, but we also have another ticket to ride on Pit Stoppers, though.
Yeah, Pit Stoppers like, yeah, let me just get on that ride with you. But right now, just one more white mark, and that's going to be the end of PMNK. Wait a minute. He's buying so much time right there. Oh, and that white mark's going to solidify it. But while all of that is happening, they are rushing Cypher like there's no tomorrow. And you gotta wonder, Pit Stopper, how much value actually he has on keeping that teleport the entire game.
Yeah, because right now they're on their last Cypher here. Is he going to switch? No, he's still... Oh, wait, he can't switch.
He doesn't. He can't switch, yeah.
So he will have to be forced to protect his chair. Tried to go for a flywheel there, but now the airplanist able to actually get the rescue. He has to avoid this hit at all costs. Can he try to go for the trade? No, he cannot get to the coaster in time. And now they have to rush this Cypher over at the bridge area. Pit Stoppers getting his first elimination. But now this is tough because FNE survivors unfortunately don't have a backup Cypher.
They don't, but at least there's a Priestess that can still give Global Portal when it's up and ready, and will be able to decode, right? But now he's going after Alien, which has who is at full health, so that's good. Dwindle the resources, just get all of them injured, and then late game is going to be super hard for them. Another black mark and a red mark. will be the end of it, but no, that pallet slam's gonna buy a little bit more time for Alien.
We do see that the ciphers are in a standstill because they are prioritizing healing. Elian does love the pallet slam, so he has to be very careful here. One more black mark, a nice flywheel just to avoid the hit. So now Elian still stays alive here, but just like that, the double surprise on top of a regular hit. And Embalmer has fallen, and unfortunately, no coffin on the Embalmer side, meaning Mercenary has to come for this save while the Priestess pushes that last cipher.
One person on the chair, one person's at half health. Mercenary is the one in the coffin, but none of that really matters if Embalmer expires because the coffin will disappear, right? With Action coming in. Wait, what's going on?
Look, we have actually a mechanic bot. The
Oh,
Mercenary
wait.
was able to pull.
Wolf? Wolf? He's have three best friends up there.
He does, but it seems like he's already at the 2-story area, so he's going to make the save after half. Action might have to take this next kite, but he has to be very careful. Going to try to play a mind game at this portaled area here, and he's going to be forcing Pit Stoppers away from the Embalmer. And we do have one more portal for Action to use. Double surprise. Oh, able to actually go through, and now we got some pallets to work with here.
Oh my god, that's gonna be one more black mark. That's gonna be it. But now, wow, beautifully done. That turn around, really good. But they're gonna heal up the Embalmer, hopefully bringing that second life to them. But this is where Pit Stoppers can actually put a stop to FNE. They got to come back and forth, right? He has to stop them midway, back and forth, because right now that's what's going on. Distance is gonna be the killing factor for the survivors.
Mechanics bot is gonna get spotted out here. Quite unfortunate. That could have been a cool backdoor rescue, but the mechanic bot is gonna get expired here. I think that having the mechanic bot in that area could have went for a backdoor rescue, but it just seems like Pit Stoppers now just has the control of this area where it's at the bridge cipher and also the rocket chair. Alien now getting the attention of Pit Stoppers. Unfortunately, getting that hit early on here might leave the Mercenary open for that rescue, but it is the last chair of this Embalmer and Priestess way past the half. That means everyone is actually on their last chair here.
They are, and it's just a matter of who's gonna go down first. If Embalmer dies here, that coffin on Wolf again will not have any more factors. But oh, the flywheel doesn't really matter. Oh wait, does it matter? It does. It actually helped negate that one damage. But now the black mark and the red bomb is gonna put Yan down, and that's it. Down for the count, and he can teleport straight to the last cipher if needed. Teleport.
Can. And once again, Pit Stopper's making sure he's going to make usage of this trait. He's going to clean up the portal just real quick here, trying to force some activity out of the Mercenary. One more red mark. Mercenary is going to get injured, but Priest is still out and about here. Might open up a new cipher, but it's actually, everything is kind of spread apart. Mercenary eating that hit, does not have any items to work with, so Pit Stopper's looking to tie things up 5 points each.
Yeah, I think he's in a very good position to do that as well. So, yeah, honestly, he just needs to make sure that the Priestess doesn't cheese her way towards the last cipher. But FNE is playing a pretty dangerous game. Oh, wait a minute. Wow.
Pause in the action here.
pause.
On the next episode of IVT, we're going to find out what's going to happen. Thanks. Like, share, and subscribe. We'll see you guys next week. I'm kidding.
All right.
But yeah, we can kind of call it early on. Pit Stopper is well on his way to get a 5-point game because he has detention, and end game also is going to be a factor because you only have 2 survivors left for that end game. So if he doesn't stop the cipher from popping, there's still the question of how they're going to push the exit gate. So based on how things are going, it seems like Pit Stopper is well on his way to get that 5-point game.
Looks like it, right? And I mean, it's just a matter of time before the survivors used up. We've seen this before, right? They use up their self heal and then use up their exit path, and then ultimately it's just they're just gonna die trying to fix that, just trying to push that cipher. And honestly, they have no choice because if they start a new cipher, you gotta expect Mercenary to kite without items for that whole one cipher duration. So honestly, I think they can persist. Priestess does have Portal to help her like play out those mind games, but has to be really careful though, because if she gets caught, if she gets caught, she's gonna go down for the count. No one's gonna be decoding the cipher, and then Masuri next target. We've seen this happen before. It's only gonna be a matter of time before both survivors use up exit path, and then the hunter gets that exclusive 4K for elimination.
Yeah, and that's actually the best case scenario for Team Omni because they hold on to their lead. And I'm looking at the final seconds before the pause happened, and yeah, you called it best. Mercenary not having any items, he did get injured. Priestess having at least one portal to work with is still all right. Yeah, but Pit Stoppers is looking real strong towards the late game. We did see him struggle a little bit, right, to find a target, and towards the mid game, it's like he had a little trouble kind of downing the survivors that he needed to. But this is one of the strengths of the Hullabaloo, is just that the way that he's able to rally back into this, which we are gonna rally back into after this. Or there we go, back to the action
go.
here. Okay,
All right.
nice snap now.
Thanos snap, bring back the stream. But it's already a push at 90%. Action still trying to push that cipher. Honestly, she's trying to decode a lot, but look at them. They're just scurrying here. And this is where not having trump card can hurt a little bit. But Pit Stopper, honestly, Hullabaloo here, right? What can you do in this situation, right? You're forced to stay camp here because if you chase after one, the other one's gonna be going away. It's gonna go for the cipher.
So this kind of opens up the opportunity for them to open up chests, but luckily for Pit Stoppers that he kind of has access to the ciphers around him, and he still has the advantage when it comes to mobility. So we're gonna see how he's gonna manage this. I think he just has to play the waiting game and see if there's any overextensions, which Mercenary does have a football. He was able to find that, so that can pull some distance. As we're gonna see it get locked out, so quite unfortunate. One more white mark, and the Mercenary falls without using the football.
Wow, and that's gonna be the Mercenary down for the count, but he still has exit path, right? So Action realizes that, yeah, I probably need to be far away. But that's the thing though, because the double surprise, it'll point you to the direction of the survivors. Okay, it'll point you to the direction of the survivors, and Action, you won't even be able to hide and give that global portal to the Mercenary when needed. Yo, okay.
Wow. Okay, clean up onto that portal here. Action providing enough support as long as he can. I don't know if Wolf is going to spend the exit path right away just to try to push for that last cipher. Actually, it's going to be tough because the Priestess doesn't even have borrowed time. So pushing for that end game could be quite dangerous. So nice flywheel, but we go for a trapeze just to go past this pallet.
Oh!
And now the Priestess has fallen.
Oh, beautifully done. And is Pit Stopper's gonna do the exact same thing, which is chair? It's so risky though, don't you think? Like,
yeah,
now he's gonna bring him closer.
No,
He's
yeah,
gonna bring him
I don't
closer.
think he's gonna bring him. I mean, the stakes are pretty high here. We're gonna see a struggle onto the Priestess here, but at least it's away from that cipher, and he's really forcing the Priestess to come a little closer. Mercenary's still down though, not using up the exit path, but another down onto this Priestess. As you mentioned, exit path is still a thing. So we are going to see the Priestess get carried all the way towards the two-storied area, just possibly away from that dungeon.
Yeah, away from the dungeon and just trying to see where the Mercenary is. Because obviously the Mercenary has already... Oh, okay. Alright, just put him down a little bit. Okay. Oh, okay. I see what's going on. He's just probably gonna slug Priestess a little bit. The struggle's gonna happen. And then that hit onto him has one portal to work with. So maybe he's gonna use it.
Possibly. He's close to towards that bridge area, but he's already being cut off by Pit Stoppers. One more black mark. The trade in favor of what's that? Sorry, it was the double surprise that caught me off guard. I'm like, who got stunned? So yeah, possibly waiting for the bleed out time of Mercenary, and it seems like the slugging strategy is going to pay off here for the for Pit Stoppers here to claim the victory in the second half.
Oh, I think he's gonna spot out the Mercenary out in the open, and yeah, probably gonna just share Mercenary here. I mean, it's Mercenaries. He's gonna bring the Mercenary closer together, right? Towards the Priestess. Yeah, he's just gonna put both of them together and let them bleed to death. I think that's valid.
Yeah, note that they still have the exit path here, so the struggle free is still gonna work out. The fact that they're holding on to it is what's making Pit Stoppers more cautious of just chairing them. So now, just being thorough about it, Pit Stoppers really pulling out all the stops to just make sure he ensures that his team will get a 5-point game.
Yeah, and obviously they're trying to run away from each other. They're like, yeah, please don't come any closer to me. Let's just break up, split up. Let's just get away from each other. But now Action's gonna use that first exit path out of the two. Oh, Pit Stopper's like, wait, are you gonna come back? No, he's not. So the idea now, just get Action down, chair the mercenary, and that should be it. Oh, dungeon.
Wow. Okay.
What? She wants to die as far away as possible from the mercenary.
Possibly, but Mercenary's close to the bleed out timer, so
yeah, just slug. Just slug and then stay with the priestess, and that should be it.
And nice using that teleport just so they can find Wolf. Wonder if Wolf is going to use up his exit path, because he could just straight up chair and the priestess is going to
Wolf needs
bleed
to
out.
stand up now. Yeah, Wolf needs to stand up if he can. Oh no, he doesn't. He couldn't stand up in time, and with half a football left as well.
Oof.
He knows where Priestess is, and now Priestess is slowly trying to crawl herself up, but you put yourself in that position.
Yeah, and quite unfortunate too. I mean, closer towards that dungeon, but Pit Stoppers could easily find his way back and just find the priestess. But there you have it, folks. FNE survivors really trying to go all out to salvage the situation, but it is Pit Stoppers to end up on top here. He's gonna find the priestess crawling, and the pickup is gonna happen, and the GGs are gonna be called.
All right, that's beautifully done by FNE. And yeah, I think they had a solid chance right there. It's just unfortunate that the last cipher was actually on the bridge, and Pit Stoppers was just constantly patrolling that area. Nothing that they could have done any better there. Maybe could have found some items at first, but even that doesn't really help much.
Yeah,
I think
quite unfortunate. But you know, Pit Stoppers, his hullabaloo, I know chat was kind of asking to see a hullabaloo, and there you have it. Still very meta, still very viable, and very dangerous no matter what point in the game. Once you get that double surprise, you can't spam it like you used to, but it's still very purposeful, kind of like the cages of how the Goatman is now. You really have to plan it well, and I think Pit Stoppers, you know, at the start, kind of rough, but he was still able to get back the game towards the mid to the end game there.
Yeah, mid to end game was where he really shined. And just showing what the hullabaloo is capable of doing, despite the nerfs, right? You can see that he was definitely struggling to get that points a little bit in the early game, but as he got used to it, it almost felt as if hullabaloo was still the same.
Yeah, it kind of reminded us,
yeah.
Oh, this is the hullabaloo we're talking about that merits a lot of bans. And considering this is the hometown advantage of hullabaloo here at Moonlit River Park, played it very well. He does shine really well in this map, especially the jump spots of the carousel, the bridge area, the T-walled area on fourth stop. You could just trapeze your way around it. Quite the long match here now on the side of the survivors when it comes to containment time. But after the second elimination, it did extend for a little bit because Wolf and Action really making Pit Stoppers work for his final elimination, or the 5-point game to happen. So really a battle of the hunters at this point, with how Killer Boss and Pit Stoppers were able to tie out round number 2. But we will see a round number 3, and it might be played out fully because the point differential is still quite close.
Yeah, points difference very, very close, but it is going to be Omni with a slight advantage, because again, if they get the tie in BO3, that's gonna be it. They're gonna take this by round wins. So don't go anywhere, guys. We're heading to a replay. We'll be right back.
And there you have it, folks. The battle of Pit Stoppers and Killer Boss getting 5-point games through and through, tying up round number 2, forcing a game 3. And like Nell mentioned, the point differential isn't that much, so it's really going to go down to the wire between these two teams. Now, the question is, will the survivors shine in round number 3 now that the top 4 are going to be off the table? We'll just have to find out and see, because it is still a 2-point differential because one survivor did escape for Team Omni.
Yeah, I mean, it was very close, right? You would think that FNE was very, very, how do you put this? Very, very close to getting that at least one man escape just to equalize the score, make it the same as round 1. But it's, how do you put this? It's still the experience coming in from Pit Stoppers that's put a stop into that matter. So ultimately, I think it was just a calm decision making by Pit Stoppers that allowed them to just stop FNE from making that comeback.
I think people in the chat were talking about the patient play on Pit Stopper's side, you know, just making sure, all right, I'll rally back into this, I'll weather out the early storm. Some placements of the hits aren't going my way, but that's the thing with Hullabaloo. You can keep spamming those hits, it's all good, no attack recoveries. It's just that double surprise changes and also the trapeze changes that you kind of have to work with, but still same hunter, different types of timing, but still the same effectiveness. So Pit Stoppers, congratulations, tying things up with Killer Boss. So round number 3, we have not seen FNE make it till round number 3, but yesterday the only match to make it to round number 3 was an Omni match, and they seem to come online when it comes to round number 3.
Yeah, and that's a back-to-back 4K elimination, right? Coming from Pit Stoppers as well. So that definitely helped Team Omni to a certain extent. But round number 3, this is where things get very interesting. Like, how are you going to fight against a team? The longer it goes into BO3, the longer it goes, the more bans are going to come out, the more survivors are going to be banned, the more hunters are going to be banned. So honestly, the deep hunter pool is going to be in effect.
Yeah, so we just have to wait and see what that deeper hunter pool does entail. So let us know what you guys want to see. Again, me and Nell are kind of hoping for a Ripper. We're hoping to see a Feaster. We're hoping to see different hunters make its way to the mix here. Depending on the map, which is going to be Chinatown, so maybe a Clown could make its way into the mix from either of these hunters. And the question is also on FNE's side, are they going to bring back Killer Boss, or will it be Yin D? Because Yin D is the one to show a little bit of variety here, but Killer Boss seems to be very well aware of the meta.
Indeed. And going to Chinatown as well, can you see that character in the middle of the map?
Could be in the umbrella exit, a character that does have umbrellas as well.
Could be. We can only hope, right, to see that. But coming in, it's how do you put this? It's always, I don't know, like you said that there's an availability of Wu Chang in the mix, right, coming in. But whether or not it's gonna be to full avail right here, I mean, it's game number 3 after all, and if they want to go with it, Yindi can use it if he wants to. But I don't know. I feel 50-50 about it. 50-50 because half of me wants to see it in action again, but the other half is like, what if Omni is just that well prepared against a Wu Chang?
Yeah, seems like Killer Boss will still be the hunter of choice on Team FNE, so maybe the Wu Chang might be benched, as the top 4 hunters will be benched as well. So first draft of bans here is going to come out in the form of Seer and Priestess. This does allow Fire Investigator and the Antiquarian to come out. So Fluff, bring out the Antiquarian also in round number 3 yesterday up against the Breaking Wheel. Could be what they're trying to... I mean, Antiquarian can gear up towards any hunter. It just has a lot of value in terms of transition kiting, and also stunning, as well as a meteorologist pickup. So really bolstering up their defenses and their kiting abilities with these hunters. Could this be the SOS situation that Omni is looking for here?
Could be, right? Omni is definitely playing with a few more characters that can help buy a little bit more time. Meteorologist herself is already very useful in dealing with the hunter, pushing the hunter away or elevating herself up into more favorable positions. Fire investigator as well, the balloon can definitely help propel survivors forward, teammates forward, even block the hunters route as well. So Antiquarian and Walling up against this lineup. You gotta wonder, Killer Boss, what is he going to play up against this lineup? And dare I say, a mobility character. I mean, it's a lot of movement and harassment that can come. Antiquarian himself, meteorologist, the balloon from Fire Investigator, Muro as well. We haven't really seen a successful push, but wait.
Oh my god, actually someone in chat kind of called this out. Let's see, Nightmare round 3, Lunatica, shout outs to you. Asking for the Nightmare, and the Nightmare yesterday, no, I was actually quite proficient, but for it to try and get a 5-point game in a stun heavy lineup could be a little tough, but mobility wise, you do have those crows to throw around. So line of sight is going to be very important. There's going to be a lot of stun potential, a lot of push potential on both Antiquarian and the Meteorologist. And just the survivability of Juan might be a little tough. So Killer Boss, the Nightmare, is going to spawn close to the Fire Investigator, which possibly might be the best chase for him to start off the round.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, he has a lot of targets he can use, but again, it's the Nightmare we're talking about, and he's like a homing missile tracking hunter, right? You stalk and then you just leap forward. And, dash. But it's really easy to counter that, especially if you're in tight corners behind walls because of the auto attack. But experienced one knows how to activate and deactivate that stalking mode at will, right? So just looking at the persona wheels instead, at the moment, no borrowed time onto the Meteorologist. Everyone else has borrowed time. Tide Turner on the Muro and Meteorologist. And Killer Boss, a 3-6 warp. We'll see how it turns up in round 3 first half with me, Nello, and Posh Spice.
Let's go.
Yep.
Killer Boss on the Nightmare. Will this be the Nightmare that Omni cannot wake up from? We're going to find out in just a bit. This Nightmare really needs to come online for him to be able to get the full presence of those double dashes, but he needs to find his prey to stalk first, and it seems like it will be the character that we were initially scouting, which is Lace's Fire Investigator. Gonna block the path right away, forcing out the hit.
Nice.
Lace actually hiding. Oh my god, but it seems like we might experience a technical pause. He wasn't moving, so that was a little unfortunate.
My brain's not moving, but yeah, that's definitely that's definitely a pause warranted there, because he was just standing there, right? And
he was.
Yeah, I'm so. Yeah, guys, I guess we have to take a little bit of break just to wait for them to fix that issue.
Yeah.
But what a Monday! What a Monday!
What a Monday for people that are in this region where me and Nello are at, blessing us up with that Nightmare pick. I hope they do resolve that, because it was a really good placement for the balloon. So I hope that they do resolve that in just a bit. But people, I'm just watching the live chat talk about how the Killer Boss already picking up the Nightmare. People are like kind of freaking out, like, oh my god, Nightmare, that's crazy. People were just hoping not to see Wax Artist. They were hoping to see Anne. It's kind of funny that with Wax Artist, people don't want to see Wax Artist, which I think we've had our fair share of wax artist experience, and we've seen it so much in competitive that, all right, let's switch things up. A Nightmare, though, we were talking about it yesterday. I think it was Aka in, I believe it was a Koa qualifiers. He brought out the Nightmare, but he brought it out in terms of him playing the second half, and he just needed to tie it. Here, though, Killer Boss has to, I would say he needs to get more than just a tie.
He does. He does need to get more than a tie. Or he could replicate Aka's Nightmare.
True. Aka's Nightmare got a tie.
What? Wait, really?
Yeah, in the qualifiers, the one I watched at least, because he just needed to get a tie. So and that's I forgot who he was facing up against, but I'm pretty sure Aka did bring out the Nightmare also in IJL. So maybe he's got to channel in his inner Aka to be able to get more than just a tie that is kind of synonymous to this hunter. The surprise factor is also something that you have to consider on Omni's side, because they still are looking for a survivor team win, aside from getting that one person escape.
Yeah, that's true. But I'm just looking at this as well. It's like that free hit onto the beginning of the game. Well, I guess...
Lobato boy says Mikor. Getting it like just standing there. The boom, those edits of like, yeah, that's me kiting basically. Same. I can relate to that. I freeze up. Hey, I did it a good play. I was able to block with the balloon, get a seer owl block, then I just get a free hit. So it happens to the best of us. Hopefully they do resolve this issue, because a lot is at stake, and not to mention now B4U is watching and waiting and taking down notes on their next matchup.
Exactly. Just wondering who their next opponent's gonna be. And if it's Omni, they're like, okay, I guess we just have to put a stop onto pit stoppers. And if it's FNE, then that's gonna be Killer Boss Indie. So either way, both are going to be interesting opponents in the grand finals. But right now, they gotta fix this issue first, because that one free hit might cost Omni a little bit more. And yeah, I mean, this game technically it's 6-3 in round number 1, 5-5 in round number 2. So if Killer Boss can get the 4K here, they can turn the tables against Omni.
They can. So right now we're gonna get back into the matchup here. Unfortunately, Lays will get also a crow onto him, so unfortunately he will get stalked, and this is gonna allow Killer Boss to close out the distance, dropping another balloon just for him to transition towards this windowed area, the restaurant. But we do see that he's unlocking that hunter persona as he looks to the ground. Warp is going to be used for him to counter this pallet, and now the down does happen on Lays.
Very masterfully done. Killer Boss with that warp, just closing in distance and be like, yeah, I'm here. I gotcha. And honestly, that first hit really didn't help Lays out.
True.
Right.
Oh, Salty Sugi saying Aka did play the Nightmare last night, and he got the 4K, so 100% win rate. I hope that is correct. But Killer Boss looking to replicate that 100% win rate in this matchup alone, as Juan does feed that tinnitus. You gotta wonder, maybe Omni might go for the full blood rescue just to salvage the situation, because Lace is about to, he's past the halfway mark, and I believe they don't want to feed that much presence onto this hunter, since the down was quite early in the game.
It was, but it does allow them, like, by selling, by doing a full blood rescue, they can at least ensure that it's gonna, they can do more ciphers, buy us a little bit more time, and they can maybe secure a tie.
Oh, push onto the meteorologist, able to actually get a little bit of distance, and Lay still kiting back to where the balloon is at. And now we're just canceling the line of sight just so he doesn't get those dashes in, doesn't get the stock in. Drops the pallet here just for him to force to break it. Gonna try to go for a red light trick. He's actually gonna move. Oh my god, he's able to catch him! The back step.
Wow, that moonwalk back into that hit onto Lays. Masterfully played by Killer Boss. Killer Boss definitely showing them who's boss at this moment, right?
Right.
But yeah, that was such a clean move coming in. And with 2 ciphers, sorry, not even a 5th cipher in the vicinity, 1 in the vicinity, it's gonna try and be that next kiter. Full presence has not yet been unlocked on Killer Boss though. So Killer Boss has gotta find that next target. And as for Omni, they gotta make that second kite really work.
Yeah, Aqua on the last usage of the bottle. He's going to try to go for that shake again. But he did try going for that push, and I did see maybe a little bit of a heal going on. So Aqua actually going to use it to change elevations here, but the Crow is going to counter that because he's just going to teleport right next to him out in the open here. The dashes are going to connect, and now Aqua is injured.
Yeah, and Killer Boss just unlocked that second Wolverine dash, right? So that second leap is going to be super lethal. You do not want to be walking in open space. You do not want to be walking in front of nothing. The terrains is definitely going to help, okay? Break this pallet, then move on towards the other way. See that second leap, so important.
Yeah, I mean, like, Aqua was kind of put in a tough spot here because there was another pallet to work with, but the terrain here is few and far between. Meteorologist doesn't have any more clouds to work with. However, though, Fluff in the mix could change things up with that disarm, as Juan is the one to go for that last cipher pop. 2 dashes? No, just one, just to make sure.
Okay.
So will this rescue happen in time? 70%. We're gonna get the rescue going. No disarm.
Yeah, I'm surprised no disarm. Ooh, careful. All right, slow down a little bit here, Aqua. All right, cool. And you see, like, that's what happens, right? You gotta break this pallet.
Yeah.
You gotta break this pallet because look at that time bot pod.
Oh.
99%.
Okay. Go for the... Oh, my goodness, no more time. I forgot. Oh, no. Aqua.
Help.
Yeah, send help.
Oh my god.
And this is where it gets scary because he could throw that Crow towards the exit gate. Luckily, Fluff is here and can go for a bit of a disarm. Oh, but he's caught out in the open, and the warp is gonna catch Juan. Luckily, Juan has that boar.
Oh, the double
dash! And now Wildling has fallen. Meteorologist is gonna get teleported on. The disarm, though. This is very important. A 3 stack here. At least he's able to get the rescue, but now this is going to be very dangerous. The dashes are available, and now Meteorologist has fallen.
Oh my god. Killer Boss just needs to put Aqua on chair, and that's going to be 2 survivors eliminated. And that's the nightmare we're talking about. Oh my god, Killer Boss. Will Killer Boss be able to make this 4K? Because if it does,
Oh, Wildling's
Omni will be in danger of being
Yeah,
eliminated.
that's true. It might come down to that wire. It could end up just that one person escape. Could be the difference maker. Wildling has to survive long enough for the board to be off cooldown. I like the change of elevations here. We're going to go for that Crow. Nice drop down onto that pallet. And Fluff is actually opening up the exit gate. 4, 3, 2. He needs to be able to jump onto this board in time. He's able to get it. So this does buy enough time, but will Killer Boss actually commit? It seems like he might be focusing his attention onto Juan, allowing Fluff to get the exit. He's going to throw the Crow, but it's not going to happen in time.
Yeah, Juan, I don't know. He's so far away from the dungeon. I'm not sure. I don't think he's still trying to look for the dungeon, I believe. But the dungeon's not even here. So I think best case scenario would still be like a draw, a one-man escape.
Yeah.
But Killer Boss, yeah, that's going to be a 3K right there. Fluff is going to exit, and they'll gladly take that one-man escape. Who would have thought? Killer Boss, Nightmare, 3K right there.
Yeah, and then round number 3, and that's why you gotta love round number 3, because that's when you get creativity picks or a signature picks. And Killer Boss bring out the Nightmare. A little interesting start there by the fire investigator, but they play on. Lace was able to kite for a little bit. However, though, it seems like a bit of a deja vu from round number 1, because I believe it was Fluff to get the exit, and now Fluff getting the exit once again. It could be that difference maker. Have to switch things up though on the side of the factions, and Pitstopper's needs to at least get a 3, I believe. Or if he ties it up, oh no, he can't tie it up. If he ties it up, we have to go overtime. He has to at least get a 3-man elimination.
3-man elimination. Yeah, he needs to do that. And that will help win, and that will help how do you put this? That will help Omni win going moving forward. But honestly, that game was really, really good for the side of Killer Boss. He was definitely killing it. And not the, but of course, the fact that Lays got hit earlier on, that was super unfortunate. He was just standing there, right? So that was super unfortunate. But ultimately, they managed to get one survivor out. So I guess that's still okay. But FNE, they've already gotten that 3-man elimination. So right now, it's still hard, right? It's still hard.
Yeah, because right now we've tied things up. Like in terms of points, we're tied. FNE is leading this round. So if how would I say this? If it ties up, we go overtime. But if one faction gets 3 points, they win immediately.
So anything but a tie, right?
Anything but a tie is correct. Wait, actually, I got to see the points because it was 3-1 and then the 5-point game. So 2 points were gained.
6-3.
Yeah, it was 6-3. And
so
then,
this is already 3-1.
Okay, and if you do the math there, it's a 1-point difference now.
It's a 1-point difference. Yeah, 6-3 versus 3-1 now. So if it's a draw, if it's a draw, FNE will win.
I think it's gonna be I think it's gonna be Omni that wins. They have more 5-point games.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
My bad. Yeah.
Wait. Okay, let me just do the math real quick. So that's 11 on the side of Omni in terms of points, and then this is 8. Oh, it's 11. We're all tied up. In terms
Yeah,
of points.
we're all tied up, right? So if second half,
if it ends in a tie, FNE wins this round. So we tie in rounds because round 1 is won by Omni. FNE wins round 3. We tie up in points. It goes overtime. So that is the case that is going to happen. But if it comes down to it, Pit Stoppers won't want that to happen, nor would the survivors of FNE want that, because these rounds are quite draining. Imagine you win that overtime round, then B4U's up next, and you have to play at 100% after going through a gauntlet up against either Omni or FNE. So there is a possibility for it to extend to that overtime, and we will have to give Nello his crown to be the overtime king if that's the case. But not if Pit Stoppers has anything to say about it.
Yeah, not if Pit Stoppers has something to say about it. And I mean, they still got grand finals to work with, right? B4U's already resting like 2 hours before this and probably grabbing their dinner and something like that. And they're rested up, right? Whereas here, Omni, FNE, one of these teams are going to go to the grand finals. And they might not get as much of a rest as B4U did. So that can factor into that long BO5 game we might be seeing. But ultimately, today has not been a clean sweep at all, which means that it's a very neck and neck game. So right here, I'm not even surprised if it might go overtime, but
somewhere in Singapore, Chocho is smiling from ear to ear because she's not the OT queen anymore.
Just like,
she's at work right now. So shout out to Chocho for being. I think people in the chat were saying like, "Oh, is Chocho subbing in?" No, it's me and Nell that's tanking up until grand finals. So hope you guys are still doing all right. And yeah, I wish Chocho.
I wish she's subbing in.
Well, that would be the breaking wheel combo that we all three have. So that would be awesome.
Breaking wheel.
Right, but breaking wheel in this. No, I feel like who did Pit Stoppers play round 3 in his matchup yesterday?
I believe
Brought out the Goat Man. He brought out the Hullabaloo, and Ching H brought out Breaking Wheel, tied it up.
Yeah, there's no second half. Was it?
Oh no, Pit Stoppers brought out Bon Bon.
Bon Bon, yes. Who could have forgot? Who could have forgotten? There's the Bon Bon factor. And I got a 3K with it.
Yeah, I think because the KON's survivors needed to get a lot of. Wait, they needed a 3-man elimination or escape, but Pit Stoppers playing the Bonbon here really helped out. So we are going to get a Weeping Clown and a Gravekeeper to start things out, and conventional bans onto the Hunter side. So I wonder if Pit Stoppers is going to change things up, going with the Bonbon. Is he going to try and go Clown? Looking at the lineup of survivors that he banned out, though, no Meteorologist, no Fire Investigator. Still pretty standard fare, I'd assume. But if we do, maybe he can kind of go for Bonbon to counter Gravekeeper. Clown, I'm not sure, but Bonbon in this map is going to be a little hard when it comes to mobility.
Yeah. Thank you to Kamo as well for putting this in plain English. My brain wasn't braining, honestly. Yeah, 3 escape. FNE wins. Tie, Omni wins. So honestly, Omni is in a really good position to win this. A tie will just help them win.
Okay.
So FNE needs 3-man escape against Pit Stoppers. Ooh.
Okay. So Pit Stoppers can aim for a tie.
Yeah.
Okay.
Disciple. Just kidding.
Wax artist.
Mad Eyes.
Mad Eyes.
Joseph.
Oh, the Joseph coming into this.
Sir Joseph.
I had a moment yesterday where I called the journalist photographer. So people in chat like, where's the photographer? Sorry.
Where? Yeah. And we thought, yeah, I don't know. I think it's just the early mornings. But oh my God. I'm going back to waking up early in the morning. This is just messing up my brain so much. But
it's only IDV and the chat that is turning us to morning folks. So thank you guys for making us live healthier lifestyles here. And also, Labato Boy says, don't forget to drink water. So this is your time to drink some water, chat. Hydration check. Salty Sugi, shout outs to you. Caro as well. Noel, shout outs to you. We see Whispered Cares. And who else are we going to shout out to? Welcome to Wendy's. How can I take your order? Hello.
Wendy's.
Will, shout outs to you. Lunatica, shout outs to you. Giving shout outs to everyone as Pit Stoppers goes for the Dream Witch. One character that is in his repertoire. Calling card of a character that he does use when it comes to clutch situations. Now, considering the map is huge, didn't bring out the Ivy in the previous match, but the Dream Witch can work here. We need to see really clean, a clean endgame on the survivors, right? They can't force the endgame if they are put in a bad spot, because that's kind of what happened against the Ivy matchup. That they need to have their resources about them. They can't have any leeches on them, and they need to, once the Cypher pops, they need to already be in position to push for that exit gate.
It's pretty hard. They don't have any heals here as well, right? They don't really have any heals. They do have the shovel from Gravekeeper, Journalist as the secondary support rescuer. Weeping Clown can also be one. So really, it's the Postman that's working. I'm already enjoying this because I love Postman. He does not have borrowed time, however. PMNK as well, no borrowed time. In fact, only Alien and Wolf have borrowed time. Two Tight Turners, Pit Stoppers with the classic 3-6 Patroller. We'll see. Round 3, second half. Let's see if FNE will take it away or will Omni be the ones advancing. I'm Nello, that's Potch Spice.
Pit Stoppers on the Dream Witch here. Do or die time for one of these teams to head on to the grand finals. And we do see that Wolf is already at the middle of this map, just trying to gain the attention. And we're going to see a rotation away from this Gravekeeper. We don't want to chase the Gravekeeper to start things out. And it seems like he wants his best possible target, which is the Decoder in Postman. Action. He's going to gain the attention of Pit Stoppers, already putting a leech onto this survivor. So Postman plays now, one of your favorite characters on the screen.
Yeah, and this is where I can really go roof roof, right? Because it definitely stopped hit stoppers a little bit there, but that's gonna be one free hit from the follower itself. And now the leech follower is probably gonna follow suit in a little bit. He's just putting him away so they will auto track onto the postman. But X Shin though, he's like, "Hi, I'm just passing by. Don't mind me. I'm
Yeah.
just trying to." Oh my god! He's just running into. He's running into the main follower. What?
Yeah, so the fact that he didn't, this is actually huge for pit stoppers that he didn't have to use the leech
right?
followers. And look at
And the
that, going
basement.
for the basement. This is so
Help.
much pressure at the start. He didn't even
Yeah.
use up his trait yet. So yeah, send help to the basement here because that is going to be a tough rescue. Pit stopper is going to position his main body out here just so he can leech any of these survivors. The question is, who's going to come in for the save? Wolf on the Gravekeeper can do this, but he's going to add more leeches to the map here. Wolf already out of the shovel form. We're going to see the Patroller drop here just to prolong the chair time of this postman.
Oh my god! Can this be a terror shock? Oh, a little bit fast, but it's okay. There's still someone waiting on top of the line. And Gravekeeper, you can take it off though. Oh no, he's not gonna. He's just gonna persist. He's like, yeah, I'm
Yeah.
not gonna waste time on that. But wait, pit stoppers trying to move that leech upwards. And look at this. This is the best case scenario for Dreamwitch. 2 leeches up and about.
Yeah, another drop. Oh, wow, canceling out the Patroller. Okay, just buying a little bit more time. But I would say quite the expensive scramble. Gravekeeper does not have that much shovel to work with. Actually, has like a smidge of a shovel to work with. We've already used up 1 rocket, and now we're on Postman's second chair. They do have Weeping Clown to go for the rescue. But you pointed out, Nell, like, there's just so much followers on the map here. And Pit Stopper is looking to actually add more to the mix here, as he did change up his trait to Blink already. Nice rescue, but the Blink attacking the Postman, unfortunately unable to get the flywheel going.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate. But unfortunately, this is going to be the end of the journey for X Shin. With a post, I'm surprised he didn't use. Wait, did he use? He did use the letter at the very last second.
Right.
Just showing the hope, right? Just giving hope, and I guess that's gonna be the end of it. And
Yeah.
they're just gonna have to heal each other, heal the Gravekeeper up first, prepare for a 3-man end game. But mind you, though, Omni needs a draw, and that's gonna help them win the game.
It will. So really playing to those, really playing to that win condition for them to head towards that grand final spot. I like the fact that they're cleaning stuff. They're cleaning up the leeches here. Weeping Clown does not have an anti-curse, but we are going to see PMNK take up this next chase here, and unfortunately, no items to work with. Blink is about to be ready for Pit Stoppers to work with, and let's see how long this Weeping Clown can stay alive as they try to push the last 2 ciphers, which is slowly climbing here now.
It is. That's going to be a free hit, I believe. Oh, the flywheel missed. Pit Stopper was anticipating it, but doesn't really matter. That hit's still going to register, and with the leech up, yeah, they have 2 men rushing for that last 2 ciphers. Pit Stoppers has got to be careful not to allow the cipher to go uncontested, right? So that leech onto the Gravekeeper is going to put a little bit more pressure towards Wolf. Whereas Weeping Clown with the anti-curse will be trying to remove the cursed, the follower onto himself.
Yep, and that is actually going to allow Pit Stoppers to focus his attention onto this Weeping Clown. Follower still remains, anti-curse still remains on both Weeping Clown and the Gravekeeper, but really working towards that tie situation. One more cipher remains. It's not close just yet. They did spend up all their tide turners, so we're going to add more leeches as the Gravekeeper does get a follower on him on this hotel lobby area. Wolf being very careful. Wow, they trade. Weeping Clown gets rescued while Gravekeeper just forces a leech hit to happen. And now main body is positioned out of range here, but he is trying to focus on this one cipher that is the closest to popping.
Yeah, and that follower itself is going to go back to Mother Base. Unfortunately, they're going to try and heal just to keep themselves up and alive. That's 76% on the Cypher. Pit Stopper, though, just keeping the stress, the pressure up onto FNE survivors. Again, guys, you have to be reminded that they only need two. Pit Stoppers only need a tie to win this game. And Wolf is looking to get that 3-man escape by pushing the Cypher. But you know, it almost never works because you're injured. And that leech is going to keep you in place.
Speaking of injured, well, as only Gravekeeper that's injured, Weeping Clown able to get healed up. They're really preparing for that end game. Journalist is the only one with full items left. And nice, able to actually bait out the blink. That's a huge opportunity for FNE to kind of bounce back from. Double decoding on this Cypher towards the end of this alleyway, while Wolf unfortunately did spend up his last shovel. Last Cypher is slowly climbing. I believe Journalist will have to kind of get ready for a save just in case. Really trying to split push. Nice drop onto the pallet here on the Weeping Clown.
Yeah, you can see Pit Stopper just keeping the main body close by towards that 80% Cypher, just because, you know, in case someone comes, then he can leash that person up again. But right now, FNE, they are playing really stable, as they should, because they gotta make sure that they do not have leeches on them at all times, or at least prime the leech.
Which
right
now there are none. So I think they know that Pit Stopper's patience really was put on display with the Hullabaloo match, and right now they're really testing it even more. Just constantly pressuring the Cyphers. Weeping Clown already made a rotation towards this 2-story hotel. However, what's scary is the Gravekeeper is still injured. He did get a magic wand to work with, and as this chase is happening onto the Weeping Clown, that Cypher is slowly moving towards the fountain area. So FNE really fighting back here to stay alive in this tournament.
Yeah, and again, the conditions here is just getting a 3-man out, and FNE will move forward. So no doubt, Pit Stopper is definitely feeling the stress coming into, because look at that Cypher Potch. It's already at prime status.
Okay, we see Weeping Clown eat that hit. He doesn't have the borrowed time, but he still is able to gain the attention. Now Pit Stoppers gonna leech onto the Journalist. Journalist has has items to work with. He can tank those hits, has the little bros to work with. I like how they're not forcing the exit gates just yet. So Pit Stoppers needs to get that tie. These survivors need to get a 3-man escape to stay alive in this tournament and head towards grand finals against B4U. Who's gonna fall first?
Ooh, the Magician's Stick gonna help a little bit there, but right now just trying to sandwich Wolf. Wait, what's going on? Getting through the air. But Wolf's gonna go down, and that could be the prerequisite to Omni moving forward. Journalist, Weeping Clown has to prioritize on the leeching first. Weeping Clown, probably not. He's at half health, but this is a hard situation to be in, Poch, because both gates have not been open.
Yeah, it's a really tough back and forth here. We see Elian is going to try to make his way towards this mix, but we do see that the blink and the down, unfortunately unable to get Little Bro out in time. And now this is more than the win condition that Pit Stoppers is looking for. Exegate is slowly opening, but he has his next survivor. Actually, they did save up the next survivor. So Pit Stoppers needs to be careful, because the Exegate is open. They are trying to heal up, and now they need to go for this rescue.
Yeah, not if Pit Stoppers leech and force them out. That would be really good. Right, but now, oh my god, they know even if they leave the gate now, that's not going to mean anything, because they're going to lose either way. PMNK trying to break ankles there with the last pad that he has, but now PMNK gonna go down. Wolf is probably gonna dash towards where Alien is, but doesn't really matter. His Stoppers has the blink to work it. That's gonna be the stop that he's gonna be putting for elimination, Potch, by Pit Stoppers.
undoubtedly 5 games each for Pit Stoppers. Congratulations, Omni. Moving forward, they got a date with B4U in the grand finals, but big shout outs to FNE for fighting till the very end. They really tried to play up until that 3-man escape, and you can't knock them for really going all out and really pushing Pit Stoppers to the limit and really testing his patience. They really tried their best to survive as much as they can, but this was kind of a hunter showcase of Killer Boss, Yindi on the side of FNE and Pit Stoppers, really just making sure that his 5-point game is still going to go untarnished.
Yeah, and that's gonna be something to write home about. Congratulations to Omni. They'll be facing B4U in the finals. But of course, congratulations to FNE as well for showing us what they were made of. So shouts to them. Hopefully they will keep playing together, and hopefully they'll be able to go even further, reach greater heights, and nothing but the best for them in future events. But as of now, congratulations.
Yeah.
Second finalist going up against B4U.
Yeah, so it still remains as B4U and Team Omni, the grand finals, kind of looking like a co-qualifiers in IVT 2025. Here are the match stats, folks. Yeah, Wolf, Action, and Elian, PMNK doing a great job to start things out. Cypher progress was looking very well up until the first elimination did happen. Then it kind of stalled out once it was the last Cypher. And Pit Stoppers really coming online towards the end game and showing that his Dream Witch is still quite sharp.
Yeah, I mean, that would have been a draw game at best. FNE definitely played that well, but it's just unfortunate. The reason why Pit Stoppers was able to get that 4-man eliminations because FNE couldn't leave through that gate.
Yeah.
The tie condition has put them in a stalemate. Like, hey, even leave or not, we're damned either way. We gotta go back. We gotta go back for our man, Wolf, right there.
I think that gives you a license to like no man left behind. So it really just shows that, yo, FNE, all right, we win together, we get sent back to the manor together, it's still all good. And you know what, you're going up against one of the best here in Pit Stoppers. So I think coming to that interview, definitely got to ask Team Omni how they feel moving forward against B4U and going up against FNE here. I'm pretty sure they were definitely tested and pushed to their limits in this matchup.
Yeah, exactly. But super excited to see the grand finals heading into the game later on. B4U versus Omni. I'm definitely looking forward to seeing how the back and forth is going to happen, because for those of you who don't know, there's a little bit of backstory to both teams. You know, as the years go by, as the time goes by, there's player roster changes, as you can see now in B4U itself. And in case you guys didn't know, Pit Stoppers used to play for B4U as well, and now he's shining in Omni, being the main hunter. So a lot of back and forths. I like the history going on here. Former teammates turned into rivals. That's definitely a really nice rivalry we would like to see here. Both are also COA representatives for NAEU. So
nothing but the best of the best here in the grand finals when it comes to Team Omni versus B4U. So that's something you guys have to tune in for and support, because these are your representatives when it comes to international competition. And we just heard word that we will be interviewing Omni's Aqua. So Aqua, coming into our interview, do let us know what kind of questions you want to ask. I guess we got to keep it kind of brief now, because they got to get ready for their matchup. They're going up against B4U. So I guess hopefully we'll keep it light. I wonder how Aqua is going to feel, or like how he's doing, because it's got to be a big sigh of relief going up against FNE and in a clutch scenario, forcing out the whole BO3. But I mean, you got B4U next. So I'm excited to see that one. And I'm excited to know more about our MVP, which is Pit Stoppers, getting 5-point games consistently in this best of 3 series. It is his GOAT man to get that MVP status. So congratulations to Omni's Pit Stoppers.
Congratulations. And the GOAT there looking kind of confused. No, not really, just looking demented. Like, so, but you can tell he's really happy. Roof, right? So, getting that MVP. Well deserved. Congratulations, Pit Stoppers. And of course, congratulations once again to Team Omni for qualifying to the finals. And mind you guys, that's $12,000 for first place. That's a lot of dough for IVT NAEU for this 2-day event.
Yeah. And yes, Chu over at the chat asking if the B4U match will be played. Yes, it will be played after we'll have an interview and a bit of a short break to set everything up, but we will crown a champion tonight. So double duty on the side of Team Omni. After an intense match, they'll be coming back for double duty in the grand finals, and we will be speaking to one of Omni's best. Let's head on over to the interview for Team Omni's Aqua.
Hello?
Hi,
Hey.
Aqua. Hey, first and foremost, congratulations. A really intense back and forth between you guys and FNE. Let's get your thoughts. How did it feel getting the victory, and now you're heading to grand finals?
Yeah, well, obviously we're excited. We're excited to play B4U. They're a very, very strong team, one of the oldest in the NAEU scene. I remember when I first started playing this game, watching B4U play and being like, I want to be like them someday, and then now I'm here.
Nice.
So really exciting for me.
Hell yeah, let's go.
All right,
Okay.
cool. All right. And going into the next game, right? I mean, just to shed light into the new meta changes, right? With the recent patches, will we expect to see any surprise preparation against B4U, like in terms of the composition?
Without spoiling,
of course.
Well,
can we
obvious-
expect a surprise?
I mean, I think the biggest thing about this matchup is that it's going to be a best of 5. So we will definitely have to see some sort of more variety in those later rounds as all those characters get bans. And I'm excited to see how that's going to happen with, maybe opportunities to play characters maybe we haven't seen very much in the previous streamed matches, for instance.
Yeah, I'll just take it back to the matchup in FNE, between you guys and FNE. What was the moment there where you guys got a sigh of relief? Any highlighted moments that you guys want to capitalize on? Any shout outs you want to give out to your teammates that they did a good job for you guys to head to grand finals?
All right, let me think back. Well, in the first round, the getting the one escape, the first round was definitely a big moment for the matchup. I think being able to get that advantage in the first round makes, especially in a BO3, makes it much easier to go on then.
Right.
Knowing that you could even just tie the next 2 rounds, for instance, and still win the matchup. And then obviously Pitt did exceptionally well in all 3 rounds, so we could even just with those one escapes, we were good enough, thankfully.
All right. And we don't want to keep you for too long because we know you got to rest up against B4U later on. So before we let you go, any words you want to share, any message you want to share to your fans that are watching you in this tournament?
Well, just know that all of us on Omni, we appreciate your support so much, and we are doing our best to, be a team that you can be proud of if we are to play in international tournaments like KOA and IVS. And we really appreciate all of you guys. Thank you so much.
All right, Aqua, thank you so much. Good luck in the grand finals. Get some rest, water, hydrate, and we'll see you on the big stage. All right. Thank you so much for your time, Aqua.
Thank you.
And there you have it. Oh, Aqua, full of smiles. He seems like he's still got the energy going about him because he's gearing up for that best of 5.
Yeah, the night's only starting for them. So they still have the grand finals to work up against. So it's really hard going up against B4U, but they are also a very formidable team.
Yeah.
So may the best team wins is what I'm going to say here. But obviously, Omni is definitely going to try and look to topple the king of the jungle right here.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I like what he said. You know, when he first started playing this game, B4U was the team to look out for. And right now, it seems like him and his teammates, you know what, are going grand finals. They're kind of set the bar high for NAEU, and they're going up against the team that they looked up to. And that's what this esports is all about. So, folks, we will head towards a break, and we will be back with the grand final, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Spotlights on, now here I am, dressed in scars with gold and glam. Dance, realize I own this game. Come on down, let me feel all your dreams. Feel the crowds, feed the flame. Stage itself's a twisted frame. Bury the past to walk this fame. You wanna show what you gotta do is call my name. I kick off gold, it's cold beneath. My mask still fits, I barely breathe. They beg for truth, I sell what they need. Take a bow, going out with a bang. Pull the gun, I call the grave. Spin the tale and played it brave. Call my shot, I bend the rules. Killed the truth, just gave them what they all been let the stage rewrite the scene. Watch the truth fall in between. I built a rain hard to tame. 'Cause I was born without the shame. Lights go down, claim my crown. He pulled the trigger, but I played the game. I burned the script, the crown, the king. Feel the crowds, feed the flame. Stage itself's a twisted frame. Bury the past to walk this fame. You wanna show what you gotta do is call my name. Let the stage rewrite the scene. Watch the truth fall in between. I built a rain hard to tame. Feel the crowds, feed the flame. Stage itself's a twisted frame. Dust is floating on the edge of storm. Whisper linger low in the hollow night. Stars will softly guide us through the endless night. In dark
and doubt truth they'll bust. The shadows are falling, no return, no grace. Night fades, hush drift away, no escape, doomed fate. One breath lost, shadows fall, the blaze is drawn. Fate twists back.
My friend, I recall you once asked, why does the sky shine with such boundless brilliance, while the human heart remains closed off, vile and deceitful? Back then, I failed to understand the moon's cost to hang so high, or what it means to fall into the abyss. Be it love or sacred vows, they are but dreams of a distant past. Everything I possess, all is ensnared by the merciless hands of fate, dragged into the void of death's oblivion. My friend, the starry sky will never again be my home. Only endless despair, suffering, and resentment flow through this crumbling shell. I shall weave a prison of death to bury the stars, and this world with them.
Such a beautiful night. Lonely little birds. Would you care for a story? Once upon a time, a family lived in harmony and joy. But as desire consumed reason, their world was changed forever. In the cruel grip of hopelessness, the moon heard their withering prayer. And so the moonlight touched their souls, heralding a glorious rebirth. Beware the moon.
Spotlights on now.
floating on the edge of storm. Whisper linger low in the hollow night. Stars will softly guide us through the endless night. In dark, dead of night, they move unseen, silent speaks. Where blade will fall tonight. Darkened echoes veil the past, fate twist masked, and doubt truth veil bust. The shadows are falling, no return, no grace. Night fades, hush drift away, no escape, doomed fate. One breath lost, shadows fall, the blaze is drawn. Fate twists back.
My friend, I recall you once asked, why does the sky shine with such boundless brilliance, while the human heart remains closed off, vile and deceitful? Back then, I failed to understand the moon's cost to hang so high, or what it means to fall into the abyss. Be it love or sacred vows, they are but dreams of a distant past. Everything I possess, all is ensnared by the merciless hands of fate, dragged into the void of death's oblivion. My friend, the starry sky will never again be my home. Only endless despair, suffering, and resentment flow through this crumbling shell. I shall weave a prison of death to bury the stars, and this world with them.
Such a beautiful night. Lonely little birds. Would you care for a story? Once upon a time, a family lived in harmony and joy. But as desire consumed reason, their world was changed forever. In the cruel grip of hopelessness, the moon heard their withering prayer. And so the moonlight touched their souls, heralding a glorious rebirth.
floating on the edge of storm. Whisper linger low in the hollow night. Stars will softly guide us through the endless night. In dark, dead of night, they move unseen, silent speaks, where blade will fall tonight. Darkened echoes veil the past, fate twist masked, and doubt truth veil lost. The shadows are falling, no return, no grace.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are tuned into the grand finals here at IVT 2025 for NAEU. In one corner, you have B4U, the reigning, defending, I'm guessing the most consistent champs in IVT history. And then on the other corner, you have Team Omni that went through a gauntlet just to get here to grand finals. Now we took a 20-minute break. We're still excited to see how this grand finals is going. How do we break it down? What are your thoughts?
Before that, I wanted to say,
Oh, go for it.
I wanted to listen to how you would introduce these teams in wrestling announcer style.
Oh, I don't want to wake
But
up
team
any
roster.
neighbors. It's still
All right, let me try.
Okay.
You rate me. Okay.
Okay, go.
Introducing B4U, the reigning champions of NAEU. The roster right here: Sprinter, the Hunter, the Man, the Myth, the Hunter, whatever it is, and the Survivors. Introducing Yudo, the Man as well that has been kiting relentlessly well. Roland, Schmitty, Green, Umi, and coached by the one and only Aaron. And that's the blue corner right there. B4U. True time withstood before you.
There you go. That's good. And
Is
now,
that okay? I don't know. Okay.
I guess. And their opponents, Team Omni, starting out with the one and only legend himself, Pit Stoppers. You got the survivors, Aqua, Lace, Sensei, Fluff, and Juan, and their coaches, Agramont and Yuki, comprising of We Are All, We Are One, We Are Omni.
Woo! Okay, that's very. Whoa! I don't know. Probably I ain't gonna bring that in. But thank you for the introductions. For the introduction workshop, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, it's for context. It's already 10:30 here, so we're feeling a little bit more awake now. I think a little bit more in our elements now, and yeah, we're just ready to bring the action to you guys. And this is B4U versus Omni, BR5, and like what you've listened to from Aqua just now, we're probably gonna expect a lot of different metas coming into this game.
Especially when we reach championship rounds, right? But if we're going to still stick to the same best of one, best of two, trust that we will see the regulars in Goatman, Hullabaloo, Ivy, Opera Singer, picks or bans. But we are switching things up. Arms Factory is going to be our first map of this series. We haven't seen Arms Factory as of today. And this is cool. I mean, it's a quite compact map. So if you think about the meta hunters, they all technically thrive in Arms Factory.
Maybe he just wants to, before you can choose Arms Factory, just to force out the Battle of the Dream Witch first. I mean, it does open up a few opportunities to play hunters rather than just Ivy, Opera Singer, Goldman right from the start, right? So maybe they're prepared to go the full BO5. So maybe putting Arms Factory first, yeah, it's like, okay, fine, we have more options available here. And hopefully that's gonna help them a little bit more. I'm talking about B4U because this is their map choice. As for Omni, they're gonna choose their Survivors faction to go up against Sprinter first. So this is the mark they have to make, Potch, because if they want to stand any chance, they gotta go past the Great Wall of B4U first, and that's Sprinter.
Imagine if they're able to do that, the confidence it could definitely build. And it's an age-old question. Would you rather be warmed up for this grand finals, but kind of run the risk of kind of burning out or losing that steam as the championship rounds go? Or, you know, as B4U did do earlier on this stream, or this broadcast. They did win, but they were sat on ice for just a little bit. So it depends on how sharp they are coming into this. And you said it best. A big layup or a big win is if they're able to at least tie up against Sprinter in round number 1. Starting off the picks here, we do have Puppeteer, First Officer, and the Novelist. And we're going to get the last ban onto the Survivors, starting out with the Seer, Magician, Psychologist. And we're just waiting for the last one that could be anyone. They already got their dedicated rescuer, so possibly an OB ban onto the Survivors, but they are going to pick up the Coordinator.
Wait, I think he missed banning one character right there.
Possibly. That's going to work out in Omni's favor, though. They'll take it.
Oh, and shout outs to Ari Cupcake as well. Thank you so
Hello.
much for the shout outs to us. Hosu, his epic as well. Thank you so much for having us. Carol, Polaris. Commentators look like they have more energy. Happy for them. That's because we just took 3 Monster Energy drinks.
Maybe 4.
I'm just kidding. Maybe 4. Yeah, it's 4. It's definitely 4.
Yeah.
But thank you
The
for
sun's
welcoming
out
us
for
back.
So
It
we
is.
got the gift of the sun, and we were able to make some noise because I think all our neighbors are awake, so we can't do
So it's okay.
ASMR streams. So
Yeah,
and it's
we
the grand
can't.
finals. We gotta
It
show up.
is.
We saw
It
how
is.
Aqua was so energetic for the interview, so we gotta respect that. We gotta give back that energy, and Sprinter will respond by taking in the Ivy in Arms Factory.
IV, the shadow. Right? So the shadow is going to be in play in this game, and I'm looking super excited to see how Sprinter will be able to use this Ivy in this map. And Ivy is also very scary in this map.
Yep.
Up against this lineup, yes, there's the tankiness coming in form of the Puppeteer, there's the gun factor, there's the Hypnotism Watch in effect, there's the anomalous switcheroo
Yes.
that we've seen a lot from Fluff. He likes to play this kind of characters, breaking ankles, but it's the Ivy we're talking about. And my God, if they gotta get that at that bare minimum one survivor out. And I don't know, Fluff has been doing it all game, last game. He might be the one to do it this game.
Possibly. And we just got confirmation that you were right, Nell. Sprinter did not ban the last one. So whether it was a choice of his to not ban anyone, that he was kind of confident with his 3 bans, or kind of miss it, this does give an opportunity for Omni to actually pick up that Coordinator as the last pickup. So we've seen a lot of clutch flare gun plays. So hopefully we'll see that here. And looking at the Persona builds, we have a Blink. Oh, it's a Blink, Insolence, and Detention on Sprinter's side, while we have 2 Tide Turners on Aqua and Juan, a Flywheel, Borrowed Time on Lace, as well as Fluff. So they are accounting for that end game, except for Aqua, since he might have to take first chase, and he's still got the puppet forms to be able to kind of tank those hits. But folks, make some noise in the chat. It is your grand finals for IVT NAEU. B4U in one corner on the Hunter side, as Sprinter is going to use the Ivy, while Omni Survivors are going to try and stop the efforts of the Hunter to gain more points. Bringing you the commentary is Nello Mello and Poch Spice.
All right, making that rotation towards the factory. That's Fluff we're talking about. Sprinter probably wants to take out the heart of the team, the wolf of the pack, and that's the Awu guy. Fluff, that's going to be that first chase by Sprinter. Sprinter's just looking and thinking, yeah, maybe we should set up a little bit of Ostrakhan right in the middle of the map while the main body goes towards where Fluff is. And that's going to be a possession onto Fluff right there and Aqua. Both of them available. Sprinter just tries to take this. This is a very strong place to kite though, Poch.
Yeah.
Up against Sprinter.
True. We're going to see possibly a red
Oh,
light
nice,
trick and
nice.
also a spray just for him to double up on the hit onto Fluff. So able to actually get that mind trick there, a backstep into the window vault. So a complete mastery of this character, another 40% spray,
Wow.
but a switch to come in from Novelist, and we hear that gong because the Insolence did come online.
that is instead. And now he's gonna just teleport in. It's 59%. Oh no! He missed the blink! Sprinter, what's going on? You need some monster energy drink because right now you gotta catch Fluff on foot, and that's exactly what he's gonna do! Fluff did not look back, and Sprinter fully capitalized on that.
This man doesn't need monster. He's a monster himself. He doesn't need a blink as well. He just needs to play with the red light tricks. 2 red light baits able to actually catch Fluff, because again, Fluff cannot look back. And this actually, the matchup does favor the the hunter, because the novelist cannot look and gain that book unless he will get that corruption. So now did spread a bit of his presence towards that cipher, and we do see that Juan is here for that rescue. Has to be very careful here.
All right, let's go. It's definitely gonna come in. Let's see if Juan will be able to do it. Okay, that's gonna be that activation with that rescue onto the novelist. Novelist is gonna run away as far as possible, but Sprinter is hot on track from behind. He's gonna try and catch up towards where Fluff is, and now Sprinter trying to catch Fluff in a pinch point, and Sprinter probably trying to bait a little bit more, and that's gonna be it. Last effort, buying time as well. Fluff is just gonna fall shortly after that hit across the pallet. So Poch looking to a pretty good start right here.
Yeah, Cypher progress is looking quite all right, but considering this is the second time the novelist is on the rocket chair, Puppeteer may have to be the one to get this next rescue. Injuries are kind of stacking up, but Aqua is already about to get this rescue going. This rebound kite needs to go really well because they don't have their last cipher just yet. We're gonna get a corruption onto Puppeteer here, a scare as well, just to add things up. Puppet form is already gonna get utilized. Gets the Terror Shock as well, but it's all good because he's in puppet form. But this just adds a lot more pressure onto the survivors. Fluff needs to make haste and gets corrupted here, gets the hypnotize and the down.
He had no chance to rebound Kite at all, because every single time Fluff leaves that chair, Sprinter is always ready with that spray, always ready with the Ostracon, and Fluff trying to flywheel that last effort, but unfortunately that's not how it works. He's just gonna use it before he gets sent back to the manor. But looking on the side of Omni itself, Poch is like, Lace is the only one at full health.
Yeah, and he has that gun to work with, so Sprinter knows that. He's like, let me just double down on the Puppeteer or the first officer since they're already injured. So 2 ciphers remaining. Last one is well, 37% hopefully, but Aqua now is going to get the attention as well as Juan. So good split push of the survivors here. The ones that are injured are the ones that are being pushed, and now we see that Sprinter going to change back and just add more Ostracons on this map, while Aqua still kind of sticks around in this factory area. Unfortunately, Coordinator is the only one that's pushing everything. Look at that. Coordinator on the left side, because it's a decoder at this point.
He's definitely trying to get that decoding as much as possible, because that's your weapon. That's your weapon against the shadow. You gotta finish and pressure that cipher up, and that's exactly what he's doing. But Sprinter right now probably caught wind of that, and he's gonna try and guard that for a little bit. Spots out that red bloody mark on the floor, but Lace is gonna be leaving that area good and well and saying, yeah, if I'm gonna take that hit, I might as well be somewhere else. But Sprinter, look at that multitasking happening right here. Lace, whoa, that blink, no hesitation. Lace already at 84% scare, but Sprinter right now has to break the pallet, while Aqua right there is trying to decode a 6 cipher, and that's exactly what they need to do in this situation. But now Sprinter, oh my goodness, he's gonna get Aqua down. No chance at all to use that puppet form whatsoever. And that's gonna be 2 survivors half health. And my goodness, Sprinter, look, this is what a proficient IV player looks like.
Yeah, he's really gearing up towards that end game. It looked like the survivors were kind of good at a good stalling point, that they could kind of stagger Sprinter into overextending. But the blink hit and the way he was able to peek just in case the coordinator wanted to pull off that gun, which is gonna be might get pulled off. Now tried to go for the flywheel, but unfortunately unable to get the corner. And now Juan's gonna try to pressure this cipher as they go for that rescue. So no tide turner on the board here. No blink as well, so he's gonna have to break up these pallets and still guard this cipher while 2 of the survivors are here at the factory area.
Yeah, has to be really careful though. One really shouldn't be pushing that cipher. Oh my goodness, that was exactly what I'm talking about. You probably should have waited a little bit before Puppeteer and Lace get some action, right? Aqua, Lace needs to get some action. before you actually touch the cipher, because now without items, you are just sitting duck for when IV teleports to you.
Yeah. And speaking of teleport, he might actually go for it as Aqua tries to force this cipher to move, as well as the pressure. So it just seems like the items, or at least the utility of the survivors right now, aren't really that threatening for Sprinter. And now he could actually push the Lace away from this rocket chair for a first officer to get past the first half. Aqua being very dangerous. Oh, another terror shock. Wow. Sprinter able to actually get the best out of that exchange, and now double down situation for Sprinter.
All right, and he knows that he's gonna go for the rescue, so that's why he can safely just chair Aqua onto the chair. And now the rescue is gonna happen onto Juan. Lace is already at 100%. Lace is gonna be laid down on the floor, and Juan is basically the only one left in the map. And with no items, you gotta wonder, how are you gonna kite the shadow that's haunting you from behind consistently?
This is really tough. I think he's already built up his checkmate scenario here. So Sprinter, amazing start. He just needs to down Juan, and that could be game.
Wow.
Puppeteer is going to expire. Coordinator still has that exit path to work with, so it's only a matter of time. He even knows where the coordinator is at. So it's just a matter of cleanup at this point now.
It is just clean up, just probably get Lace onto position and then teleport towards where he is probably. Yeah, he's gonna teleport right to where he is. He has a blink to catch up to Lace. Lace has nothing to work with, no items, and that's exactly what Sprinter's so good at doing. Choking the survivors and dwindling their resources all the way. And that blink's not gonna miss this time. He's saying goodbye, Lace. Get laid down on the floor. Wow, Juan, second chance, 99%. That was so close
It was.
to 100.
We just need to see if the spray is going to happen here. Just repositioning the ethereal form. But there you have it, folks.
Wow.
GG is going to be called Sprinter. All gas, no brakes. Just continuing on the dominance after the matchup of Omni versus FNE. It seems like Sprinter has not skipped a beat with his IV. He was very dominant, and this kind of shows why they picked Arms Factory in this matchup. It's just to set up Sprinter and his amazing IV performance.
And you can see another classic case of almost there is not good enough, because 82% on that last cipher, but Sprinter is pressuring it so hard that no one is able to touch it. And with everyone at half health, it makes it even worse because they have no items, they have no means of healing themselves. And I don't know, I think it's just a matter of getting them to that point, and it's a masterful strategy by Sprinter. Classic IV gameplay right there. And you gotta give your props, especially to those two red light baits, moonlight into a spray. That's something you don't really see often, especially in this stage.
Especially the way he was able to rally back when he missed the blink. I think that was very good. And it just seemed like even though he had overextensions or minute mistakes here and there, he was still able to come back from it. I mean, Team Omni also had their shining moments. Fluff had a really good kite. He was actually had the most containment time. I think when things started to go sideways is when Aqua tried to go for that rescue. He did go for that first terror shock, but then another terror shock did happen towards the end, and that's when you know you're dealing with Sprinter, because his timing is just so godlike in this game. So he knows the timing of the intricacies of it all. He was even trying to get cover in the shack area to stay away from the coordinator's gun, and if he moved a little bit closer, or at least he backstepped a little bit, maybe Lace's coordinator flare gun would have actually clipped the real estate of the factory outside the factory area. But that is a reality that we're not living in, because he did get hit, but he was still able to come back from that and get a 5-point game.
5-point game indeed. And by no means is Omni playing bad. They had their ciphers going really well as well, right? Like you saw Fluff kiting, not the longest kite, but still they managed their ciphers proficiently well. And it was ultimately a 4 ciphers, 82% at the late game. So it just shows how much more harder it is for Sprinter to actually get that 4K in that situation, right? And he did it in less than 6 minutes. 6 minutes? 7 minutes? Yeah, around there.
Yeah.
Right? So that's a job well done. And Omni survivors, I think they are already very solid. Probably the first kite probably needs to be a little bit more a little bit longer. I think that would definitely help them a little bit more in the long run. But other than that, I feel like Omni survivors are ready to take on the next game.
Yeah, I think the moment he saw Novelist, he was like, okay, this really kind of plays well with my Ivy. He's gonna have one book switch, but he's not gonna want to look back. And the mind games were, you pointed out, Nell, the mind games are really good. The first red light bait trick was really good.
Insane.
And he knew where the window was gonna be. Then afterwards, he just locked on one side of the map and he knew the route that Fluff was taking. And Fluff is one of the great kiters out there. The fact that he was able to catch him without using any trait was just immaculate. So again, Sprinter just showing us why he's one of the best to ever do it. Now, one thing that Omni can kind of rest on is that this is the best of 5. So, all right, that's fine. There's still those rounds that you can't go with, but you can't afford to give up those like round 2 and 3. You got to be able to come back from it. It's just the pressure isn't that immense, not like a best of 3. So, looking to add more pressure is B4U survivors, and they've seen a lot of success in this map. So, they're going to try to duplicate or try to hold on to this success by at least getting that tie or a one-person escape, just so they can really, I'd say, like honor the way that Sprinter was able to get that 5-point game on their side.
Yeah, it can still be anyone's game, right? Pitstopper is still a very good hunter.
Yes.
And we did revisit the fact that he did play for B4U before. So he might have an inkling, he might have an idea of how B4U survivors can play. But fortunately for B4U survivors, the OG members are only Schmidty and Roland at this point. Green and Yudo being the most recent additions to it. But after a few matches, after a few games here and there, I think he could probably figure out what they're trying to do. And that is... They just love tanky characters. They love tanky characters. They love to go with the puppeteer and psychologist first, which is why Pitstopper's like, yeah, that's gonna be my first 2 bans.
Yeah. I think the fact that they picked Antiquarian and Magician, well, Antiquarian, you know, it really fits well with best of 5. So they spent it early on. I think B4U wants to establish that lead. Just for the fact that Antiquarian, usually we just want to save her till the end, but here it's like, let's bring her out right away just to safeguard everything. And they're still able to save up Meteorologist because Pitstopper's choosing to ban out the Embalmer to just nullify any tied games. So tanky characters, we don't need them. We want some stun characters. We want kiteable characters in this big map and have just Roland on that safe rescuer with that Gravekeeper. So we're going to throw things over to Pitstoppers now, how he's going to try to balance out this pick with his Hunter choice, which could be that Goatman, could be the Ivy as well. Since this is that Arms Factory, it could go a mirror match.
Or he could just go with Dreamwitch. Dreamwitch is still okay here, right? You know what I mean? Like, yes, of course, you can use the bamboo stick to hit the patroller, but ultimately everyone else here can be a potential target here. True. You're right. There can be a Goatman, there can be an Ivy here. Both are possibilities here as well. But quick shout out to Hoshi Sepik.
Hello.
Sepik. You're all such great commentators. Thank you. Only because you guys are awesome.
Appreciate you guys. Appreciate all the emojis that you guys are sending our way for the players. It does energize us in some sense. And yeah, hopefully y'all can still tune in. I know also I wanted to give a shout out to Jesse. Yeah, shout out to Jesse too. Caro here as well. Mewing, Willow, Manike SP. And it is the Hullabaloo to make its way into the mix here now.
Wow, the springy body as well. Definitely adding some spring to his steps. Pitstopper going with the Hullabaloo. I'm not sure if this is a good choice. I mean, we've seen how Hullabaloo has struggled a little bit, right? In previous games due to its recent nerfs, right?
Yep.
But it's a small map nonetheless, so maybe he'll be able to make this work. I mean, there's a lot of high walls, but you know, he can hit through the high walls.
Yeah. Recalling the match he did bring Hullabaloo out in, it was Moonlit River Park, and mobility was a big factor, right? And it took him like towards the mid game to really come online. So Cypher progress is definitely going to be something he has to be wary of. And considering this is B4U, they're really good at spreading themselves out, focusing on objectives because they can rely on mechanically gifted players to try and prolong that kite. With the Hullabaloo, though, you want to be able to pull that distance. You don't want to get silenced for your skill. And Pit Stoppers needs to unlock that presence real early so he can get that trapeze, get the double surprise going, and ultimately play to the advantage of the map being very compact that they don't have anywhere else to kite from.
Yeah, but having an anti-quarren is already helping B4U a lot, right? Because the disarm onto Pit Stopper is going to be super, super crucial. Especially since it's on Hullabaloo, he won't have anything else to hit. He doesn't even have any skills he needs to activate except for the double surprise and just changing rotation. But other than that, that doesn't really harm the survivors much. So green's going to be a super important factor here, not to mention Yudo as well. And both of them has flywheel. Alongside Schmitty as well. So 3 flywheels, 2 tight turners, and it seems like Omni's Pit Stopper wants to go with a 3 and 9 Peepers.
Peepers in Arms Factory is quite interesting. We do see that also in competitive. So the fact that he brought Insolence also is going to be quite important. So will Pit Stoppers continue on his 5-point streak and stay up to par with Sprinter, or will Schmitty, Green, Roland, and Yudo have other plans? We're going to find out in just a bit, folks. This is day 2, match 3, round 1, second half of your grand finals. B4U versus Team Omni. That's Mellow Mellow. I'm Potch Spice. We're at your service for some commentary action.
All right, and holding on to the orb right there, Pit Stopper trying to look for that first target. Yuda will be in the factory trying to make that rotation away. But honestly, Pit Stopper really shouldn't be committing towards where the factory is. Trying to get the double surprise hit on, and he actually got Roland.
He got him on that red bomb, but Roland going for that Gravekeeper shovel could buy a little bit of time here.
A lot of time.
Yeah, so Pit Stopper's choosing to commit. We've seen this before where he commits towards the rescuer, right? And he actually able to get him out of it. One more red, a black mark here could actually injure Roland. So now out of the shovel form, doing a really good job thus far. But Roland, you know what? He's really good at prolonging the chase here. Gonna spend that shovel right away because they want to just get at least a tie to hold on to the lead.
He knows that there's no way that Pit Stopper can down him instantly, and that's just gonna, you see, look at the amount of time that he's wasting. He says, it doesn't matter, you get the presence, but it's fine, I'm still fine. Oh my god, imagine if that's a Terror Shock hit. That would have been really disastrous. But Roland, Iron Steel of Will right there, and he's still rotating around the same area, Punch. He's still rotating around the same area.
He prolonged that red mark for so long, but the white mark is right there. So now the down is going to happen. Luckily, as pointed out at the start, they do have another tide turner in the form of a meteorologist. This was, in fact, though, sort of a 3 cipher kite. Schmitty's already done with his cipher. He's going to pop a peeper here just to see if anyone's going to approach from this area. But unfortunately, the Gravekeeper does not have an item to rebound kite from, but it's still all right. They just want to get a tie.
The only thing that they want to do right point, doesn't matter if he has a rebound kite available to him, they just want to rescue him, allow that tide turner to take effect, let that last effort buy a little bit more time, 20 seconds longer. So that's the idea of the thing. Because here, Hunter wants to take out the survivors as fast as possible. Survivors wants to get out of the survivor, get out as fast as possible. So here, one wants to shorten the time, the Hunter wants to prolong the time. So right now, they're doing exactly that. So Pit Stopper, just putting a lot of peepers right there, probably gonna look to sacrifice. I don't know if they're gonna sacrifice Roland. Probably thinks, yeah, he doesn't have a rebound kite potential. Let's try and aim for a tie, like what you mentioned.
Yeah, and they know that, okay, he has peepers too. He's not gonna teleport. We can kind of go for some ciphers. They open up their last cipher to see how this one is going to happen, and yeah, they're actually opening up a lot of ciphers, and this is where B4U really shines, when they're able to actually stretch the Hunter in different directions. Now Green might have to take this next 2 trapeze, but a disarm on Green's side.
Yeah, keep away from me is what she's saying right there. Antiquarian, another poke, a thrust forward, and that's gonna disarm. And this is why Antiquarian is such a good character against Pit Stoppers, because he can just easily disarm you over and over again. Look, that disarm just playing so much dividend right there. And now the double surprise trying to catch him off guard. The black one, the white one is almost missed, and green is just gonna hide behind the pallet. And no, he's not gonna slam the pallet through. Why not? That was such a good opportunity for him to slam, but now the black mark and the red mark is gonna bring green down while they are working on the last cipher as we speak. But no, that's gonna miss.
Yeah, unfortunate. Oh, switches on over, and now Antiquarian has fallen. However, this is where the meteorologist can shine. Last cipher is being pushed by the magician. We do have the shake onto that bottle. Needs to get a really good it's that cloud just to get the push going, but Schmitty actually gonna be chased away, allowing the rescue to happen because Pitstopper knows that this is the last cipher that is moving. So he drops a peeper. Now Schmitty has to take this next kite.
Wow. And just barely dodging as well. But you can see this is why the invisibility factor is so important, because Schmitty is just trying to get away. The white mark's gonna bring that first damage in, and that's gonna be it. No, he missed! He missed the flywheel, Schmitty! One black mark, and he's gonna go down. He knows that the rotation is not gonna happen for another few seconds, and he's just gonna be hiding there and saying, so sorry. You're gonna have to do better than that. You're gonna have to use all of your skills to get me down. But while all of that is happening, Podge, they are actually moving at a pretty rapid pace, especially since they have two ciphers.
Yeah, so it is going to be the Antiquarian, the Antiquarian to push that cipher. You, though, can't get caught out early here, chat. Oh, but he's able to find him because of the double surprise. So Schmitty caught up in a really tough spot here. Might have to, oh wow, just constantly chasing the meteorologist. Cypher's not going to be primed in time.
It's not going to be primed in time, and all of a sudden, Pitstopper with that one single play, catching Yudo out in the open. You got to be really careful. Oh, and the warp is going to happen. Green, I thought he was going to pop that cipher. But, oh, he did. Okay.
So now it seems like green might have to play for that dungeon. He does not have that much flute to work with. He's gonna get caught out here in a really rough spot, a timeout corner if you would. He does have access to that window, but on trapeze, flywheel though, go back and forth. One red stage to to injure the Antiquarian. Green still has to kite for as long as he can just to head towards that dungeon area, which is at the center, but now Meteorologist is not even halfway through that rocket chair.
Yeah, this is a very difficult situation to be in. One more black mark, and that's going to be it. Green going down, and Pitstopper has done it. 4K in response to Sprinzer's IV 4K. So Pitstoppers, man, he knows what he's doing right there. And
of course, yeah, and the goat stoppers, the way he was able to bring out the hullabaloo and really played to his advantage. Again, we talked about hullabaloo having a lot of nerfs and having a lot of changes, but you pointed out best. In this map alone, you're kind of forced to play onto the stage of hullabaloo. So he was able to catch a lot of of the survivors, and also you have to admit that having no attack recovery is still very good, so you can keep spamming the hits.
That's true. Just keep spamming the hits, and with max presence so early into the game, that's exactly what's going on. Honestly, I felt like if Meteorologist wasn't caught off guard like that, because she went down almost instantly, was on to the chair, she just expired in one chair, right? So that was very unfortunate. I felt like with how everyone was kiting so long, like for example, Schmitty even did a respectable kite. Green did a respectable kite. Roland did a respectable kite. So Yudo though, because of that max presence, it's also kind of hard for him to kite, right? But yeah, I think the thing was they were doing super good. The cipher decoding progress was super good as well. It's just getting caught off guard in that position. Look, 25 seconds containment time.
Yeah, the way he was caught off guard really helped Pitstoppers get this 5-point game, and it was a little unfortunate, I think, just to over rotation into this map. Also, we weren't able to see the meteorologist kind of come online, and it's just so fast, especially full presence. Hullabaloo just could down you so instantly, and at that crucial moment, he really needed to buy enough time for that cipher to get ready, and couldn't push for that end game. It just takes one of those that overextension. It did happen also in the side of Team Omni, so it happens to the best of us. there is going to be a at least best of 4 for this series because round 1 is done and dusted. It is a showcase of the hunters for now, and Arms Factory was chosen by B4U. So come round number 2, it's Team Omni that will have map advantage.
True. Omni, before you definitely had a chance to pull forward in that game, right? But it's just very unfortunate because Pitstopper was also very locked in. He was very locked in. He was just capitalizing on the mistakes. That little mistake by B4U, right? Because B4U was doing so well up until that point. But as you said, that only means we get to see more BOs coming into this game, best of 5. And with that, we're going to see more.
I think you dropped something. You dropped your OT crown, bro.
I thought I dropped these nuts. I'm not kidding.
I know
These.
I know.
Yeah.
You gotta stay.
There it is.
Gotta stay. Well, if you guys have a snack, go for it. If you guys want some water, go for it because we definitely have to lock in, folks. So we're gonna take a very short break to check out the highlights. So we'll see you after this.
Hey guys, welcome back to IVT NAEU 2025 day number 2, or as we like to call it, the last day. The last day of this event. We're super happy to have you. I'm Poch, that's Nello. I'm sorry, I'm so blurred. I'm Nello, that's Poch.
Okay.
And good to see you guys. Sasabella in the chat. Good to see everyone again. We're happy to see you. Nemo as well. Whoa, Nello, you're literally my everything. Now I feel
there you go.
very zen-like. But thank you for having us, and we're happy to see you too.
I see Idia Shroud. I see Pocket Rat. I see a lot of faces in the chat. Familiar faces in the chat.
No, our GPS girl too.
There you go. Just a girl here. I don't know.
You trust our GPS function? You trust our GPS function now?
Let us know.
That left turn.
Hopefully, we'll take a left turn towards the grand finals here, Nell, because we will be seeing at least a best of 4 because the first game was tied up. Again, this is a best of 5. Aqua was not lying when he said that they will possibly be ready for that best of 5, meaning more hunter representation and more survivor flexibility picks. And coming in round number 2, it is Team Omni that will be picking the map.
Yeah, I was already expecting this to go the full BO5 simply because Omni is also an NAU representative for KOA. They have tournament experience alongside B4U. And this is a classic match where we'll get to see more and more characters being chosen as we reach the later rounds. But for now, we're almost guaranteed. We're guaranteed a BO4 at the very least. And right now, round number 2, I don't know, Omni has the map selection choice. Maybe Ever Sleeping Town? Chinatown would be good.
The usual one we see is Lakeside Village in round number 2. Both teams did bring that in Lakeside Village, but they are going to not pick that. Banning out Hospital, B4U is known for that, and we're actually going to go to church, even if it's a Monday, but it's Sunday. Go to church, guys.
Yeah, go to church. And isn't this also B4U's comfort pick? Because they would love to go to the church too.
Yeah. So in the matches that we saw yesterday, the team they went up against, I believe they banned out Red Church for them to be forced Lakeside Village. So you're kind of playing it towards that matchup. But like you said, you know what? Pitstoppers does have history also of training with B4U. So maybe he knows what they'll be going for. And maybe Pitstoppers hunters also get kind of overpowered or get powered up at Red Church because it is quite the balanced map.
It is. It is a pretty balanced map, and also a map if you want to get married, like just a girl who's married to 487 in her dreams. Sorry. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. But yeah, I mean, we gotta say that. But Caro, no more energy drinks to Nello. No more top fan crown to you then.
Wow, Nello unhinged. Too much monster energy for Nello. Taking out the crowns.
So sorry. Takes a
No.
long nap. Let me tell you what's gonna happen after this. Whispered Cares. After this, I'm not gonna go to sleep. I'm gonna go out and I'm gonna go work another job because I gotta feed my dogs. My dogs eat a lot. Okay.
Yeah, he's got goats for dogs. That's why they eat a lot of grass.
I know, and their haircuts are more expensive than my haircut. Their food's more expensive than my food. So you know, you gotta take care of the goats at home. And for now, right now I'm just happy to be living in the moment. And yes, we are excited to go to the Red Church. We're probably not gonna see any wedding. We're probably gonna see a little bit of violence in the map itself. But nonetheless, Spencer's going again first.
Yeah, I think this is usual case, right? B4U putting Spencer first. I think in interview, Schmitty said that, yeah, they usually want Spencer to kind of set the pace for the team. And if it doesn't go in his favor, Spencer does trust in his teammates to kind of pick up the pieces or at least tie things up. But not wasting any time here, we're going to lock in the Florian because in the church area, there are really good spots to put the balloons down. Coordinator, mercenary, and acrobat to close off the picks when it comes to the survivors. No seer, unfortunately, no antiquarian, psychologist, or gravekeeper because those were banned out. No gravekeeper. Hullabaloo's on the table. Ivy's here as well. They pick Ivy, but
Maybe the Goat Man.
breaking wheel. Goat Man is banned.
Yeah, unfortunately it's banned. So I don't know. Wax artist? It's so bad here.
I mean, we keep saying that with other hunters, but this is sprints we're talking about. You can make any hunter work. But
Breaking wheel.
the gravekeeper ban is kind of giving that he wants to go something that the gravekeeper does counter. So
So breaking wheel.
in church would crashing the wedding of of just the girl. That's crazy.
Oh my god. Help. Hello. I know. I'm the best man ever. You know, you gotta invite me to your wedding. But at the last part, is that all you're thinking about? But you're right. There's a few characters that can play here. Opera singer can be one of them. So even though he's banning the gravekeeper, but you might want to leave the opera singer for later rounds, especially in a bigger map like Lakeside. Oh, but no, he's not gonna. He's gonna.
No, I do get that. However, I think they're just gonna ban out the opera singer, right? And force like a hullabaloo out, but I don't know if he's gonna use that in round number 3. So might as well use it now and just be the singer of the wedding, because weddings need singers, and it's the opera singer in this red church.
Yeah, let's see. Let's see who's gonna be the participants in this match. I mean, we already have 4 Omni survivors. We have 1 B4U hunter right here, and obviously, there was one time in the previous COA where we had those audience, those VR audience in the audience, right?
Yeah,
Those characters, and then there were all those the chat messages coming in. I would love for that to be implemented again. We can see all those cute little characters.
It would be cool also to see participants at the red church at the wedding, like at the red carpet area, like they're cheering on their favorite players or teams. But those cool integrations, would definitely love to see that. But we're looking at the chat also, we love to see this as well. So hopefully you guys can keep that type of energy as we head towards this matchup. Looking at the persona builds here, we got Trump Card Detention and Blink, while we have just one Tide Turner on Juan. We have a full Kite build on Aqua and Borrowed Time on the rest of the survivors of Omni. So folks, round number 2 of your grand finals, Omni survivors still looking to get at least a 1-person escape on Sprinter, while Sprinter and Pitstopper still running on a 5-point high. This is your commentator Potch Spice and Nello Mello on the mic for this next match. Let's head to Red Church. Bring your invites.
No tankiness to worry about here, just guns a-blazing. That Sprinter is probably going to be looking forward to dodging behind terrains because there's a lot of terrains here. Aqua is in vicinity, and Sprinter probably needs to take one in the face if he wants to pursue Aqua right here because Aqua is in a very open position. Oh my god, Aqua! A little bit too slow right there. The exchange happening. Definitely favoring Sprinter right there.
Yeah, he does not have the gun to worry about, and he
Oh, no.
already injured Aqua. Note that Blink will still be online in about 25 seconds, so this allows Aqua some time to set up. But if he's able to down him, oh my god, he peeked a little too soon, and Sprints are able to capitalize on that.
My goodness, that has got to be a really, really fast down by Sprinter right there. And that's why, guys, you call him Sprinter, because he sprints. If he jogs, he's probably going to be called Jogzer. Jogzer. But no, he sprints. So yeah, that's Sprinter for you. And with that, I think that's going to change a lot of the Omni's plans coming into this, right? Because they definitely did not expect that rescue to come so soon, but that backdoor rescue is going to help a lot. Juan at full health, doesn't really matter. He's going to try and stand behind, try not to give that free head towards Sprinter right here, but Aqua still trying to make that kite work. Well, it doesn't really matter. Last effort's going to let you keep playing for 20 seconds, and by the time he hits you, you're going to be down on the floor.
Yeah, the fact that he was able to clean up the graveyard area, you know, taking out the pallets, was really good on Sprinter's side. Just the attention to detail. That rescue was early, but it was a safe rescue. So Mercenary can come back for that rescue and possibly go for a body block. Juan already positioning himself, and we've seen time and time again how survivors, if they get caught out early, the plans just go sideways. So it seems like Lace is also making his way for a rotation, but there's no more tide turner on anyone, so I'm not sure if they're going to risk it. Lower left side of the screen sees that Mercenary might go for an elbow pad, but it's a little too late because Sprinter's already has locked in on the Mercenary. Can't get a rescue going. First survivor is going to be out of the game.
Wow, that's very fast. No one's going to come back for that rescue anymore. And right now, they got to capitalize on how they're going to make this work for the second half of the game because Juan has no items and he's going to be that next juicy target. Wow, that charge attack onto Juan. Juan's just going to take it like a man and run away. Preferably further away from his teammates because he's actually running towards where his teammates is.
Wow, the fast down onto the Mercenary was crazy. I'm surprised. I did see that the Mercenary used the elbow pad, but the fact that he was able to force out all the elbow pads on the Mercenary was a job well done on Sprinter's side. So now they're forced into a really tough spot. 3 ciphers remaining. 2 survivors are the only ones that could push this cipher and push for a rescue. It seems like there is one survivor, the fire investigator, that is propped up for a rescue situation here now.
Wow, that's very, very good usage of that teleport back to the position. Lace is going to be able to rescue Juan, and now hopefully with that balloon, that it's going to help Juan try to at least position himself a little further. But Sprinter is going to make that beeline towards where Juan is, and Juan's going to go down for that second time. Ciphers, however, are moving so far, so all Juan needs to do right now is just to die further away from the teammate Cipher as much as possible.
Yeah, Lay's now focusing his attention on the red carpet just so that he can push a cipher here. Acrobat is the only one that's safe enough to rescue, but the Lace is actually going to get interrupted as he does chair here over at the red carpet area. There is going to be a shadow that's going to be left behind towards the Mercenary, so Lace using the balloon here. This allows him to just backstep his way and stop Fluff as he gets the rescue, but Mercenary, oh, watch out. Has to be careful with this next rebound.
Well, for a moment I thought it was gonna drop blink hit there and then reset the attack cooldown and go for Fluff. But right now, this is a very simple and straightforward game, right? Just hit, get everyone injured, just keep cheering over and over again. Just get as many people down as possible, make them waste all their resources. Very classic gameplay, right? Doesn't even matter if the ciphers are being decoded at this point because right now he knows that the number advantage does no longer apply to Sprinter right here, right? As a matter of fact, all he has to do right now, choose one of the 2 remaining survivors that has only half health, and that's it. Once he gets one down, all he has to do is hunt for the other one, and that's going to be a 4K.
Now, what's terrifying is that this all happened within 5 minutes of the game, and now we see that the teleport did work out. Able to not cut him off, but still got
Wait a minute, what's going on?
just unfortunately dropped the pallet, and he was on the wrong side of that pallet drop. And just like that, it's now a battle of the exit paths while Sprinter is well on his way to get a 5-point game.
Oh my god, you're supposed to lay the smackdown, not get laid by the pallet in front of you. Maybe just a little bit of a misclick there, but it doesn't really matter because right now Lei still has an exit path to work with when he wants to get up. No more balls to work with though, so that's going to be a factor coming into late game. Acrobat Fluff has 2 white bombs to work with, so let's hopefully Fluff will be able to make that rebound kite work a little bit longer because Omni is just down to that last cipher.
Yeah, it's still at 55 and 1 at 50. So Sprinter also has detention. Already used up the trump card for that teleport. So Acrobat can still survive. Fire Investigator is up. And he's already made his rotation away from the graveyard area back to the broken walls area. He did touch the cipher just so he could get rid of the crows, but the scratch marks on the floor is going to reveal you as Sprinter now focuses attention on Lei's just because he did already use up the exit path, and the down onto the Fire Investigator just leaves one big target onto the Acrobat.
Is there anything that can stop Sprinter at this point? Because this guy has been sprinting the whole day and he doesn't show any signs of stopping at all.
Yeah.
And as a matter of fact, he's sprinting right to where Fluff is.
True. I mean, he's definitely all warmed up and he's going to keep on going, and the momentum is definitely still on B4U Sprinter's side. Pit Stoppers has to start thinking about how he can get that 4K just to keep up with Sprinter. And as you said, he's got to sprint his way to stay alive in this tournament, or at least for him to be able to claim grand finals. Fluff now. He's going to try to kite for as long as he can. Goes for the white bomb, and nice cross up here towards the windowed area.
Yeah. Imagine if there's no blood mark trail if you're healthy. I don't know why I'm thinking about that.
Wow, okay.
it'd be so good to hide, right? And that's going to give Survivor a hard time. But now Fluff fighting for his life, but that hit through the window is going to solidify that 4K. The second 4 elimination by Sprinter in this best of 5 grand finals. And like what I said, like what we thought of earlier, if you can't get past the Great Wall of Sprinter, you cannot look to topple B4U, right? So honestly, they gotta find a way to get Sprinter off his 4K streak right here, right then. Maybe in BO3, BO4,
possibly, and maybe in the later rounds or championship rounds in the series. But as of now, I think their best bet is to weather out the storm, try to get at least one out, and if not, you might have to rely on Pit Stoppers to keep up with the sprinting speed of Sprinter because he's not holding back.
Yeah. Just to make you guys feel a bit better, here's my seer. In case those of you who just came in, here's my seer keyboard cap. And
you should put it on, then show your keyboard. No, you need to go your keyboard.
Okay, I'll put it on now. Okay.
Oh, nice. Okay, cool.
All right.
Yes,
here you go. Here you go.
Oh, there we. Oh, that's a different kind of seer.
That's Gojo. Sorry, my bad. But yeah, I mean, definitely looking to. I mean, can we really say we're surprised seeing how fast that early game went by? Sprinter was just all gas, no brakes the entire game, and just look at the amount of ciphers that has been done all the way up until the very end. It took like what, 5 minutes? Even faster than the first game.
I think once it was 2 survivors remaining, it was already 5 minutes that have been burned already. And it started with that excellent chase on Aqua. There were a lot of exchanges that were in favor of Sprinter, him trading a hit as the flare gun did come out, and them actually not going for a rebound rescue was really good. The early rescue also onto Juan's side kind of played in favor of Sprinter because that was the only tide turner that he had to worry about. And he was able to clean up the graveyard area for the area not to be a kiteable place for them to contain the hunters. So yeah, just Sprinter are really making sure that by the time we're done or figuring things out, or like how we can try to keep track of him, it's already kind of too late, and he's already set up so much in his favor for him to be able to get the 5-point game.
That's true. And as long as he continues to get that 5-point game, it's going to make it even harder for Omni to catch up, because sooner or later, one hunter is going to let up. right? Pit Stopper is of course looking to duplicate the success of Sprinter, getting that 4K of his own. But against B4U survivors, how long can both sides keep this up? That's the question, right? So the first survivor that breaks that momentum, the first survivor team that breaks that momentum, that's going to be the team that comes on top. But as of now, it's still a second 4K for B4U, and Pit Stopper is once again late with the task of getting a 4K, and that's
Another
really
one.
that's a really uncomfortable position to be in. Like, what? Another 4K? Hold my peanuts or my packet. I'm gonna get that 4K again. It's really hard.
Yeah. Oh my god. Okay.
No. I'm serious. I really have this packet.
I know. It just
Guys, please don't clip me on X. So.
I'm pretty sure they will, but say what's up to everyone. But so here's the thing though. You know what? We've been saying that pit stoppers, right? We might be cutting them a little too short. I think this will be a huge test already. Once again, if he can keep up with Sprinter in the second round, then we got to trust in how Pit Stoppers is able to bring it back for his team. Note that this is he's already gone 4 games where it's 5 points, 3 against FNE, and now he was able to get 1 for B4U. So hopefully he gets another one in this matchup and not call for an SOS. No.
Okay. I mean, oh my God, this is really a pivotal moment. They got to get one person. They got to get one person out. And with that, it makes things so much easier for them to pursue. Oh, I'm looking at the chat right now. Nello, be honest. Have you heard of Anwar Zain's songs? No, I heard of Sydney Nurhaliza's song. But JJK crossover, that would be super sick. I would love to see Gojo as the seer. Because, that would be super sick. And of course, but again, only time will tell. Maybe they will expect that soon. But right now, Circus Freak. Let's see. Do either of you have tips on how to become commentators willing to take proteges? We actually used to have a tournament called IVA, and that's where we usually it's a training ground for teams in Southeast Asia, and we usually take proteges from there. Like Poch, you remember, right? Like the good old days where we have IVA and Circus Freak is asking, how can we be commentators? Yeah, I mean, if you're really committed to it, you could always drop us a DM.
And work on, I would say, have your reels out or have a commentary reel, and we'll let you know because we just concluded Nell's Demon King Arena, the challenge mode. That was really fun. Shout out to Gummy for also sharing the mic with me. But yeah, practice, let us know or DM us your reel and we'll forward it along. So hopefully big plans when it comes to the grassroots tournament. And seems like we already have our fair share of survivors here, Nell. We have our fire investigator, aeroplanist. Wow, we got some elevation here with the aeroplanist and meteorologist. Unfortunately, this is Red Church. They haven't built the second floor yet. They've only need the 1 floor for the Red Church. But you got some pushes on both the jetpack and the clouds of the meteorologist. Hopefully we see change of pace in Yudo here and have like a redemption kite of how round 1 went. And Yudo did have that also yesterday in the match, that it needed to kind of warm up to the chase. And pit stoppers on the Ivy.
Pit stoppers on Ivy. Ooh, that's gonna be super interesting to watch. One is the Cypher Control Madness. The other one that Sprinter used was the all gas no brakes control freak no stoppage strategy. Right now, this is a totally different vibe that we're gonna be getting, which is immense map pressure, map control coming in. So B4U, they gotta be prepared with this because I think they're prepared though. Hodge. Like a lot of them have this mobility, and Pit Stopper playing IV into this, I'm gonna say it's gonna be hard to get a 4K with this.
Yeah, they have a lot of potential to pull distance. They don't have like a seer or novelist to kind of play into Ivy's strengths. The one thing Ivy has going for him for Pit Stoppers is that the map is quite compact and he can actually lock down some ciphers. However, with a trump card, blink, and detention, could change things up. 2 tide turners on Green and Roland. Full kiting, well, not really full kiting build. We do have some borrowed time on both Schmitty and Yudo. And Green is actually the one with just the broken windows. So Green looking to not see the end game here. But we are looking forward to see this next match at Red Church, folks. Who you got? Is it B4U? Is it Omni? This is your grand finals. That's Nello Mello. I'm Potch Spice. We're your commentators. So let's head into Red Church.
All right. Happy birthday, Ronin. Shout outs to
Happy
Lucy.
birthday.
Yay. And I love you too, V. And we're looking into Pit Stoppers as he's not going to be showing the same love that we have for the survivors, because Pit Stopper definitely needs to get a 4K here. And he's already transitioning toward the middle part of the church, just trying to find someone off guard. Green's going to be in the vicinity saying, hello, what's up? And he's going to be spotted after that whack onto that wall right there. Yudo's gonna be in vicinity being like, hey, what's up to? I want a bit of the action right there. And you did not see my previous meteorologist. This is where I make my redemption kite. Let me kite first, is what she's saying.
Okay, and now we see Pit Stopper sees that first kite, like, okay, sure, if you want to kite first, you eat this hit and I will be able to chase you away from the church area. Note that the meteorologist already used a bit of the cloud here, but so far, Pit Stopper's really putting the brakes here on the momentum of Yudo. But Yudo using that cloud just to transition away. You still see a bit of that scratch marks on the floor, and the tear shot prediction able to actually down Yudo quite early, I'd have to say, because the ciphers don't look too threatening just yet now.
Yeah, it's not really threatening, and it might not be as fast as the Sprinter chase in the early games, but this is definitely something that B4U needs to worry about, simply because even with 2 or 3 survivors up in the late game, you've seen how horrendous it can be going up against a late game Ivy.
Yeah, the fact that this is a setup-based hunter and you're still able to down in the first minute is still quite good. Unlike Sprinter's Opera Singer, where you just keep going. It's very simple. It's very like, all right, just rush and down as much as you can. Scare happens, able to actually hit the mercenary, and now let's see how Meteorologist is going to have this rebound kite. Roland has to be very careful not to give a double down here. Might have to use another elbow pad just to stay away from the clutches of Ivy, but no, gets the corruption and also spends the elbow pad. So Pit Stopper's excellent exchange here while we go back to try and find that meteorologist.
Right, and that's such a good play by Pit Stoppers, and I don't know what's going on, but B4U is just giving this leeway for Pit Stoppers to snowball, right? And not to mention, it's only the 3rd cipher at 48% right now. I'm not really sure how B4U is planning to play this, but at least Yudo is still up and alive and running for now.
Caster's curse, as you say
my
that.
God, I'm
He
sorry.
moves his attention. Oh,
Help!
hell, the curse!
Help!
Yudo
Yudo
Meteorologist is gonna go back to the rocket chair. I'm not sure if this is the last chair, but Mercenary did get rescued. But this is a tough scenario for them to try and bounce back from, because they're slowly dwindling away from the resources. Cypher is not threatening just yet, and we're already at full presence. Aeroplanist might have to make this next rescue because he's the only one with Tide Turner, but the rebound kites are just so hard, especially once he's able to set up so much Ostracons around this area. So Pit Stopper's looking like he's saying, guys, trust, fam. Don't worry, I got this. We can still keep up with Sprinter here since this is only round 2. But it seems like no one's going to come in for that rescue. They're going to save that Tide Turner for the late game.
Yeah, well, at least Green will be there to watch Yudo get sent back to the manor, right? So that's something that can happen. Green, though, needs to do an amazing second kite right here, because B4U, they have a lot of slack to pick up. They have a lot of ciphers they need to decode.
Right. So that's gonna be a little tough. here.
Roland.
Mhm.
Oh, sorry, my bad. I was like, Roland,
The
where's your
Asian
item?
parent news coming out, man. With how Roland is. Roland, unfortunately, does not have any items to work with. So he is the most vulnerable target. Fire Investigator still has those 2 balloons to set up with. Aeroplanist has already moved on using that jetpack to create that distance. So Pit Stopper's just making sure that his patience is being put on display here. He doesn't have to overextend here. They're still stuck at 2 ciphers. One is about to pop. Schmitty is about to get corrupted here, but he uses the balloon just to move away from this Ostracon area.
Yeah. And that's going to buy a bit more time. And B4U slowly but surely crawling their way back up. And you can see the 4th cipher is already at 99%, 100%. That's going to be done. So right now they only have 1 last cipher left. But now Green is going to be that target of the vicious Pit Stopper right here, right then. Schmitty is the only one with full health so far. Aeroplanist, Mercenary, they have a lot of work cut out for them. But Roland still does not have an item in hand. I'm worried for him as a Merc main.
Yeah, it's he was trying to prioritize cipher rushing because right now they've worked their way on 1 last cipher. There is still borrowed time for them to work their way back into this if they're able to pop that last one. However, Pit Stoppers has already spread his attention towards the shack area and the graveyard. So really spread apart. But actually not the graveyard, sorry, the broken walled area. So it's quite close towards each other. So now Roland has to be very careful. Ostracon area, he's going to shift on over to the Mercenary who is stuck here. And he does get the 100%. No, we're still stuck at 98, but the blink down onto the Mercenary.
Gonna be committed, and Roland's gonna go down for the count. Probably needs to die a little bit further towards the side, the corner of the map. Because right now, the remainder of B4U Survivor team are trying to rush that separate ciphers individually, and both of them have very well passed that 50% mark.
Yeah, note that Green does not have the borrowed time. He does have a jetpack and the Tide Turner to kind of carry towards the late game or towards the exit gate battle. So it seems like it will be Schmitty that is going to work on the cipher here, but it's so close. The rescue is going to have to happen by Schmitty, I believe, and maybe Green will be the one to pop the last cipher. We've seen some clutch rescues on Schmitty's side. Can't lose hope here. He might get the 100%. Able to eat that hit. Clean rescue. Mercenary, unfortunately, has to move on away from this part of the map. Cipher is primed now, so if it's Schmitty that's going to be chased, this is going to be so good for Pit Stoppers because Schmitty, it does have borrowed time, and now they pop it.
And he has 1 balloon to work with as well. Pit Stopper is instantly going to change to the teleport, but there's still 50 seconds cooldown onto it. Pit Stopper is suddenly found caught between a rock and a hard place, and B4U Roland is going to be in front of the gate trying to just open the gate. But honestly, how can you stop the double gate opening that's happening right here? Because B4U, remember, they just need 1 survivor out, but with 3 survivors up and rampant, they could at least get 2. Look at both gates, they're opening so fast.
Yeah, they are. And now Roland able to actually get that hit, but it's the Mercenary, so he could get his way out of this map. And Fire Investigator is gonna head towards the dungeon. And there you have it, folks. That's how they're able to turn a tie, or actually a 4-man elimination, into a 3-man escape. B4U breaking the streak of Pit Stoppers and getting at least a 3-man escape.
That's insane. They relied on the power of love. I don't know, the church love, right? You know, that's what I'm saying. But I don't know, the 3-man escape was just so sick. And we talked about this before, and I did mention it before, like you can have 3-man running in the late game, but a detention IV is no joke to deal with in the late game. But they looked like they were having such a casual time with it, right? They were just destroying the Ostracon and just opening the gate, and by the time Pit Stoppers get to even 1 of the 2 gates, both are already open, and he was at the bad receiving end because he found the Merc instead of the other teammates that could have been down by 1, and that's gonna put them at 6-3.
Yeah.
Anyway, 8-1. Sorry, my bad. 8-1.
Yeah. Well, 5-5, then add 5 on each side because round 1 did conclude, but it's
Yeah,
still a
Round
pretty
2.
big point differential now that they denied the 5-point game from Pit Stoppers and they got the 3-1 here. And considering that the start really played in favor of Pit Stoppers towards the mid game, but when it lasted to the 3 survivors, they really they played very well in pushing the last 2 ciphers, and considering that this map is kind of small compared to, let's say, like a Moonlit River Park, a lakeside, Pit Stoppers towards the late game was kind of put in a tough position where he couldn't guard any of the gates for them to open, and that's what you want. You don't want the Ivy to be able to set up the Ostracon areas for him to have a really good late game, because like you said, it's no joke. And they realized that, able to push for the late game and finished it off in spectacular fashion, getting the 3-man escape.
Yeah, and Roland just laughing in my face saying, I never needed items to begin with.
Yeah, what are you talking about? I'm
What are you
all
talking
good,
about?
able to. Yeah, I don't need
I'm pretty
a
tank.
I got the delayed effect of the down.
Ah,
It's totally
yeah.
fine. I just need the borrowed time for me to carry the detention hit, and I'm able to exit the game. So
True, true.
Trust.
Trust, exactly. Trust the goat right there. Woof. But before you, I'm so sorry. I'm still caught on. But B4U definitely proving themselves that their survivors are no joke as well. That they are more than capable of carrying themselves. So now, what does this mean for Omni in the next game? For you
Well-
is 1 rounds up.
Yeah, we'll answer that question after we check out the highlights, folks. So we'll be right back. Check this out. And we're back, folks. Here we have it, round number 3, and it is B4U to lead the charge on both Survivor and Hunter faction with how well they played in Red Church. And Nell, I just remembered that this was actually the choice, the map choice of Team Omni and Red
Yeah.
Church.
Yeah, they decided to go with this map, so that's why I was surprised that they choose this map, simply because B4U would have loved to choose this map. So
Power of love, like you said.
yeah, power of love. It's like, yeah, you know what? Let's just choose the map you guys love, okay? Let's call it even. And next game, why don't you guys choose the map that we love?
Right.
Right. That might be the case, but just looking at the chat itself, yeah, no, I love you too. Hosef, Sepik, I'm allowed to say this now. So I love you guys. I love you a lot because you guys have always been there for us, not just me, not just with Poch. You guys have been there for all of us. And you've made this chat really, really productive. And that's the only reason besides loving this game that we're here early in the morning, woke up at 4 a.m. Just to be in front of you guys. And
Yeah. It's
we don't, yeah.
I was gonna say it feels like a hangout. It feels like we're with friends, and we're appreciating also our other friends and supporting them as they give us amazing matches. So thank you guys so much for staying up with us or waking up early to watch these amazing games. And I do encourage you guys to send that love tenfold to the players as well, because without the players, we wouldn't be here and we won't have any crazy moments to kind of gush over and scream about. So do send them your love as well. But we appreciate the love that you're sending our way too, and we want to send it back to you guys as well by giving you guys shout outs.
Exactly. Woof woof. I can see Royal woof woofing as well. I don't know. Royal, you're actually barking. So
there's a difference between barking and woofing then?
I think so. Goats like roof roof, but the dogs are like woof woof. So I don't know. I don't know,
man.
Maybe I should really go to a farm. Maybe I should go to a farm and check out how goats communicate.
Possibly, because with such confidence, you're like, "Hey, look at my goat impression, roof roof." Then I'm like, "I don't know, dude." It's a
Hey,
dog.
okay, what happens if I actually go there and roof roof and the goats start following me?
Well, no, they can follow you because they're intrigued and you have a really good aura about yourself. But if they rough back, then we owe you an apology. But I highly doubt that goats sound that way.
I'm gonna find that clip.
Okay, fine. And then post it. Follow him on socials, then you'll see him. You'll see
Yeah,
Nell
I think
research on this.
No, you just gotta be open mind.
Okay.
Yeah, just gotta be open mind. Yeah.
Okay.
right. You can check it out in my iPhone 16 Pro Max.
I don't know if the chat's gonna get that, but we'll.
I hope you guys
we'll
do.
see. If you guys do, hopefully you guys get the Hongdae boys, or if you guys are fans of the Saja boys. I did talk about that a little bit yesterday.
I watched it.
You watched it. It was good. It was so good,
It's
right?
so good. It's
So
so good.
The song's
Like,
really good. Mhm.
Yeah, it is. It is.
So
I
are
can
you
imagine.
a Saja boy or are you a Huntrix fan? Who'd you go with?
I think Saja Boy is pretty cool, especially the song Your
Idol?
Idol.
Oh,
yeah. Oh my god.
Anyway.
Fist bump.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Let's go.
Mhm.
Right. Let's go.
Okay,
Um,
so before we gush about the Saja boys, guys, we gotta talk about Lakeside Village, a map that B4U has shown a lot of success in, and now that we're in best of 3 territory now, we're gonna see a deeper pool when it comes to the hunters and survivors. So maybe this is the late game activation that Team Omni was kind of looking forward to.
Yeah, exactly. And this is exactly the map that they want to play either way, right? So hashtag. What hashtag am I thinking about? I don't know, because everyone in
Woof woof.
hashtag roof. I don't know. But thank you guys. Thank you for everything. And we thank you back. And I wish we were there in front of you guys and we could just be like, hey, Huntrix and Saja boys bowing.
Bow.
Like, who's going to bow even lower?
Lower.
Like, the respect is there. The deep respect. The deep respect in my kokoro, you know? Oh my God.
Hopefully you guys saw that. We're not giving any spoilers, but yeah, do check it out. I know you guys are talking about collabs. Wouldn't it be crazy if imagine a Saja Boy Wu Chang collab?
Ooh. What's the
Right.
name of that guy again? Juni?
Ginu. Yeah.
Ginu. Yeah, that would be super cool. But we gotta turn our attentions to Lakeside Village right now because band picks is gonna happen. Seer and Gravekeeper are gonna be the first 2 bands, whereas the survivors have banned the Wax Artist and Goatman. So they know Sprinzer loves Wax Artists.
That's true. I think Sprinter, when push comes to shove, especially when top 4 are banned out, he will go for that Wax Artist. But this does give him room to go for that Hullabaloo, which we've seen how it worked out quite well on Arms Factory, but it was a closer map. Hey, some people know the open-minded.
Open mind.
Do you live alone?
Hello. I don't know. We look so good together.
Oh, there. See, we got some people that love the K-pop Demon Hunters. Shout outs. There we
Let's
go.
go. Soda pop. Soda pop. Yeah. That's a pretty good, that's a really good anime, honestly. And I actually went to Spotify and just listened to the whole soundtrack again. So
Dude, you have to protect the Honmoon, the golden Honmoon, bro. Don't listen. You gotta listen to the Huntrix song to protect the Honmoon.
all right, let's start singing now, Poch.
Oh no, it's gonna break. Don't. I can't
It's gonna
sing.
crumble.
It's not gonna be golden. But what I can see is a really good lineup here are the survivors, Nell, because you pointed it out very well. We had a really good kite on the meteorologist, changing trajectories
Elevation.
on the big boat. Aeroplanists could do the same.
He can. And if you want to be one of the professional players, you got to learn all of this intricate movements of the survivors, right? Even aeroplanists, which is really, it can be pretty difficult to execute as well. So Omni setting themselves up for success. There's a lot of survivability here, a lot of movements here. So Sprinter, what's he gonna play here that can counter all of this? Few choices come to mind. Maybe the clown. Clown would be super cool here.
Yeah. Are we finally gonna get the Joseph? Ooh, no, not Joseph. Sorry, the Ripper would be great. But Clown is good. Hullabaloo is still on the table. We still have, who else are the hunters that we could probably think of that Sprinter could bring? Dream Witch, but the map is big, and he did choose this map So something that could set him up for this. No, I'm not going to say Anne.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say and too, but I'm gonna say
What are you going to say?
1 year in South Korea. 안녕하세요.
I'm not going to comment on that because I am not from South Korea, man.
Oh my god, I'm so sorry. But yeah, Sprinter, he does have a few options to play, and I guess he's gonna go with Hullabaloo.
Okay, that's fair. It's on the table. You might as well play it. And in a small map, we saw how effective this Hullabaloo was. However, in a big map like this, you can get really good jump spots. We will be seeing possibly more of the nerfs come into play because of how spread out everything is at. And a lot of these survivors can pull that distance. We have seen, though, once it came down to the last cipher, it worked out in Pitstopper's favor. So Sprinter he's going to try to duplicate that same type of success.
Yeah, Sprinter coming up here, it didn't really work. It did work out for Pitstoppers in the prior games, but this is a very big map overall. So
Lucy's asking for your cover of Idol. No, if you're gonna do
Cover
that.
of Idol.
Do it for the Honmoon. Do it
do it
to
for the
save
Hanmoon. No, that's probably gonna break the Hanmoon too. I'll
No,
do it only
that's my
if
excuse.
Potch will do.
I'll be the dance line. You be the singer. I'll be the singer and rap. I'll be the dance and rap line. You do the singing.
All right, let me quickly look at the lyrics. Just kidding. Let me quickly look at the lyrics. K-pop Demon Hunters soundtrack.
If we reach a certain amount of viewers, then I'll think about it. But as of
yeah.
now, we gotta focus on the matchup, folks. So
Yeah, we definitely
here we
do.
have Teleport, Insolence, and Detention on Sprinter's side, while we have two Tide Turners on Juan and Lace, Aqua with the Meteorologist having Borrowed Time and the Broken Windows, Fluff having the Flywheel, but the fact that they brought the Embalmer says to me that they're kind of going for that defensive lineup. So, but who you guys want to win this round 3 matchup between Omni and B4U? Let your voices be heard in chat as we head towards Lakeside Village. That's Nelamello. I'm Potch Spice. We're the Saja Boys. I'm kidding. We will head towards this matchup.
All right, soda pop. That's exactly what Sprinter's trying to do. Pop
The
joint.
Naiad would be really good with Soda Pop.
I know. But Sprinter is really looking to chase Juan first, and that's the mercenary we're talking about. Sprinter
Yeah.
looking to dry Juan out of his resources. Already used up 1 elbow pad, and he's gonna make that rotation away with a 2nd elbow pad. Sprinter with that double surprise gonna land that white mark. Oh, the one! What? Juan? Double
That's-
snipe.
Yeah, double snipe out from afar. So now Insolence is about to come online for Sprinter to have that trapeze. And now Mercenary with no items. Might try to
Wait.
pull the same type of kiting that Roland did. That I don't need items. I just need to be able to kite very well. But we do see one more hit onto the black stage and able to actually get the jump in. Nice movement from Juan and able to force him to break the pallet.
Beautifully done. Juan's gonna live to fight another day. He's still running towards that window, but you know this is gonna be a pretty hard position to be in. Yeah, just keep getting more. And that's gonna almost put Sprinter at full presence, Potch.
Yeah, this is looking pretty good for the Hunter side because Sprinter still has teleport. He didn't reveal his trait just yet. So now Lace, the other rescuer, is going to try and attempt this rescue situation. Still got 3 utilities to work with for him to close the distance, but cannot get silence. He needs to actually get a clean rescue out of this situation, but now he might just choose to walk on foot. Flywheels,
Nice.
the hit, and now able to get a clean rescue.
Nicely done. And this is why you can see it's pretty difficult playing Hullabaloo at this point, but at least he'll still be able to get Juan at the position, and I don't think that Coffin's gonna make it in time. You think Fluff has him in sight? Juan's gonna fall.
hard to
Last effort's
say.
gonna keep him up. No, the Coffin's up already.
Yeah, so now able to actually get the coffin. So are they going to use
teleport,
it?
though.
Yeah, teleport is going to counter that coffin. And that is going to be the case. So Sprinter could actually just head on foot here, already at full presence. He's going to use the trapeze just to close the distance.
What?
Doesn't need to reveal it just yet.
It's not even that far.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be on top of the big boat.
I thought so too. So doesn't even need to reveal the traits first. And one, if he goes down here, that's going to be the last share.
Just like that, just like clockwork, able to actually get the double surprise on him, and there our mercenary is out of the game. They do still have a lot of resources on the aeroplanist and the meteorologist, and 2 ciphers remaining. So the mercenary down did take some time, but this is where it gets kind of scary. If they don't have the last 2 ciphers primed and ready, could be kind of tough. Note that detention is also a factor here for Sprinter.
Yeah, it is. And it's a 3 ciphers done by Omni at the moment. But will it be enough to go against Sprinter's hullabaloo? And with the trapeze, Sprinter is going to catch up really soon to Fluff.
Okay, Fluff getting into that double surprise. Still has another one to work with, though. The red stage going to try to catch Fluff. Gonna work on just dropping down that pallet. Accelerated decoding is already in use here, and Fluff doing an amazing job so far, just rock hiding this area. So now he's just gonna try to double back, but the red bomb able to catch him.
Wow, and the white bomb to follow soon after. But all he needs here is a black one, and Fluff is gonna go down for the count. Meteorologist, aeroplanist, fortunately they are still at full health, so Sprinter needs to deal with Aqua instantly. I'm not sure if he should be camping here or if he should just teleport straight to Aqua. Oh, he's gonna teleport straight to Aqua.
Okay, so Aqua forced out of the cipher here. Let's see how well he's gonna get this push going. We do have a good lineup, but unfortunately unable to get it going. So we do see that Embalmer did get rescued. Aqua hiding behind the terrain of the shack area. Able to actually able to actually sidestep. That's so cool. But we do see that slow vault for him to be able to actually eat that white bomb. The red stage would be ready for a switch in just a bit, but he's actually just gonna chase him down.
Chase him down is a good choice. Wait, why is this palette still the old one? But now just using Gilwin's gonna use that skill to bring him further away.
Yeah.
Doesn't even matter. Yeah, why is this map the older one? I thought they were using the new one already.
I think maybe the changes that we did discuss are here, but maybe the map changes are still on the new one. But anyway,
But we did see the new one.
Oh yeah, you're right. But I guess they did agree to this type of map. So now Airplane is unfortunately unable to get the flywheel going. Everyone is
Cypher Prime.
injured. And now,
Pick up.
oh my God! There's no borrowed time.
Yeah.
And the back exit is being worked on. They had to actually stay away from that back exit gate. So now we're kind of put on a standstill here. 18 seconds up until teleport now.
Yeah, and Aqua is in the vicinity trying to keep that in mind. Wait a minute, what's going on? Gilwin, wow, that's so cool. Just the teleportation. Wait, that's gonna be a trapeze into use. A black one, a black bomb will put Aqua down. And mind you though, Fluff has only just started.
Oh! What? The exit gate is opening, but the teleport is right there. He could just chair and immediately go for that teleport. And Balmer, not sure if he's gonna make it in time. Are we gonna see the teleport happen? Sprinter, he's gonna try to look for someone, but that's gonna allow the Embalmer to actually get the exit gate open. So Sprinter unable to get the 5-point game. It's still a win, but this is the start of Omni breaking the 5-point streak of Sprinter.
Yeah, I think Sprinter did the right choice there, because if he actually teleported and risk it on the teleport itself, I think that would have been really disastrous if Fluff was actually waiting in the middle of the map, right? Then he would have gotten at least 1 out of the 2 rescues there, and that would have been devastating, because now you have 3 survivors running around.
Speaking like a true hunter main.
I know. I'm sorry for that. But, you know, lift your mic up higher, right? So you gotta say what's true.
A little higher? Yeah.
Get higher. Anyway, back to the analysis, right? But seriously, I think a 3K there is already good enough for Sprinter, because no point in him risking running, teleporting towards that front gate, and then if there's no Tinnitus or if no one's there, man, he has to make a beeline back, and that's gonna drag the game even longer. So, good job putting themselves in that position, allowing a one-man escape. That's a compensation. Not a compensation. That's a consolation. Achievement at least.
I think people in the chat were expecting that Embalmer would get chased first. Even we did, but chasing after Juan did kind of set them up towards that mid to late game because he bought so much time. Again, that's what you get for chasing that mercenary, and Juan doing an amazing job, not spending most of his resources early on, and just the chair time took a while. So you got to give it up to Omni survivors for them to get this rotation going. There were some overextensions here and there on their side, but ultimately, like we saw in the previous round, getting that one-person escape could be the start for them to get the ball rolling on their side.
Yeah, it could be the start of something new.
We're changing genres now.
Yeah, I know. That's from High School Musical, if you guys know. But it's a very...
No, we got to get our head in the game, bro.
All right, get the head in the game. Tuk, 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 tuk. I know what that is. I know.
Yeah. I thought we were gonna drop High School Musical references, but I don't know. I don't know if chat even knows High School Musical.
Zac Efron, come on. Before he was buffed.
We'll see. We'll see if chat knows that. I don't know. That
18
could be
again.
our time. That's one, but he wasn't singing 18 again, right? It was a pretty fun movie though.
Okay.
He wasn't singing there though. That was a fun movie.
Yeah, I know. It was pretty fun. Lifting refrigerators. Oh my god. But yeah, Spritzer has definitely done his due diligence getting that 3-man elimination, albeit not a 5-point, but it also opens up a really hard position for Pit Stop as well, because Pit Stopper right now needs to get a 4-man elimination, and they're gonna win one round at least. But if Pit Stopper only gets a 3-man elimination, that's still gonna change nothing, right? Because there's still gonna be a draw, and they're gonna end up with both sides having 2 draws, but 1 win on the side of B4U with 8-1 points.
Yeah, I think at this point, Pit Stoppers needs to try and even out the rounds, because that's the most important part, because it will haunt them in the end when it comes to best round 4 and 5. Because if they do tie things up, round 4 and 5 could haunt them, but if they do get a tie here, round 4 could be the last match we are going to see if they're not able to rally back into this.
Yeah, so they got to be really careful though, because if they still get a tie here, and round 4, it's pretty much going to be a decisive match, because if it's a win in round 4, even by a little bit of points, that's gonna make the difference right here. But honestly, this second half is going to decide how it's going to turn out in round 4, because if B4U wins this again, it doesn't matter the points. If they win this again here, or even get a tie, and that's gonna give another round win to them. Round 4, they can basically just go for a tie, and B4U will still win with 2 wins and 2 draws.
Yeah, that's true. So yeah, this is kind of the swing round, right? Or the pivoting round in round number 3 before it reaches round number 4. And depending on how the bans go, you have to admit that this can play in favor of Pit Stoppers, because once round 4 hits, we're gonna have more bans. And for sure, the meta is gonna be off the table for him to use. I wonder if they're gonna respect the Dream Witch, or they're just gonna ban out the top 4 hunters and force the Dream Witch match to happen for Pit Stoppers.
Together forever. I'm sorry. I'm just seeing everyone saying they know who they are. Zac Efron, the escapologist. He's too handsome to be bald. I'm sorry.
That would be good. I feel like he's buff. He could definitely play escapologist.
Dwayne Johnson.
As an escapologist.
I know.
That's going to be wild.
With the choreographer of HSM. You know what? DM us right away after this.
No way. That's wild. We're all in this together, Circus Freak. What a way to bop to the top. If you're friends with the choreographer there, that's definitely something that was quite iconic growing up for the High School Musical fans out there.
I know. It's really nice to sing along with. But yeah, I mean, just speaking of singing along as well, it seems like right now, Pit Stoppers got to sing to the tune of B4U and get that 3 elimination minimum going to the game. Of course, a 4K would give them 1 round win, and that's the most ideal situation. So hopefully Pit Stoppers will be able to capitalize if there's any mistake on the side of B4U survivors, because we've seen that happen before in the first two
We
rounds.
So yeah, tall task ahead of Pit Stoppers. Will he actually break free here? Or will he stick to the status quo and just keep on going for those ties? I wonder what's going to happen. If
I see what you're doing.
Can you reference more?
I think so. I don't know. But yeah, it's just such an old series that we're watching. But nonetheless, it does bring back a little bit of memory. I wouldn't sing it in a karaoke session.
What's your go-to karaoke song now?
Jay Chow.
What song?
Jay Chow.
That's the name of the song? Jay Chow? Or isn't
Jay
that
Chow's the artist.
Yeah, what's the song?
A lot, like Step Aside, like. But if it's English songs, I think.
Follow
I think,
Nell on IG to see his stories. He'll sing for you.
What the hell? David Kushner is pretty good.
David who?
Kushner. David Kushner.
Okay. Yeah, you sent me a song of his. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Benson Boone.
Whoa, Benson Boone. Can you do the flips that he does on stage?
I cannot.
Right? He's just flipping like crazy, dude.
I know.
Like,
He's a
wow.
gymnast, right? He's a
Yeah.
gymnast.
But man, like every night
Dude.
on stage, he flips off the piano. I'm like, you don't have to do that. You sing really well already. But
I can do a different kind of flip, but
I can flip the table.
I can flip the bottle. If that's what you're looking for.
And you dab
Right?
afterwards.
Yeah. I think he's just a really good entertainer, right? So
What's
that's,
your favorite Benson Boone song?
Beautiful Things for sure.
Wow, can you do the the scream there is just crazy.
Please. I know. Pretty Slowly is pretty good too.
Slow it down
slowly.
is good. Yeah.
Yeah, Pretty Slowly. It's
Pretty
good.
slowly? I thought I know slow it down. I don't know pretty slowly.
Wait. Pretty Slowly? Falling Slowly? Pretty Slowly, right?
I'm not
Man.
sure.
Do you know that song? Like, when you look at me,
Keep singing. Hang on. I don't
when I look at... What?
Oh, wait, no,
what is
no,
this?
I keep going. It sounds familiar though. Okay.
Okay.
I don't know. But there you go, chat. We got Nell to sing. Let's go. We did it. We did it, chat.
Oh my god. Oh my god. The mind games. Bye. Oh my god. But yeah, this is going to be potentially the game making. This is the, how do you put this? This is pretty much gonna set the matches in stone, because here, if
right.
Pit Stopper can get that 1 round win, we're gonna have ourselves the full best of 5. But if this is gonna end with a draw or even a loss, right? Then B4U is pretty much
2 rounds
going
up.
to win it next game.
Yeah.
So depending on how the results in this might be, it might go the whole BO5 or it might end the next game itself.
True. So we gotta lock in, folks. I know we're kind of joking around, just a little we're lightening the situation for now, because it is quite the intense matchup for Pit Stoppers, because this is do or die time. Nell painted the picture that this can set the stone for the championship rounds in round 4, and if we're even going to see a round 5, depending on how this goes. Hopefully we do see that, because it seems like Team Omni are prepared to bring B4U in uncharted territories, and that could definitely happen here. But looking like it's a very standard pick here on B4U's side, and finishing it off with the Seer pick. Very well-rounded lineup here on the side of B4U.
Yeah, this is looking like a very well-rounded team. You couldn't have said it any better. There's the mobility, there's the all support, a very stable first officer, and the tanky psychologist. So the question is, what will Pit Stopper be bringing to this match? It can be, well, it's not going to be one of those big 4s, so he can definitely go for a Dream Witch. I think that's his more comfort picked sort of character. But it's such a big map though, so getting that leash in control is going to be a little bit more troublesome.
And the fact that they are teammates with one of the best Dream Witches in the whole NAEU, they've probably scrimmed around with him, so they're used to that type of matchup. And the fact that Dream Witch has been in play for so long, I'm pretty sure they're kind of accustomed to it. So they're possibly expecting that Dream. Well, they don't have Barmaid, but they do have that Seer and a lot of tankiness coming around here. So B4U really gearing up towards whatever Pit Stoppers can bring to the table here. So will it be that Dream Witch? Will it be the Clown? No, the Wax Artist is gonna come out. Help, send help, chat.
Send help, help. I don't know. I don't know.
Hey, but Maniki SP says Nello, voice of an angel. Let's go. Let's go.
I wanted to sing that angel song, but I can't remember.
It's okay.
What's that song again?
Which one? Benson
Angels come here. I mean, angels.
I don't know.
By
Lips of an angel.
David Archuleta.
Oh, I don't know that one. I'm not a big fan of. I mean, I know like just the popular songs of Data Archuleta, but I don't know that one in particular. But Nell karaoke stream on his channel. Follow him on YouTube. What?
That's gonna be next Saturday. So
Hey!
next Saturday night. Hey, Posh is gonna join in. We gotta have our Saja boys.
If
up.
Nell reaches 4K subscribers, karaoke celebration stream.
Oh,
So
let's
go follow him on YouTube.
Let's go. Yeah, we probably need to come up with the next IDV song, right? Like, please let me escape.
From the dungeon. Hey,
I'm spinning
man.
around. I'm spinning around. Please
Imagine
let
if
me
they
go.
get us to sing the next IDV song. We'll be like, oh no, we peaked chat. We're able to
I
get
know.
as the next song, and
Lyricists.
we'll reference you, chat. But it seems like Pit Stoppers bringing the detention and teleport here for that big map. Well, we do see a
Snowflake.
standard build on the side of the survivors, but only one tide turner on Roland's side. So interesting builds here on the personas.
I'm gonna sneeze.
Hashtag bless and hell. We are gonna head towards Lakeside Village, folks. Actually, 3 flywheels, so they could kind of flywheel off that wax artist. Again, they just have to
it's
put
hard,
that
though.
tie. So it's gonna be still kind of hard for them to tie that up. Broken windows would be really good for them to create that distance, but flywheel, you have to time that very well.
Yeah. If they do not manage to contain wax artist long enough, I think the only thing I can say is stay away from me. Stay away from me, right? But Pit Stopper is gonna make that rotation into the shack. Ladies and gentlemen, the wax artist has come to play in Lakeside Village.
Sorry, I'm seeing the wax artist emojis in chat by Nemo. It's just look at that. It's just Eileen also wax artist. Oh no!
Stop. Help me. I just want to decode in peace, you know. And that's Schmitty's trying to decode in peace, but seems like Pit Stopper's saying, no, you shall not decode in peace. And that's going to be the first target right there.
And this is actually a pretty good. I mean, Schmitty, you know what? Really,
Oh my God, you can farm
putting
all
content
of
out for the owl, for the seer guides out there, and the seer is actually pretty good. At least he can use the owl just to prolong the chase here, and he's actually gaining some owl here. We're already halfway to get a bird. Able to actually get a hit. No, able to reel it back.
All right, that's pretty good. But now he's going to step towards that next area. Does not really work out. Has 84% wax. He has to put down that pallet preemptively because he knows that a little bit more wax and that's it. It's going to be stunned. But at least that time bot allows him to reduce that wax all the way down to 21. And Schmitty is still kiting out of his mind. He still has a flywheel to work with.
Yeah.
And Pit Stopper, he does not have anything but the teleport. So it's all based
Flywheel?
on... No, that's gonna miss.
He tried to go for that flywheel just to cut the distance away because the wax was building up. I did see the meter. We're at 75%, but this was close to actually a 3 Cypher kite. So I'd say job well done, not going for any the rotations, not kiting on top of anyone. So good start for Schmitty. First officer unfortunately has that wanted order, so this is going to be a tough rescue situation for Roland since he does have that tide turner.
Yeah, tide turner is definitely going to come into effect, just buying more time because that's exactly what B4U need. More time, right? To decode that cipher and just to get the heck out of there. And speaking of which, Cypher progress not looking too bad, but it's not exactly great either. The third Cypher is already at 81%. And honestly, if I were B4U, I'll probably go for that full blood rescue or none at all. Because
Yeah,
I don't want to give him max presence. That's gonna be so hard to play against.
that's true. It seems like we are gonna see a double rescue attempt on
Roland?
Yudao and Roland. So Roland might
No, they're not gonna
actually
go.
attempt. Oh, yes, he's not. But he's actually just feeding that tinnitus at the second story. So quite unfortunate because Schmitty was so close to getting a second owl. But now we're gonna see the teleport happen, and Green is gonna take this next chase. Tried to go for the bomb, but did create that distance. We're at 72% wax, and now he waxed off this area. 3 ciphers are still remaining, folks.
Wax on, wax off. Green trying to make that wax. Okay, put down that cipher. Put down that pallet. Gets 100% wax, but it's okay. He has flywheel to negate it if he needs to. Flywheel! Oh my god.
Not yet. Wait for it.
Whoa.
No, just gets the hit. This is actually really good. So Pit Stopper's leaving the wax at 76%. He's gonna go for that wax bomb. Nice flywheel on Green side.
Beautiful, Green. Beautiful. Coming in with this play. And Green still has one more bomb to work with, so he can definitely use it if he needs to. And that red bomb is going to stop Pit Stopper, right? He's going to silence Pit Stopper. And that's going to buy more time for Green to rotate around and wait for the cooldown for the next bomb to be ready to use. So Green right here, right now. Wow, he's going to use it to bring a little bit more distance, but look at what's going on behind the scene, Poch. Ciphers are going down like mad.
Ooh. Able to actually punish Green for dropping down that pallet, but like you said, 2 ciphers popped in that chase, and now this allows Roland to rotate and make his way for this rescue. Hopefully, oh yeah, definitely no wanted order now since 1 survivor is out, but Roland now is free to rescue. They have their option to go for either the 70% cipher or the 30% cipher. Seems like Roland not going to waste any time, going to rock that pocket watch just to make sure that this rescue attempt will be all right. But Pit Stoppers, if he's able to provide that distance, oh wow, he's not able to actually do the hypnotize. Uh-oh.
Oh.
Nice.
Nice. Okay, beautifully done. But it's okay. Roland is untouched, unscathed, uninjured. So Pit Stopper needs to get that damage onto Roland so that he will be unable to rescue the second time. Oh my god, 3% left. That's gonna be it. Wait a minute. Wait for it.
Whoa, okay. Able to build up and now able to actually get the hot wax. Roland might have to use the pocket watch once again, coming in clutch. Last cipher is about to pop here. They all have borrowed time, so this is quite intense.
So close. So close. Pit Stopper. I think they gotta pop, right? They gotta pop.
Yeah.
They're just gonna pop it straight away. And Roland's gonna be like, hey, I'm still here kiting around. Please pay attention to me. I'm still here. And he needs to kite a little bit longer because the moment he goes down, the teleport is gonna be ready for Pit Stopper to go and get that third down. Oh my god.
Yeah. Unable to get the wax bomb, but the block onto this window. Able to actually get Roland to vault it. And now here we have it. Pit Stoppers focusing on just chairing first. This allows the backdoor exit to open. They just need to get 1 out, but they want to get 2 just to hold on to their lead. Yodao, he's going to try and gain the attention. He's going to get it waxed off, and Pit Stopper still is holding on to that teleport.
All right, that's gonna happen right there. Do you think the acrobat's gonna go for the rescue? He's definitely gonna go for the rescue. First officers has plenty of time to reminisce on his memories on the chair. So Green, I can see that he's definitely gonna make it there, unless if Pit Stopper decides, oh, the rescue happened, I'm gonna teleport.
Could
be
but
the mind
yeah,
game.
let's see if he's gonna really invest in this rescue. First officer still on that rocket chair. We do see that Green is so close. We flywheel just to avoid the drop down hit, and now Psychologist does fall here at the Bay Area, and they go for the teleport. Green's gotta run for the hills.
Help! Green's like, help! Why couldn't you kite a little bit longer, you know? I'm just kidding. But Green is definitely in a very, very tricky, sticky situation right here because Pit Stopper is looking to stop him. But if Yudo can get up soon, he can still open the gate because there's no more teleport ready for them.
There's not, but Green has to be godlike in this next cut. We do see a silence, so this does help out in a bit. We do see the Psychologist did get the heal up.
Yeah.
Now Green in a tough spot here, does not have a bomb to work with, and it does have 1 pallet, but no, gets the freeze and the down. There's no detention, so this is quite important. They can still get that 1-person escape and tie it out in round 3 here, folks, and they are gonna do just that.
Yeah. But well, that's kind of expected, right? Because pit stopper, that beautiful timing, right, onto Yudo, getting him down, and then teleporting straight to the back of the gate. That's definitely something that he was anticipating. Teleporting back to the chair and just stopping them is definitely very, very how to put this, couldn't have been well played better by pit stoppers in this situation. So what happens now? Draw in the first round.
Yeah.
1 round win for B4U in the second round, another draw in the third round, and technically BO4 is still a dangerous round for Omni, because in B4 you can still win in terms of round wins. They still get to end it in BO4.
And
Whereas
we talked about go for it.
a draw is going to force it to game 5, and that's where things are going to be really interesting. If it's a draw, B4U is going to automatically win with 1 round win.
Yeah, they need to win. They need to come back in terms of rounds first. So they need to win either round 4 or I don't want them to push it all the way till round 5, because that's going to be too dire of a situation for them to kind of win this. But it seems like Sprinter and Pitstopper still on that same keel, and coming into the round 4 with more hunter bans and character bans or survivor bans, it can swing the other way. So we can't count Omni out just yet, but B4U though, really pulling out all the stops. I think chat let us know how they feel about this wax artist, and that is the strength of this wax artist. If you are tight kiting and you don't create that space, it is going to be tough. And the fact that the wanted order came out so early onto Roland that Schmitty couldn't rebound kite was just really tough. Look, 60-second containment time on the first kite, so that says a lot. He was also about to build up an owl, so it really was in favor of this wax artist by Pitstoppers.
Yeah, I think Pitstopper has definitely capitalized on what B4U was doing there. The drop down hit onto Yudo definitely didn't help there, because if it was just a little bit time sooner, I think Green would have been able to rescue. No, not really. The distance was kind of still far, right? But ultimately, well done. B4U is still did not give away any points.
Yes.
To Omni, and it's still technically 2 draws. 2 draws, 1 wins. And my lips are chapped, so I gotta.
Time to have for a hydration break, kind of a chapped lip break as well.
Chapped lip, for sure.
It is going. It might go the full distance. It will for sure reach at least that best of 5. But as Nell mentioned, we need to see Omni come back from this in round number. Actually, in round number 4, because if B4U wins round 4, that's it. It's GG's, because they can't come back from 1 round win in round number 5. If they tie it out, it's going to be a tough battle in round number 5. So they can't settle for a loss here in round number 4. So we will see a quick highlight, folks. So check this out, as we'll be right back. And we're back, folks, with round number 4, championship rounds here in the matchup. It is do or die time for Omni, because they need to at least tie in terms of rounds. They need to be able to win a round just for them to claim victory here. A tie for Omni is all right, but it's going to be really hard to come back from in round number 5. And this could be set round for Team B4U, because if they win this, they win the best of the series, because there's too many ties to count for already.
That's true. Too many ties to account for. And not to mention that even if it comes down to 1 round win each, it doesn't matter, right? Because the points has to beat B4U's 8-1 in round number 2.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if it comes down to 1 round wins, B4U definitely set the standard up high, which is 8-1. In round 4, Pitstopper needs to win that round. Doesn't matter what the points are. at least they'll be able to bring it to the decisive round number 5.
Yeah. If they're going to try to play it conservatively, yeah, maybe 3-1 in one faction side, then tie it out in the next faction side, just win that round. And come round number 5, don't take it towards the points, just win left 3-1 and then tie it out. Cannot afford any ties. You don't have to necessarily get the 5-point differential. And it can be possible, especially since Omni did say that they prepared for championship rounds. And who knows, we might see some interesting picks from either Pit Stoppers or the other survivors from the team of Team Omni.
Exactly. And just trying to say goodnight to Hosu Hisepe. Good night.
Ooh, good night.
Take care. Take care as well. And yeah, for those of you who are in different time zones, hopefully you guys are having a good day, night, wherever you guys are. We are currently going into round number 4, where we've seen neck and neck battle between these two awesome teams, B4U and Omni. And it honestly is so neck and neck that there's only been one round win so far.
Yeah, it's definitely going the full distance here. Me and Nell have saw the sunrise once the stream started. And now we are just witnessing these two teams, two powerhouses from NAEU, battle it out to call themselves the IVT 2025 champions. And they're really not holding back. And round number 4 is where things get very interesting, because we've seen up until round 3 since yesterday, but right now we're going to see more survivor bans and an extra hunter ban. So this does promote more creativity on both faction side. And thinking about the map picks, the last one was on B4U's Lakeside, so we'll see where this next map will land us in.
I'm feeling a little bit like Chinatown or Leo's Memory. Maybe one of those big maps again. But honestly, if they want to bring it back to Ever Sleeping Town, that will be pretty good too. I mean, it's pretty balanced, and it will make things a little bit more. We can probably see a little bit more action since it's a smaller map, right? But yeah.
I'm remembering the last time we commentated a best of 5. I think this was IVC offline. And during the championship rounds, they went to hospital. So, because the survivors started to get more overpowered than the hunters. But you called it. It is gonna head towards Chinatown, where, like you pointed out, the Wu Chang is on display there. So maybe we'll see some interesting hunter picks on either B4U or Omni's side.
Hopefully we'll be able to see just that. And Chinatown, I mean, I'm so keen to see what's going to be played here. A lot of characters can be played here, right? Wu Chang, Geisha, Breaking Wheel. Yeah, even the smiley face. Smiley face would be super cool to pull off
Nightmare.
Here as well.
We saw Nightmare, remember?
Nightmare too, 3K.
That was very interesting. Channeling the inner Akka coming into this. There's a lot of creativity coming from for Chinatown, and it really depends. We've seen Sprinter kind of rotate around the metas, so I wonder what he's going to bring to the table. And considering Pit Stoppers, the bans onto the Wax Artist. Well, he did bring out Wax Artist, so I'm pretty sure they're going to ban that out. Might force out his Dream Witch, might force out his other characters. It really depends on the survivors of B4U.
Yeah, this is definitely going to matter a lot to them, since this is technically the game deciding match, right? So I'm actually kind of curious. We've seen Sprinter go first 3 times in a row. So why don't we make a little bit of prediction there? You think Sprinter's going to go first again?
I think based on the graphics I saw, he might go first again.
Again.
I think a curveball would be Anton coming in.
All right.
Because he's the sub hunter too. Maybe it could go in that
Anton.
sense. Yeah. But I think, well, if I didn't see the predictions, I would have, or I don't know if I saw that correctly, but I think he is going to go in first for the survivor side, because how good Sprinter is that he would tie things up, and that's when the survivors could pick up the pieces. So in this matchup, he can't afford that, and it's the survivor's job or the survivor's time to shine, and in round number 4 they could definitely do that.
They can definitely do that indeed. Ow.
Oh, you okay?
I just accidentally stubbed my toe.
Oh.
Ouch. Oh, it hurts. Because I was just reading was just reading Just a Girl's comments, and she's like, "Yeah, send Caro into jail."
Oh, why?
And I don't know, but we're like, no, she's our student. We're her sensei,
Oh god.
and she's not going anywhere but into our dojo. I don't know.
Yeah. I just want to give a shout out to people that are still tuning in. I see Puso, I see Lobato Boy, Just a Girl is still here. Light Warrior, I hope I pronounced your name correctly.
Hey.
Manike SP. Caro, obviously having that crown. Circus Freak here asking for a Percy. That would be really cool to see. Luna Tika able to get that nightmare prediction. He's Lunatica trying to ask for another nightmare in Chinatown. That could happen. I'm gonna trust in the seer abilities of Lunatica here.
Yeah.
Royal asking for an Axe Boy. We haven't seen an Axe Boy in a while.
We haven't, and that's because the flames are so dodgeable, and when you dodge the flame, you just you're
the
dealing
really
with a
good
small
Axe
boy.
Boys though, or like they super
I
pop
know.
off with the flame snipes. That would be super cool, but a lot is on the line. So if Axe Boy doesn't come out, we completely understand.
True. And if memory serves me correctly, Manike, you're from the Philippines, right?
Oh, shout
I
out.
think so. Yeah. But kamusta to you?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm trying to think of a Hongdae version of a Korean Hongdae guy meeting a Filipina.
Okay.
Hello, makakabayan.
As the honorary Filipino here, Nell, we appreciate you for promoting our Pinoy pride here.
You're gonna put your number in my iPhone 16 Pro Max.
I do not have that, so he's the only one that can flex the iPhone 16 Pro Max.
I'm just kidding. But jokes aside, yeah, this is definitely going to be the game deciding match. Mostly for Omni, because if Omni doesn't win one round in BO4, B4U is going to be in such a good position to win,
Right.
and end it all in best of 4. So whatever it is, I hope that Omni has something up their sleeves. I mean, Pit Stopper. Who's the? Is there a backup hunter for Omni?
Based on the the team profile, I don't think so. So
Yeah,
it
he has to
could-
play the full rounds.
He does. So I mean, we've known Pit Stoppers to, be the solo hunter even in Call of the Abyss. So this is where you kind of see that next level of being a professional hunter. So hopefully he does have something on the reserves for him to be able to kind of pop off from. And we've seen it happen. Like he was able to get a 5-point game out of B4U in a meta survivor lineup. Now he's just got to catch them off guard with another hunter. Unfortunately, it's not going to be the meta hunters, but this is where creativity definitely comes in.
Yeah. And just a quick shout out to Hazel as well. I noticed our casters have some good taste on some references.
Hey,
Go
Hazel.
Wikipedia, check us out up there. Hey,
Yeah.
check us out there. Check us out up there, right? Wikipedia. We're finally in Wikipedia, boys.
Yeah, you can see the eternal bond of me and Nello Mello as a casting duo. So shout outs to Hazel, shout outs to Faye. Reverie also. Hey, I haven't seen you in a while. Well, I mean, I've seen you here, but we're just giving you a shout out now. So
Right.
we shall see. Puso wanting a disciple pick.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Yeah, in Chinatown. Yeah, you definitely have to manage the cats very well in the change of levels. What's up?
Manake is really from the Philippines. See, I remember. I
There you go.
remember.
Remember these things. So no
my
goldfish
God.
memory on Nell's side. There you go.
Adrian
Memories.
from the Philippines too.
Hey, shout outs to. Can we get some international flags or any flags of where you
Wherever
guys
you guys
hail?
are from.
Yeah,
Mga
just let us
kababayan.
know what time
Kababayan.
it is, and we'll guess what time it is around the world.
Yeah. Just don't say 2,500. We don't know where that belongs to.
2500. I'm in Mars.
you probably are, right? You probably are. But just looking, I mean, we're still hanging out. We're still waiting for it, right? We're still waiting for BO4 because obviously there's gonna be a little bit of changes and strategies involved here. But right now, I'm interested to see where you guys are from. And of course, please, if you guys have Twitter or X, please do give us a follow because we're we're trying to be more active on X. I mean, we're
Yeah.
active on Instagram, but we want to be active on X too.
What's your Twitter? What's your X handle?
It's a NelloCast.
There you go.
NelloCast.
Do give them a follow, folks.
How about you,
and
Poach?
It's still Spicy Potch. So
Always.
Spicy Potch on all social medias.
Oh,
So do give us a follow. Let us know your thoughts on this match, and we can definitely keep in contact because we do love talking to you guys, but we also like keep in contact when there's no tournaments around, and just sharing memes here and there, and sharing some Hongdae boy memes.
I know. Do you know the Wish Khalifa? Oh my god. I'm not gonna sing that, but
Nah, I will hold you to that. If you do reach that 4K subs, go live
Khalifa.
and have a karaoke stream.
Wish Khalifa. He's so, I don't know. But honestly, if you listen to his normal voice, he sounds so normal.
Yeah, he's definitely
Right.
putting on a character there. So
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
really funny. I don't know, my algorithm is filled with what's his name? Sean
Solo.
Sean Solo. Yeah, it's just so funny.
Right. But yes, of course, we're definitely hoping to bring more pop culture references into this game. I don't know why. It feels as if we're testing each other's pop culture knowledge at this point.
Yeah, we're definitely casting. We're maxing our casting right now. Cast maxing with the references that we're putting
That's
out
Thousand
there.
Aura.
Oh, I'm an aura debt, dude.
All right. Okay, we see one Philippines flag, and that's a Singaporean flag. Is that Aura? Singaporean flag? Is that a Singaporean flag?
Is that? Let us know too. I'm terrible with geography, but I see
Nemo's
Nemo is-
Italian.
Yeah,
Is that Italian?
Sina Galatia on everyone's
Where's
soul.
that? Where's that from?
Please let us know the flag too. It's quite small. Zero is from Australia though. So that's good.
Australia, mate. Good day to you, mate.
Maneki says Italy jump scare. So from Italy.
Italiano.
And
I love to eat
Waterboy
the
with the
pizza.
rainbow flag. Let's go.
Mexico. That might be
Mexico.
Mexico. Yeah.
Oh,
Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
Mexico. How do you say daughter?
In
I can't
Mexico.
remember. Yeah.
Sun Quachi over at Canada. Wow, what time is it over there? That's crazy.
Ooh. Adrian's from the Philippines.
Shout out.
Funquachi's from Canada. Marshmallow from Singapore. A few Singaporeans are in the chat. I'm on my way. That's Malaysia. Ooh. Hello, Ara.
Oh, that's
Akabara.
Malaysian flag. Is it? No, it's not. Is it?
It says
You're from
my
Malaysia.
way. Yeah. Sinners from Mexico. Yeah, that's for sure. Hums from is that? I don't know what flag that is. I'm so sorry. I wanted to say
which one?
Germany, but it's not.
Oh,
That's a
the
different
rainbow.
kind of flag.
Yeah, I think it's the rainbow flag. But
It is.
yeah.
Country. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm
not
trying
much.
to.
Yeah. Probably let us know. The Wish Khalifa. I'm so done. And this is I blame algorithm, right? Because everything in my feed also features Hongdae boys and Sean Shodo. Oh, Nellos. Wow, Carol, I should make you mod. Honestly, I should really make you mod. Right.
Carol's still holding on to the crown, guys. So you got to give it up. So shout outs to
Carol. Oh my
Carol.
God.
Shout out to Salty Sugi holding on to that crown as well. So we're just waiting for the picks and bans to finally grace us here. But shout outs to each and every one of you that's joining us from around the world. Big shout outs to each and every one of you for sticking it out with us. The stream, I believe, is about to hit 7 hours, 6 hours. It's quite long. So
Quite long.
do get your hydration checks, get your snacks as well. So we are gonna head towards the picks and bans, and Sprinter leading the charge once again.
Leading the charge indeed, because you perfect, me perfect, we perfect together. Thanks, Lana. Thanks for reminding us of that quote. That's one quote we totally forgot. But back to the ban picks, though. Yes, the Seer, the Antiquarian, the Aeroplanist has been giving a little bit of trouble, right? The Aeroplanist especially. So they're gonna respond with a Gravekeeper, a Psychologist, and a Weeping Clown. So I love the Weeping Clown pick. Can be used as a grab. Can be used as an Uber ride. Can be used as a grab ride.
Yes, I'm
Can
looking at the
stand as well.
bans. I'm looking at the bans of the hunters. So we're not going to see the top 4, and the Dream Witch on Sprinter's side. So the Weeping Clown ride sharing services is up for grabs. We haven't seen it highlighted just yet over the weekend. We did see stuns coming out from the Weeping Clown. So hopefully that will come into play. And an entomologist, a little changes here and there on the entomologist side. The bees lasting a lot longer. You're able to see it as well. So in this map, it is quite big. There are certain spots where you can put the bees down to stop the hunter, like the fire escape, the entranceways of the various establishments. So I like this pickup at least.
I like this pickup too. And it seems like I thought for a moment we were going to see those first few picks, but it disappeared. Was I dreaming?
No. They're still on screen technically. I think they're just putting them where they
where they belong.
Like who's
gonna
assigned,
play who, right? Oh, I see someone from Thailand. Hello, Malibare. Sawadee krap.
From Peru. Okay.
Peru. Wait, where? Oh, Peru.
David,
Hello, David.
Yeah, David.
What up, David? Oh, that's an Indonesian flag. That's not Singaporean flag. I'm so sorry. Because it's red and white too, right? That's an
I
Indonesian
think
flag.
Singapore flag has a bit of like a design.
A star?
On it. Yeah,
Is that
star,
a
I
star?
believe. Yeah.
Okay.
So apologies, folks, but let us know the flag as well. I just
Sorry.
want to give you shout outs as well. So shout outs to each and every one of you guys from around the world. Like we are going super international with this broadcast. But this seems to be the lineup. So just apologies for the graphics being fixed up, but I think they are locked in with this lineup of a gravekeeper, psychologist, weeping clown, and an entomologist.
Yeah. Ui.
What?
Bonjour. I'm so sorry.
Oh,
I was
oui,
thinking,
okay.
Ui.
Because I thought you were saying "uy," because like in the Philippines, that's one way to call someone "uy." I'm like, oh, what? What are you calling me? What?
I know. That's the thing when you learn so many languages. It's like, oh, this word can mean something else somewhere else. And,
Sprints are going with the wax artist. Oh no, he's gonna spam the chat with the mad emojis. Oh no.
my God, you can hear the walls bell. You know, the walls ice cream bells ringing.
Yeah.
Ding 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 ding.
Huh.
Ding 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 ding. Oh my God, Squid Games. Sorry,
I haven't
about that.
actually seen the latest.
That's pretty
season.
good though. Yeah, but
Okay.
sprints are right here in this position, right?
Okay, so hopefully that is the same spawn locations, but there you have it, folks. That is, it will be a wax artist. So I'm gonna prepare myself for the chat to show how they feel about this wax artist. Wax artist in this map, though, I could definitely understand why he wants to pick this, because we did paint the picture of Omni needing to get more survivors out of the game for them to be able to stay alive in this best of 5. So we've seen how well the wax artist does play in terms of just attracting those survivors when they're in need of points.
I know. You gotta definitely need that point, and sprints are wasting no time trying to find that fluff. The fluff. If you're from Mexico, you should know who Fluffy is, and sprints are heading straight for Fluff. Just putting down that pallet, making some distance away. So far, so good though, but he still has a generous amount of fluff on his body.
Yeah, chat said they're gonna crash out if they see a wax artist. So hopefully we still have you guys in chat, and Fluff will be the savior here to try and kite out this wax artist psychologist at 70% wax. Oh, we hit that 100%. Not gonna waste any time. He's gonna aura farm here as he gains that presence.
Yeah, but this is such a strong area to kite, you know what I mean? You can just go up, put down the pallet, that's going to force him to break the pallet, and then from there, you can just rotate down again over the window, right? Over the window, see? Rotate down over the window, even there's a few pallets there to work with, but Fluff can definitely make things work here. Fluff probably needs to go back in, but no, it's going to be walled off. And now Fluff is caught in an open area with 2 hits to go. Sprinter just trying to put more wax before dealing that damage. And then maybe with a wax bomb, that's gonna be able to put Fluff Oh, wait, what's going on?
Look at that warp just to be able to just close the distance early on and the down. We talked about how Psychologist was able to save up a little bit of that stress, but Sprints are having the wherewithal to now and go for the basement play here. So this is definitely putting so much pressure onto the Survivor side. 3 ciphers are about to get popped, but Gravekeeper has to proceed with caution heading towards this basement. Luckily, no wanted order on anyone, so Sprints are setting up a perimeter here for anyone to go for the rescue.
Yeah, one so far away. That's probably going to be a no rescue at all. They might replicate that same strategy, like they don't want to give full presence to the wax artist, right? You can see that probably someone's just here to give the tinnitus. Aqua is definitely nearby, but I don't see him going for the rescue. He's just probably there for the tinnitus, just to keep Sprinter in his tracks right here. But I see a lot of angry ghosts in the chat. Help.
These angry ghosts, they haunting us. Oh no. But it seems like Sprinter has already secured himself that 1 survivor elimination. Unfortunately for Omni, mid to late game is going to be quite the struggle here. Psychologist is going to be sent out. Luckily, like you said, you don't want a full presence wax artist. Gravekeeper not wasting any time going for the shovel just to make sure that Sprinter is going to have a hard time with this chase. Trump card is still about to be used. So let's see if he's going to use a warp to try and close the distance towards anyone here in the map.
Hopefully, that wax bomb is going to stop it. Oh, wait a minute. He's going to stop the Cypher, but the teleport straight to where Laze is. He's got to be really careful, though. He's already deployed his mini rocket. Just getting that, just getting a little bit of distance away from where Sprinter is. The Sprinter is just so close, 92% on getting the wax up onto Laze. Laze just needs to break sight, and it's so difficult to do in this position. Oh, nice. He actually flywheeled it away.
Yeah, and now shout outs to Fluffy, who was washing dishes and just thought he was being called in the chat, but it was Fluff Psychologist. Apologies. You can hopefully you had a good dinner or had a good meal after washing those dishes. But right now, Sprints are working on his next survivor. So last 2 ciphers are still looking quite good. He switched on over to teleport. He can't stop these ciphers from moving. But it seems like Aqua on the bees going to be able to survive a little bit longer here. And Sprinter is going to have to rely on his hunter instincts to try and down this entomologist.
Yeah. And they're doing a great job so far. They're already doing the 4th and the 6th cipher, right? Because the 5th one is already being blocked. Aqua right here already at 100% wax. And look at how well Omni survivors are playing, Poch. You notice? Like, Sprinter isn't even at full presence just yet.
Yeah, and now they have 2 options for the last cipher. So Omni really trying to fight back here as he tries and goes for the down onto Aqua. We're at 100% already, going to just go for that down. And now they still have a chance here with the Gravekeeper holding on to that Tide Turner. Everyone has that borrowed time. So they're well equipped for fighting for the end game. And it seems like Sprinter doesn't want the chair at the basement. He's going to try to bring him a lot closer. But let's see if Aqua's able to struggle away. It's not going to happen, though.
Yeah, I probably had those giant claws to work with, but now Sprinter needs to go. The Cypher's just too far away, right? Cypher's just too far away. Sprinter just needs to hold on to that wax, not hold on to that teleport in the late game. Probably tries to go with it. Maybe a... Yo!
Oh, wow. Gets the rescue, but the freeze onto the Weeping Clown. We're going to see a wax. He needs to go for that hot wax trick just so that he doesn't have to force attack recovery. But now able to actually get it and swings away at the entomologist.
Yeah, probably should have stayed in that area instead of vaulting over, right? Because that would have helped him get a little bit of distance away and not get down instantly. So nice pop, but unfortunately this might look like a very, very strong 3 eliminations game.
Yeah, Entomologist is slowly expiring. They haven't gone to the exit gate just yet. Sprinter lining up the shot for him to go for it. But yeah, Lace. He's going to try and stop him in his tracks. They're able to actually get the rescue going, but the freeze onto the Weeping Clown, not there. Entomologist does fall down, though. And now this is where he's trying to look for that 3-man elimination here now.
Was he actually stopped? Like, he was just sitting there for a moment. Oh, nice. Nice. He was anticipating the flywheel, and he just got Lays up all the way up to 100% from 96%
on.
again. But Aqua so far, Aqua's almost up.
Yep.
Sprinzer just needs to down one more time.
Oh,
that's
wow,
gonna
look
be
at
it.
this. Aqua still having some bees left. Gravekeeper using the shovel just to try and go for this rescue. But Aqua getting frozen once again. He can actually leave him
Teleport,
here.
teleport.
Teleport.
He
Wow,
can, he
good
can, he
call,
can.
Nil.
Yeah, because he has no more exit path. He has Tinnitus, right? So now all he has to
Uh-oh.
do is just force Juan out of this place. And that's it. Entomologist will be able to be chaired right after. So Sprinzer just needs to make sure he doesn't get too far away from where the entomologist is and where Lace is. Once Lace goes down, he can just quietly go back to where Aqua is.
Yeah, and Juan getting that escape. They're gonna go for the GGs. It's gonna be a 3-1 in favor of Team Omni. Sorry, no, Team Omni. 3-1 in favor of it's that Sprinter here for B4U. Again, the Wax Artist pick really good because they wanted to try to go for more, but I guess again having one out is still okay. Denying the 5-point game is all good, but man, I'm just thinking about how the next round is going to be played, because if B4U wins the second, or they tie it up, then that's going to be GG's.
That's true. If before you ties it up, right? And but of course, there's another scenario that can happen here if they manage to get a draw against Pit Stoppers, because technically Pit Stoppers will not have 5 characters available for himself, right? Yeah, the global bans plus the 2 bans by the Survivors team. So that's going to play a bit of factor. So the question is, will Pit Stoppers be able to use whatever hunter that's left in his arsenal to pick up this win in the second half? Because you got to get at least a 3 elimination just to draw things, and that still puts you in a disadvantage going into the next BO if there's one.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Also, I'm thinking about how the picks and bans are going to go on his side and what hunters they're going to take off the table, because you can definitely take off Wax Artist and kind of force a tie onto the Dream Witch. So here we have it, folks. The match stats here where Sprinter is able to still get that 3-point game he really needs for them to hold on to their lead and hold on to their victory. And considering that this hunter pool of Sprinter has been slowly banned out, the Wax Artist is still there, being such a stable pick, and for him to get that 3-point game is still very much a welcomed addition for B4U's scoreline.
Yeah, I mean, everyone has done their job remarkably well. Just getting that one escape from Sprinter is already saying something in itself, right? So right here, you can see the score isn't really favoring Omni. 1 win, 2 draws. Omni only has 2 draws. So this next part is going to be super important. His stopper needs a 4K.
Yeah.
It's a 4K. The impossible. No, not the impossible, but the very hard task. A very hard task. Yeah.
Guess we gotta trust in Pit Stoppers and trust that he did account for these rough times or this rough waters or uncharted territory in round number 4. And there you have the scoreline, folks. B4U breaking the pack here in round number 2, tying up in round number 3, and round number 4, they are leading the charge here in their first half.
So let's see what's going to happen in this second half and what Pit Stoppers will be bringing to the table, right? Because technically, if they can't win here, it's going to be super hard going to round 5.
Yeah, I'm scared for our sake that chat might we might see a Wax Artist again. Chat's
if it's good, we might.
Yeah, true.
But then
true.
all the angry ghosts are going to come out.
I know, we're gonna get haunted again, so that's gonna be tough. Considering his hunter lineups, obviously gonna take out the top 4. I think it's either Dream Witch or Wax Artist that they're gonna allow him to play, because those are the known factors that we as casters have seen that he's very effective in. However, he might have prepared an unorthodox pick. There have been different changes from various hunters here. Let's see a flex pick. Let's see a flex now.
Pick. Yeah, I'm trying to do a flex. Ooh, yeah, but definitely he needs to power up, muscle through, because like what I said, round 4 is the one round left for you to get a W. Sprinter didn't make it easy with that 3 elimination. If that was a draw, that would have been signs of life for pit stoppers, because he can get 3 elimination and that would have been a round win. But now a 3 elimination would just mean a draw. And before you could just keep doing this all day.
Yeah.
Next round just gets Prisoner to play first. And that's going to be a draw again, or even an elimination. And then Pit Stoppers is the one left to pick up the scraps. So that's going to be super, super hard.
You have to give it up also to to Omni. They really tried playing for that draw. It was just quite unfortunate that once Sprinter got the first one eliminated, it was a little hard for him to come back from getting more presence. But once he was at full presence, that's when you start to see the effects of his excellent wax artist. And they needed to go for those rescues. They needed to go for those plays. You see a little bit of support here and there, but the hot wax trick was just so good to get the entomologist out of the bees and not force attack recovery, for him to be able to get that double down on that side of that map. So kudos to Omni for them to kind of fight back. But at the end of the day, this is a numbers game, and the numbers are favoring B4U.
It does. The favor is definitely onto the side of B4U. But right now, we're just preparing for the next half. Obviously, it's going to be Pit Stopper coming out against B4U survivors, so they're probably still discussing details before going into the game itself. But personally, it's such a hard call, right? One could argue that even Soul Weaver is good here, but it's only good in a situation where you need 2K turning to 4K.
True.
But here you need a hunter that's pretty much a 4K, maintaining 4K.
Breaking wheel.
Breaking wheel, really?
I don't know. That's a 4K or nothing, to be honest. So you're really hedging your bet onto that.
Yeah, because breaking wheel, I can see that happening. Because we're soaring,
flying.
There's not a. I can't remember the lyrics. I'm sorry, I can't remember the lyrics. It's so old. And
what does that say about us, man? If that's old.
I don't know. Boomers? I don't think we're boomers. I think we're Gen X.
Dude, we're unks. That's what we are.
We're unks, really?
We're unks. You got the unk status.
Unk status.
Yeah, we got we're uncles. We're uncles.
Kuyak. We're kuyas.
People from the Philippines will call us titos.
Titos, really? What the hell?
That's uncle in Filipino.
How about kuya? Kuya's brother, right?
That is brother, yes. That is brother, but...
Kuya, poch spice.
Why do you have that accent?
I don't know. Sorry.
No, it's all good.
Mellow.
But, yes.
Or you can call us loads.
Lodies.
But yeah, I miss you so. I miss you so. I'm more angry that I haven't seen you so long than when you didn't call me here. Sad emoji. Hanako, it's okay. We're here for you.
Yeah.
Come
Shouty,
on.
yeah, Hanako is shouty.
On a whole different level, right? But yeah.
Look at this lineup. Prospector, Embalmer, and we ban out the Wax Artist. So Pit Stoppers kind of have to force to go for that Dream Witch in this lineup where they have the Embalmer. B4U really playing for that tide here. The fact that they still have Puppeteer is actually really good. So in the right hands, this could spell disaster for Pit Stoppers, but he can go for something unorthodox here. So we just have to wait and see.
Yeah, he's got to go for something unorthodox, but there's so many things that can there's just so many things from the side of survivors that can give a lot of headache to Pit Stoppers. I mean, the Weeping Clown's already one prime example. The rocket, the Uber rides, the stuns when you try to pick up survivors. Green on the Prospector is also very annoying with the magnets, the coffin factor, and of course the tanky Puppeteer factor that can be something really annoying to go up against. So when you no longer have the big four characters and Hunter like a wax artist, you go with the Breaking Wheel.
Hell yeah, Breaking Wheel. We've said time and time again that this is a hunter where you have to go all in. Like, this is an all-in type hunter, all gas, no brakes. You know, we talked about this during our study session, Nell, that the changes are good, but Breaking Wheel does struggle at the start. if you're not able to get the extended spikes, if you're not able to turn right to be able to spike down your opposition, it could be hard. Because sure, you can be able to change to human form to wheel form quicker. Traps are a lot more effective, but ultimately Breaking Wheel gets his damage when it comes to the spikes. So hopefully he will be on point with those spikes in this matchup.
Hopefully, because it's so hard. We've seen how hard it is for Breaking Wheel to land those spikes onto survivors, and the time it takes to transform human form, will form, back to human form, will form. It also gives opening for B4U to either disrupt or just to gain a little bit more distance, right? So that's difficult.
Puso calling us Kuya Poch and Kuya Nello. Hey, thank you so much. We shall try to be the big bros and try to escort you through this matchup, because Pitstopper is really pulling out all the stops with this Breaking Wheel, and I'm pretty sure they tried to prepare for this. I saw in chat that people are thinking this could be a counter of Hermit. They could try to go for different things, but Insolence, wow, just blink and trump card, no detention. So Pitstoppers is really going to try to put all or nothing at the start to mid-game for him to be able to control this match. But 3 flywheels here now on Schmitty, Green, and Roland. We do have just one tide turner on Roland's side, so they seem to be prepared for this. So folks, will this be the last match? We're going to find out in just a bit as B4U takes on Omni in the grand finals for match 3, round 4, second half. That's the Mellow. I'm Pot Spice. We're your casters. Going to take you to Chinatown.
All right, Viva la raza. And that's exactly what the Breaking Wheel needs to bring to the table. He needs to bring the heat onto the survivors. And Yudo, again, being caught in the open with one spike. And this is a very classic case, guys. Put one spike on, gets the trap in, gets the hit.
Yikes! Oh my god! Able to actually get it. He did get that one spike, and it was damaged already because he was in that puppet form. So the hit plus the spike downs the puppeteer. And this is the big opening that Pitstoppers is looking for.
Oh my god, Yudo! Oh my
Big
god.
opening for Pitstoppers, forcing Roland's hand here to go for the rescue. The Cypher progress is not looking good in the early minute. This is just the first minute of the game, and he's able to actually down Yudo. Gets the rescue, and now it's Roland's turn. He might have to use the rocket here just for him to create that distance. Gonna go for the flywheel and the snap just to injure, and now we see the rocket. Nice patience here on the side of Pitstoppers. Yudo, though, actually able to hide it out.
Yudo hiding it out near Green as well, right? So Green's going to be that next person getting the spike on. And so much damage has been done onto the side of B4U at this level. But...
Careful, and now the blink down. Pitstoppers is a menace on the Breaking Wheel. Getting that, he might actually go for that win condition. There's only one Cypher that was popped. So now they're kind of forced to rotate once again, and Roland's here for that rescue, but they don't have another tide turner to work with.
This is so hard to watch, right? Because Breaking Wheel's already at full presence. Roland's gonna go down. Oh my god! Pitstoppers popping off, saying, you know what? I'm gonna show you what I'm capable of. And that's exactly what he's doing with Breaking Wheel. I have never seen a Breaking Wheel have such a game since like a few seasons ago, many seasons ago.
When he was in the meta, right? But people have figured him out. But the fact that he was able to get an early down so fast, and now Yudo getting the rescue, going to puppet form, but that's not going to be enough because he does have that spike. And now we see just the menace that is Pitstoppers. Not even 5 minutes in, causing injuries left and right. And now we see another double down situation. Only one Cypher remains now. You can't get this type of violence with Wax Artists, folks. You're watching the Breaking Wheel and Pitstoppers popping off.
Oh my god, Pitstoppers. All gas, no brakes, the perfect character to play. Breaking Wheel right here. Puppeteer's gonna go on the chair for the second time. Roland on the ground. No one's even decoding the Cypher's patch. This looks so dire for the B4U survivors.
Hey, they were looking, I mean, Pitstoppers was looking for that miracle, looking for that change of pace, and this could definitely bring them back into the game when it comes to round number 5. We're calling it a little early because we're still stuck at 4 ciphers. We're gonna see a flywheel onto the Embalmer's side, but Roland is still down and out because he used up that exit path, and now it's the Embalmer's turn to use up some resources here. He's gonna transfer his attention over to Peepers, and it really built, I mean, the way he was able to bring the Persona build of not bringing detention and really banking it all on the early to mid game paid off in strides here. Now we're only reaching the 4-minute mark, and we've already seen so much injuries on the board here.
Yeah, a full presence breaking wheel is not a joke at all. And B4U just trying the best to do what they can, but now that trap's gonna put Yudo on the ground once and for all. That chair is gonna send Yudo back to the manor, and now B4U caught in a very difficult situation. A 3-man, and everyone's half injured.
Everyone is half injured, and it seems like we are going to see.
Sorry?
Just saw something really funny in chat.
Oh, okay.
But, we do see that Green, unfortunately, does eat that spike in the process. Going to be forced to kind of go for the spikes here. Man, this is really tough because the way that he was able to control and able to actually go for the magnets here could be actually the game-changing.
Wow.
Just the spikes, just too much presence being built.
That's true. So just burst him open if you wanted to, right? And now that's the second survivor down. Poch, what is going on? B4U, just when you think that they're the ones that are so one step closer to the championship, they just crawl. All right,
Seems
coming
like
in.
Schmitty is gonna be taking this next kite. Are you okay? No. All right.
I'm so freaking dizzy because of the spinning around. But yeah, jeez, God, please don't do that. Just look. Help me.
Oh, sorry.
I'm just quoting Sublime.
Okay. Back
All right.
into the Spanish.
Okay, let me do this. All right. Pit stoppers just trying to find that last survivor up. Roland still has 2 rockets to play with, but unfortunately only has 1 hitbox left to
Your dog's really funny. But anyway, back to the match here. It just seems like Weeping Clown is the only one that is left, and it seems like
Holy shit. Help! Pit stoppers chasing after Roland is not a funny issue. Oh, he's gonna get trapped! And he's gonna get trapped in the trap. And
the down does happen. So it's just a back and forth here when it comes to the exit. Apologies, folks.
You're making me laugh. I'm so sorry. I gotta sniff. All right. So Schmitty just waiting for the coffin effect, I guess. He's gonna be placed onto the chair. No.
Yeah, this again, business as usual when it comes to pit stoppers. He's not gonna allow any of that to happen. He wants to make sure he dwindles all the resources. He knows that Roland has already spent up the exit path, and Peepers is gonna be the one here. And he knows, like, look at that. He knows where the dungeon is spawned. He's gonna just make sure that Schmitty will be spawning over at the corner. But folks, that's just a masterful play on the side of pit stoppers. Just making sure that he will be able to sail the ship of his team to that last game. And Nell, I think they're actually able to tie things out. But wait a minute, Weeping Clown still has some time before he does expire.
Oh my god, beautiful flywheel to avoid that transformation burst, but doesn't change the fact that Schmitty does not have anything to kite with. He's gonna go down, and once... Wait. Yeah, he has to chair Schmitty here. And that's gonna be Omni!
Fighting back, dude.
Oh my god, I'm gonna sneeze.
Go for it. Bless you. Hashtag bless for Nell. His dog's
I'm dying.
really funny. Sorry about that.
What the hell?
Your dog's really funny. Trying to get your attention, but apologies for that, chapter. Toto and Crystal really want to get into the action here. I guess they are Omni fans. Omni, ladies and gentlemen, fighting back
Oh my
here.
God.
Roland's gonna try to crawl his way towards that dungeon, but it's he's definitely gonna bleed out in the process. So there you have it, folks. Pit stoppers,
Woo!
the impossible
4K.
task. 4K on the breaking wheel. Can't get
Yeah.
it with a wax artist, but able to get it with a breaking wheel.
That's the John Wick of IDV right here. The vengeance coming back strong.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but let's just think back. Like this game, right? A 3-1 against a 5-0. That's a 6-3 points differential, right? So even though Pit Stoppers did fight back with a 1-round win, it does open up opportunities for Omni to win this by round wins. So it doesn't, but they have to avoid anything but a draw. Because a draw, B4U is going to win due to point differences.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what they need to avoid.
I think now coming into round number 5, Pit Stoppers got to bring that same type of energy. They put respect onto the breaking wheel's name. And okay, I might be a little well, I'll call something out here. I think what Pit Stoppers has to do is kind of go for Yudao, because he's able to catch him off guard. If he's able to chase him first, that's when he's able to actually find the most success. And I think that's something that they have to address, because it was quite apparent in that scenario that the first chase really went in Pit Stoppers' favor once he was able to catch sorry.
No, pit stop. You're pit stoppers. Yeah, go on.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Help me.
Oh my God. Sorry, apologies, chat. Again, Nell's dogs are just so cute. Sorry, they kind of get his attention.
Are
And
you
they're
sure
trying to
it's
jump
a
on the
dog?
mic.
Are you sure it's a dog?
It is what it is, though. But it might be a goat.
I don't know.
The goat stoppers.
I'm so dead.
Okay. Gotta catch our breath here, because we're going the full 5, and this is proving Chocho's point that Nell is the overtime king here. You okay?
My jaws are hurting. Oh my God. I'm gonna massage my cheeks a little bit.
Oh, there you have it, folks. Match stats are gonna bring us to
Why? Why? It's oh my God, I'm dying. But yeah, you get. I think the downfall for B4U, right, was just the fact that I think they didn't expect Puppeteer to go down that fast, and that Pit Stoppers build up full presence. My cheeks hurt. Full presence so early, and that's why everyone was falling like pinballs left and right.
I'm sorry, chat.
My cheeks.
This is what happened behind the scenes. It's too funny, but we're gonna be able to maintain and kind of bring. You okay now?
My cheeks are really hurting. I help.
This is a first, because we're going the full 3. Well, we did 2.5 in the first
Breathe
one,
in.
then we went full 3 in the next one, and now the full 5.
I gotta breathe in, breathe out. Can we do that?
So,
But yeah.
folks, we're gonna enter a quick replay when we come back. It is gonna be the final game here in the best of 5 series. Let's watch the replay.
All right, see you guys.
And welcome back, folks. This is the best of 5 series. You got to give it up to Pit Stoppers and him bringing out the breaking wheel for him to be able to win in emphatic fashion. That was an amazing breaking wheel performance on his side, and the way he was able to do that solidifies them to push for that game number 5.
Yeah, I think this is the very definition of go big or go home. And as a matter of fact, it's so rare. We rarely see this happen. But for the first time in a very long time, Breaking Wheel actually did go big, right? And everyone was just falling left and right. I mean, I don't know. I just feel like I'm dying inside a little bit. But it paid off. It paid off for Omni. And
I think people can reference this matchup alone for going big or all or nothing, right? And it was so apparent that even with the builds, even with the way he was playing it, he did not throw caution to the wind. He wanted to get the downs. It was very decisive with his plays. And for him to get this victory really means a lot. The question is, can he sustain this? Because like you said, I think when it comes to the points, it is a big difference still. So if they're able to tie it up and get the victory in terms of rounds, we could be seeing a new IVT winner. However, B4U, I'm pretty sure they're gonna realize the holes in their game. They're gonna try to think of another strategy to come back from this matchup. And I'm pretty sure they've seen these championship rounds before. So when it comes to experience, they still are, I'd say, the favored ones in the matchup.
That's true. And this might be history in the making, right? Because so far, B4U has always been the champion, right? In whatever event that they attended in IVT NAEU. And was it really twice, though? I can't. Was it? Okay, it's okay. It wasn't really okay.
So quite concerning with the dogs, but I mean it's lunchtime and they haven't eaten anything yet.
I think rough, right? But one thing's for sure.
Yes.
B4U can aim for the tie in round number 5. Whereas if B4U in round 5, first half, if they get that 5 points, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter what you say, but I'm sorry, it does matter. But
yeah,
if they get a 5 points in the first half, that's it. That won't even be a second half, right?
Yeah,
that won't even be a second half. And I think
true.
I think they have to bet on bringing back to Ever Sleeping Town. Iconic sleeping town right there.
The iconic sleeping town. So it seems like we are going to see how Ever Sleeping Town will come into the mix. Will the Tram Gods actually reward Omni or B4U? I wonder where the Tram Gods will lie in this matchup. So folks, place your predictions now on who you think is going to take this. Is it going to be B4U? Is it going to be Omni? I still think we are going to see the same types of bans, and considering that the towns kind of empower those type of hunters, you know what? It could be funny if we see a bit of a switcheroo on the side of the hunters, that we see pit stoppers going with the wax artist, and
that's true.
The breaking wheel onto Sprinter's side.
Probably no more breaking wheel because it's so hypnotic. You know what I mean? Like the spinning, right? Now that I think about it, it's pretty hypnotic.
Yeah.
Why help? Send help. But yeah, I think. Do you think that would warrant? I mean, personally, I wouldn't want to see a breaking wheel anymore, simply because like pit stoppers used it to great effect, right? Everyone was just falling down one after the other.
Yeah,
so
like
fast.
a daze, right? It was just it's like hypnotic daze. For honestly, at one point you did say like it's kind of hard to watch, especially since you know how good B4U survivors are, but the way that Pit Stoppers was able to control that match from the get-go, it's something to really behold. So I think in this matchup, they do have to put respect onto the breaking wheel, and for our sake as well, for us not to get too hypnotized with the spinning.
I know, but I don't think it warrants a respect ban, honestly.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, because I think it was just a matter of them getting caught off guard. And the first domino falling was Judo on the puppeteer. I think he wasn't just like, oh, puppet form. Oh, yeah, I'm going to get that sliver of health. And I think Pit Stoppers had that game sense like, oh, he went to puppet form. Perfect opportunity to down even with just one spike. So
Yeah, and it was actually the first domino piece for the whole butterfly effect for us to be in this situation, because that made Roland not prioritize ciphers, go for the early rescue, gets the stuns going on, and it was always a constant double down situation. So compared to the wax artist that Sprinter did bring, it was kind of a back and forth, and you did see that the survivors, even though they did get downed early on, they still knew what they were doing, and they knew to at least get a one survivor escape, and that's the win condition they kind of played towards. So I wonder what the mental is going to be on both faction side, if the confidence has swung in favor of Team Omni, or has B4U still like, all right, you know what, don't mind that, we can still kind of rally back into this and find our footing in this matchup.
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, I'm just going a daze at this point, right? I'm just thinking, what possible characters can they still bring, and if it warrants a respect ban onto the breaking wheel. But honestly, it's just, yeah. Personally, I would say that it doesn't warrant.
Do you want to see a breaking wheel again?
I probably do not want to see a breaking wheel again. I don't know. I didn't realize what was happening at that time simply because of the spinning. You know, it does get a little bit hypnotic, right? It does get a little bit hypnotic.
Very hypnotic, man.
Very.
And in this map alone, that can get quite hypnotic as we head towards the picks and bans here. No more additional bans, but we are going to keep the 3 hunter bans of Ivy, Opera Singer, and so it seems like it's going to switch things up. It's the wax artist of Sprinter that does get banned out. So this does leave openings for a clown, a breaking wheel. Oh, but preparing for the Dream Witch here with that Barmaid pick. So Antiquarian and Barmaid, good pickups on the side of Omni. And I feel like this could be like a triumphant comeback for Omni if they're able to get a tie. Because ever since the first game of the day, they've been only getting 1 survivor out. So this is a big opportunity for them to actually get at least a tied game up against Sprinter, just to show that confidence that, yo, we can also be able to defend our faction side and not just rely always on pit stoppers to get the 4-point or the 5-point game.
Exactly. And speaking of getting your name up on the note, right? Royal, I think something's happening in the chat where Royal's promising to give echoes if B4U wins to everyone. So they're all saying thank you to him. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay. Ooh. Royal, shout outs to you.
Can I get one too?
We would love to get one as well if you're giving those out there.
Exactly. Shouts to Royal, man. Everyone say thank you, Royal, in the chat.
Yeah, crowns in the chat for Royal here. We got royalty.
Exactly. But right now, we're going to head back to the ban pick screen. We have the Antiquarian, the Barmaid, the Entomologist, and the Walling being the rescuer in the team, right? They're going up against, I don't know, this lineup might say like, oh, hey, it might be a Dream Witch.
Yeah. I mean, the pushes on the bees and the boar. You have the stuns as well. You can kind of go for a breaking wheel here. I'm sorry, I know that you don't want to see that.
I don't know. I feel like I'm ready to see it now. But,
okay, that's good. I think we weren't prepared. Just like the survivors were not prepared for the wrath of the breaking wheel.
The breaking wheel too strong. I know. I know, it's so strong sometimes. Stop it. I mean, it's really so strong, you know, and I'm just a weak man. I'm not John Wick. I'm not a man of sheer will, commitment, and I don't know.
Royal saying no. It is. I'm not sure if Royal is gonna give out the thing. You're putting Royal on the spot here. I'm not sure if that's gonna happen. Whispered Cares, welcome back here. It's gonna be the Anne that comes out.
Oh my god. Will this be the game where Omni capitalized on?
No, sorry, because Entomologist with the bees and Anne, it's you could actually put the bees in the jump spot and just stop the bees from moving forward. It does kind of counter the barmaid though, but the barmaid could still heal up even though that she's gonna get stunned. I think there's more of a preference pick onto the side of Sprinter, but Anne could still kind of play for that tie.
They can. And I mean, usually if you aim for a tie, it might end up with a less desirable result, right?
Oh, dude, Royal's telling you to stop. He's not.
Oh, really? Oh,
No. Where did you get that idea, dude?
no, that's not. No, everyone was saying that in chat.
Oh, okay. Now we got crowns in the chat for Royal. Thank you, Royal.
Thank you, Royal. You're amazing.
No, what did you do?
I don't know. I'm just hypnotized.
Everyone say thank you, Royal. Oh no.
I could use that.
Royal has left the group chat, dude. You see? Oh no.
He is.
I'll see you in your nightmare.
Ironically, you
Uh-huh.
probably would, because you probably would. Oh god. But yeah, coming into this game, sorry, casually just roping it back here. Everyone has borrowed time except for the entomologist, probably expecting Aqua to kite first, but there will be 2 flywheels, and that's going to be on entomologist barmaid. Tide turners will be on antiquarian, and of course the walling sprinter. Very classic 3-6 warp gate. And honestly, this is do or die. Sprinter probably does not want to go too greedy and just wants to go with a more achievable result. But of course, if it ends with a 4 elimination, B4U is gonna win straight away. So reading the commentaries is me, Nello, and Poch Spice. Thank you, Royal.
Thank you, Royals in the chat. Let's go. Ever Sleeping Town, B4U Omni.
All
Not
right.
wasting any time, Sprinter making his way towards the center of this map. Center map control is going to be very important for this Anne. And Anne really known for just being a stable pick when it comes to getting ties. Fluff trying to tiptoe his way, but he is going to get that cat bite onto Fluff. And we do have the silence onto the... Oh, I hope Fluffy's done with the dishes. But Sprinter he is going to chase after the antiquarian.
Yeah, I mean, perfect choice, I guess. That leap is not gonna happen just yet. So far, so good though. Fluff is no so close, yet so not close. I don't know. Fluff is coming. Fluffy is still spinning. I can see that effect coming to play right there.
Okay. Nice split up of the cats. We're gonna see another jump and a warp just to close the distance.
Nice.
And there you have it. No silence. Bamboo flute only able to gain some distance. And we've already unlocked the first presence. We got the cross going.
We got the cross growing indeed. And that's such a iconic way to play it, like, right? Like, get the cats on, and if you're afraid, you get this arm when you leap in or whatever it is. Just go with the warp gate, and that's gonna land you straight on top of the survivors and stun survivors. So that's a good play by Sprinter so far. But Anne is not exactly the best Cypher pressure hunter. And you can see for yourself. Aqua still decoding.
Yeah, this is the same scenario where the wax artists, like, they just don't want to give presence to this Anne, because full presence Anne is going to be insane. So now it just seems like they might go for a sell off Fluff, which is gonna be tough. But Juan, he is here. I wonder if he's gonna try and go for this rescue, but they're gonna feed a bit of presence here, and we're gonna see a cat actually land. No, able to actually expire the cat, and we're gonna see Fluff now trying to kite his way. The bees are here for that support.
The bees are here, and that does give Fluff a little bit of opportunity to run even further away. Sprinter just wants to decide to just keep up with the cats a little bit first. Hopefully that's gonna buy a little bit of time. But now Fluff is pretty far away, probably hoping for that silence onto Fluff. I don't know, I'm seeing a little bit of delayed moments here, but that hit through the window. My god, he's saying stop spinning. I gotcha.
Yeah, so able to get him as he actually fell from the window. And that was actually a really good kiting route, but in this matchup, it does kind of favor Anne with the stick or the bamboo flute being rendered hard to work because of the cats that Sprinter does put down. So already at full presence, we do have Warp Gate ready for Sprinter to work with. He's just going to check these ciphers to see if anyone is here, and he's going to focus his attention on trying to find his next target, which could be, oh, just going for the teleport right away, and it is going to be Aqua that has to take this next kite.
Aqua picks up the pallet first. It's okay. Just get it done here with, oh, another slight. Oh, no, it's not going to connect right there. But Aqua will be trying to use whatever's left of the bees to try and move away. Fortunately, that's the 34% cipher. So once they are done with the 83% cipher, that's barmaid we're talking about. Oh, what a beautiful. Beautiful.
True, the placements though, but Aqua able to actually get connected with that hit. It was actually really good sidesteps. He was able to dodge the cat and dodge the cross as well, but last cipher remains, and we do have just the survivors. Wildling could actually take a drink from the barmaid, but it seems like Lace is the one that's going to get this rescue going. Last cipher is still stuck at 55% as they pressure the rescue.
Yeah, free rescue right there going on. I'm not sure what's going on, but Aqua.
The bees are still blocking though, and now look at that. The bee buff put on full display here, and now gonna give a drink to, oh no, I thought he was gonna get that drink, but Lace, he's gonna be in the vicinity, able to actually get the flywheel transitioning towards this area, but the speed drink unable to create that distance. He is gonna heal up though, and now they're kind of stuck with a 70% cipher here at the center of the map.
They are. Aqua trying to touch the cipher a little bit, but now everyone's scattered across the map. This can be a very difficult position to be in, but Lace, obviously, with the help of the Dublin, will be the only one with full health, and that's going to be the difference maker that they might need. Right now, Juan trying to meet up with Barmaid, probably wants a drink as well.
Yeah. Just going for a regular one because he did use up that. Well, he still has to mix some stuff, but out in the open here, it's quite dangerous. So forcing Juan to go on his boar, he's gonna get across and able to actually hit the boar. Not able to get him out of the board just yet, but this allows a big opening for them to open up another cipher.
It does, but the only one that's nearby, any new cipher, right, could be Aqua. And Aqua's like, yeah, I gotta be really careful here because if I touch the cipher long enough and I get teleported there, that might be a problem. So right now, Sprinter's like, yeah, it's okay. I can afford for you to touch the cipher a little bit. I just need to get one person down again, one more person down, and that's gonna be able to do it. Because if he teleports straight for Aqua, that's his last share.
It is, and now able to actually land that hit. Lace is already healed up with a barmaid Dublin. Last cipher is, well, two of the last ciphers, 70%, one at 45%. Barmaid's gonna stick around here because he's still at full health, just to wait for that that rescue to happen. Actually, it kind of works that Entomologist is the one popping the cipher, but this is gonna be so dangerous because no borrowed time. Bees are gonna stop Aqua in just a bit, and there's no more bees for him to work with.
Oh my god, that's gonna be a free rescue. But once Aqua's down, Sprinter's just gonna go back to the 70% cipher, and this is where things are be like, yeah, I know you're decoding that 55% cipher, but it doesn't really matter because in the end we know that it's gonna be all for naught. And right now they're struggling. Lace is the only one with full health, but you gotta remember, the and strategy, right? The double cat strategy can be a problem. Lace needs to be really careful.
Also, what's really tough is Entomologist doesn't have borrowed time. Oh my god, the flywheel! This is gonna be real tough. The cat is gonna be ready for Lace. He's gonna get stunned, drops the pallet in time. Now, Cypher is not ready for the pop just yet, the Terror Shock, and we're still at 90%.
Oh my god, pick it up, pick it up, pick it up.
Wow.
Oh, Cypher's gonna be pop regardless, I think. Will it be pop? No, it's not gonna be pop. Walling. Walling's in the vicinity. Oh my god, will this be a 4K for Omni?
Oh my god. Oh, it forces the pop to happen, but detention, we do have the Wildling on the board, and now he just focuses attention on hitting this Wildling, able to get him out of the board.
My
the
god!
Cat combo! 4K.
That's it! B4U, the champions. Oh my goodness. What a play right there. Oh my goodness. B4U with a 4K with an N, nonetheless.
And in 4K, you saw it here, folks. 1080p 4K here, champions B4U going through that adversity, but Sprinter not letting go of the gas, not letting go of the momentum. They are your champion. So congratulations to B4U, but please give your respect, give your love, give your support to Omni survivors and pit stoppers as well for giving us an amazing back and forth all the way up until game number 5.
Yeah, that's seriously really, really exciting games to watch. And honestly, it couldn't have gone any better, right? Because both teams were neck and neck, and Omni has definitely stepped up and showing that they are also they're also very worthy to be a grand finalist. And of course, showing that they were also very worthy of being the NAE, the second NAEU representative in the previous COAs.
Yeah.
So congratulations, B4U. I mean, again, solidifying their their winning streak as the champions of NAEU.
And the confidence they came in with this, they definitely do scrim with each other. I mean, speaking of Anton, right? They just it just sounds like they're really discussing the games in terms of like ones and zeros and knowing the finer details of things. And the fact that they were able to take this all the way up until best of 5, I'm talking to Omni, that they were able to bring it up until a game 5, just shows that the level of competition for NAEU is rising. But man, B4U still ever consistent and ever the flag bearers of NAEU on top here. And Sprinter definitely leading that charge all throughout this entire tournament. He was the first one to lead while the survivors just followed and tried to cover any grounds that he doesn't cover.
Yeah, beautifully done as well. And honestly, I'm still, how do you put this? I'm still at shock at how well Sprinter utilizes the Disciple in order to get a 4K. I'm not gonna lie, no cap. I was expecting just a tie in that situation, but leave it to Sprinter to saying that, hey, you think Disciple's a tie hunter? Well, not my Disciple. My Disciple's a fork elimination hunter.
Yeah.
So congrats.
Crystal clear 4K Disciple. And you have to also give it up to Omni. They really tried their best to try and counter it, but Antiquarian and Disciple matchup don't really work out. I think they were predicting that it would be a Dream Witch or predicting something else from Sprinter, but that's what's so scary about him. He's got a deep hunter pool that he could choose whatever hunter can work with the matchup that is in front of him. So that's why we call him the GOAT.
The GOAT.
We still gotta figure that out.
I forgot. No. Yeah, but definitely. Thank you, Royal. But by the way, congrats to B4U. Congrats to Royal. All hail Royal. Let's go.
All hail Royal. Oh my god. Where did you read that? I didn't even see it.
I did. I'm not making it up, guys. I'm not making it up. Royal giveaway. That's good. But the FMVP, that's going to be Sprinter. Very well deserving. He's been really consistently carrying with his hunter throughout the entire event and not really even dropping a single game.
Yeah. Just an excellent performance. The way he was able to sustain, and the lowest performance you did see him was a 3-man elimination, and that speaks volume with how the level of competition that is rising. So FMVP on Sprinter's side throughout the entire tournament, this is definitely warranted for him. So congratulations to B4U and specifically Sprinter for getting that FMVP role.
Yeah, exactly. Congratulations, Sprinter.
You gave me your ID?
Yeah, that's my IDV ID right there in chat. So Asia, by the way. Okay, make sure you get it right. Okay, it's okay as long as I have enough to buy an S skin. That's
Royal giveaways. Let's go. Oh my god. But shout outs to you guys for joining us till the very start. If you joined us at the start or the middle or the end, we appreciate each and every one of you supporting the NAEU community. There will be another one for Southeast Asia, so I hope or I trust you guys will also be there for that. And yeah, again, it's always fun to entertain you guys, watch these games, support your favorite players, talk about meta and strategies. So we appreciate each and every one of you guys, and we'd love to give you guys shout outs. So yeah, we'll do that towards the end as we wrap up.
I can't believe we've been here for
Almost 8 hours.
8 hours. Yeah. I'm so dead, but but at the same time, I'm so alive. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to receive echoes from you, but I kind of do want to receive echoes from you.
Okay, so folks, we have our interview portion at the ready. So I hope you guys can congratulate B4U because we have Schmitty on the line here. So let's welcome him as we get ready for the interview. There he is, the man of the hour, Schmitty. Congratulations.
Hello.
Going up until best of 5. How does it feel? Let's get your initial thoughts on this.
Yeah, so I can't lie. We were feeling really good coming into this match, and OM played very, very, very well. Spencer just is different. Spencer belongs in the Pro League. Spencer belongs anywhere but here. He belongs to play with the best, and I can't thank Spencer enough for dealing with our survivors this matchup. And but yeah, this is the most. My voice is hoarse. A lot of emotions in this match. We went through a lot of roster changes. Leg is on vacation. Yin Ling is on vacation, and we have we had a new player, Yudo, who's fantastic, one of the best players in NAEU, and I'm so glad we were able to win with someone new and someone that's so passionate about the game. But yeah, I feel great. It's a lot of emotions. I can't lie. Spencer won the match, and I started crying a little bit. I was like. I was mentally prepping myself for Pit on Ever Sleeping. Like, okay, what do we do? Because we just got destroyed against a wheel. So I was like, all right, enough rambling. Yeah, but yeah.
Wow, lots of emotions, but a big highlight to cap off the week there, Schmitty. So, Nell, questions for Schmitty?
I wanted to ask how goats sound like, because you guys are the goats for today.
The goats.
The goats for today, for sure. But yeah, I mean, the breaking wheel game was definitely something we did not expect, all right, in that game. But other than that, though, we just want to talk about what went on throughout the entire BO5. Was there any favorite parts of the match that you would consider like, hey, this is something that we do really good? Is there a memorable mention of
like
any
highlight?
of the, like a highlight that you consider a highlight?
Yeah, that's a good question. I actually really like that question. We have our coaches, Aaron and Anton. Aaron came back specifically just for this tournament because we were begging him. We had we going through a new roster. Aaron had decided to quit or retire, but he was like, all right, I'll help you with this tournament, because I literally begged him. We were like new survivors. It was very bad. So they really nailed down Ivy endgame, and we had a very early down in our Ivy match for Fit, and we were still able to win. So that's just a testament to our practice, how much we've practiced. It just goes to show we have heart, even with a quick down like that. We still fought in the wheel match too. Pit played well, but no matter what, we still have heart. We still fight until the very end. And I tell a lot of people that I'm friends with were in this tournament, and I'm always telling them, fight until you can't anymore. And that's what we did. That's what OM did too. They fought till they couldn't anymore. So yeah, but the highlights to Ivy. Our comms were very good. Green and Rowan, spectacular. Our coaches' knowledge shined in that match. That would definitely be the highlight.
Yeah, it was definitely showing, right? The heart was definitely there, and B4U survivors have this uncanny ability of turning the tides in any situation. I'm sure chat really appreciated that. So let's look forward here, because I want to know, how is B4U going to celebrate now that they are the IVT 2025 champions?
How do we celebrate? All right, have a nice dinner tomorrow. Sleep in. You know, it's 12:30. I know you guys have been up since what? Since nighttime, like morning, very morning, like 4 a.m.
Yeah.
probably, right? So, just take it easy, relax, prepare for IVS. We have to show NA is a strong team in IVS. We prepare for that.
Let's go.
I think Yinling will be back, so look forward to that. But regardless, prep for IVS, but enjoy the win. Yeah, that's about it. I mean, I'm at a loss of words. Sorry, but yeah.
No,
we'll just
it's all
enjoy the
good.
win.
We
It's all
appreciate
good.
it. I hope you guys are
Yeah.
enjoying that moment. Yeah, go now.
Yeah, we're not gonna keep you for long. You probably want to go back to your teammates.
No,
and
as long as
celebrate
you
a
guys
little bit.
won, I'm fine. As long as you won, I'm fine. I like this.
All right. And any you shared with us your plans for this team, and it's looking really bright. Like looking into the future, coming next, going towards IVS, and then just solidifying your standing as one of the top of NAEU so far, right? So my last question for you is, do you have any message that you can share to the fans that have been supporting you all this while? Just something from the heart that you want to share.
Oh man, okay. First I want to thank you two. You guys are my favorite casters.
Thank you.
You've been here
thank
as long
you.
as I have been, really. So without you guys, I feel like a piece of IDV will be gone. So keep doing it as long as I am, really. But I wanted to say that. But yeah, we changed our name to B4U because we know all the fans wanted that name. Everyone wanted B4U. So we decided to take that leap of faith and switch back. So that's for you guys. We love you guys. I love my team so much. I do it for the team. I do everything for NAEU. At the end of the day, when I do eventually leave, when Spencer leaves, I hope we can. OM will be NAEU will be in good hands with OM and all the bright prospects. But we do everything for you, so I really, really appreciate it. And lastly, I want to give a huge shout out to our coaches. They're behind the scenes. They're not shown. But Aaron and Anton are literally the heart of the team. No matter what people say, it might be Spencer, it might be me. No, it is Aaron and Anton. Without Aaron and Anton, we would not be a team. They both wanted to quit after Koa. I got on my knees and begged them not to. They decided, hey, let's do it. And I cannot thank them enough. I want all of NAEU to know how much they're working. And I hope we can represent you guys well, and I hope you guys are happy about all of it.
Schmitty, thank you so much for sharing your time. The emotions that you did share with us, we saw it through the screen, and NAEU is a better place because of B4U, because B4U is ultimately a family. And thank you so much for that. And I'm sure the chat, us casters, we send our love to B4U. Congratulations, and we can't wait to see you on the next big stage. Get some rest, and we'll see you next time. All right. Congratulations.
Yes, thank you so much. Yes, thank you so much. Bye, guys. Have a great sleep.
Take care.
You too.
You too.
There you have it, folks. Schmitty wearing his heart on his sleeve and preparing already. Championship mentality, the Mamba mentality, just making sure, we got to get ready for the next one.
Exactly. That's awesome sharing. I totally agree. That message was definitely from the heart, and just the constant showing of gratitude, right? It just shows how I would say they're very humble champions. Just always addressing it like it's not because of me, it's always because of my teammates.
Yes.
And it definitely showed, right? They don't credit everything to anyone else, just not to themselves, but to everyone in the team. So I like what you said as well. They're a family at this point, right? And they keep winning because they stick together.
They do. So I think we're just getting a last minute message from B4U. They're saying, thank you, Royal, for the kidding.
Thank you, Royal, for the giveaway.
Just kidding. Shout outs to Royal, shout out to Puso. But here we have today's results, folks. No overtimes, but we do play until the round 3 for both of the matches, and no overtime in best of 5, but it is Team B4U to be the victors in this crazy best of 5 series.
Yeah, I mean, super exciting. I couldn't expect anything less at all.
And here we have the match results for today. 2-0 inside of B4U. It still went up until game number 3. And Omni answering back here 2-0 up against FNE. Shoutouts to DM and FNE for making it this far in the top 4. And last but not least, match number 3 ending at a 2-1 victory for B4U. If you guys haven't seen it, look back at the match because it was so intense. What a back and forth between these two teams.
Exactly. And rightfully after 2 days of the battles, right? B4U finally being crowned the champion once again. But of course, congratulations to Omni as well for pushing them this far all the way to BO5. And also a special thank you to all the teams that participated in IVT NAEU, guys. You guys are the best, and you guys, we love you guys, and we hope to see you guys come back again for the next event.
I would also like to take this time to thank everyone from the NAEU community for welcoming me and Nell, because we are from the Southeast Asia community. We wake up for you guys. We lose our mind for you guys. We also get a little giggly and kind of silly for you guys, but ultimately this is for the love of the game. Nell, any final thoughts before we close it out?
Thank you for having us. We enjoyed your company, and thank you for entertaining us throughout our antiques. And see you guys in the next one.
Yeah, with that being said, thank you so much. That's Potch Spice and Nello Mello signing off. Have a good night, guys, and keep playing Identity 5. Let's go.